Alright, we're good to get back underway then. Dominion 6, a third session. Unthinkable. I usually like these done in one session, but this has been a dragging on back and forth slugfest between 4 pretender gods. Of course, Grimsby, god of despair, will prevail, but we're having to fight against Ludwig II of Bavaria, Slippy Toad, and STJ. Slippy Toad we've had the pleasure of meeting in a big clash in Sardinia, a clash that we ultimately lost. We held out in Sardinia for a long time, but buffed up by the throne of bureaucracy in the Netherlands in 10 years, Slippy Toad came over and brutalized us out of Sardinia. We were destroyed here in this nice little linchpin central area. We tried an offense towards Peribiote's capital up here, went on the war march with my sacred units and my army of skeletons. They got simultaneously wiped out in Celadon and Cerulean City. No survivors. Then we went underground, and things also went bad. Massive army of about 1,000 Abyssians and so on continued to fight us for the central area of the underground, pretty much relegating us to our corner here, although we're doing a constant back and forth, because the more I control the underground, the more income I get off of it, and we need that income for making more and more of our death mages. I want to hit a critical mass with them, and I would dare to say I've already reached that critical mass with them. Yes, I really think we can get going with one of my plans using them. We've also managed to establish ourselves a couple other forts. We built this one, we stole this one, and I was hoping to steal this one as well, but the vast army of Abyssians, Peribiotes Abyssians, coupled with their strangely electric sacred shambler guys, have proven problematic. But hey, we have our own backup, right? We have 2,000 skeletons hanging around here in Diego Garcia, ready to strike wherever needed. They will probably be massed to crush the center when the time arises. For now, we did an alpha strike on Banga Shawar. 1 turn on their capital, broke the walls, stormed the place, caught them completely unawares, and thanks to that, well, we've got Tesla City right here in our control. Pearl Harbor is just about breached. We march on Blue Moon Canyon. We shall seize the moment and move on to Albania beyond then. Take Ohio, take Aberdeen, and that should eliminate them from play. And we take almost all of their lands for ourselves. Unfortunately, Camdonia, well, they continue to control quite a bit of their eastern lands. But I think with all of my units here, I should be able to push Camdonia back out. My idea is that we take this, secure it, and then we push preferably all the way to Camdonia. Of course, things will get complicated if Peribiote decide to counterattack us in the north, which they absolutely can. Because of my cold scales, the river here between Canada, the Kiel Canal, Alexandria, and the Baltic Sea is completely maneuverable. Normally, if it's not cold conditions, the river is, well, flowing and can't be crossed over unless the units have swimming or flying or floating or river crossing abilities. So Undead have all that, Draconians have that, but the Abyssians of Peribiote do not. I thought we would solve that problem by claiming the Throne of the Sun in Numidia, but it turned out it was not the Throne of the Sun. It was the Throne of Abundance. Plenty of gems, including my coveted death gems, and a decent chunk of gold, but I'm not convinced it's worth that sloth. Doesn't matter, we've already taken it. You are controlling the territories, but they are not yours. How do they become yours? I don't know what you mean by that. There are no territories that I'm controlling and aren't mine that come to mind. Closest thing would be the White Sea. I have a couple of spies in there. Duff was meant to take it single-handedly, but I forgot to give him the attack command, so too bad. Perhaps you mean Dominion? Yeah, so this golden outline here is my Dominion. This shows the lands where they worship my god and not everyone else's god. Dominion comes with several benefits, usually relating to how strong and fervently they worship your god. So here on my capital, in Övanhamn, it is Dominion Strength 9. They are cuckoo for my god in my own capital. That causes a few nice little things. It makes some of my globals better. I've got Gift of Nature's Bounty, which gives me more income per Dominion and more growth scale per Dominion. So that means we make giga money back home. It also affects the morale for your units in battle. It affects the health of your units with Gift of Health. It affects the health of your prophet, the health of your god. Yeah, lots of nice things. In general, being in your dominion is good. But as with all rules in dominions, it is not absolute. There are cases when you don't want your dominion, because your dominion also brings about your dominion's scales, and our scales are normally a bit order, a bit productive, very cold, a little bit growth, and very magical. Some of that has been skewed by the thrones that we took. For example, I've now got sloth instead of productivity, courtesy of the Throne of Abundance. So you'll see, as we take over this land and our dominion grows through building more temples and preaching over here, this land will get colder and more lively. Funny that. Because the dominion of Bangashawar is full of death. Oh boy, it kills off people here, it removes supplies, it lowers income. Death is almost always terrible for a nation. There are some rare exceptions, but generally death is horrible. Why would anyone want death then? Well, by putting your scales into death, you actually free up points in your god design to make a better bless or other stronger scales. So if you plan on rushing out and destroying your enemies very quickly, death scales can be good because it doesn't have the time to kill your populace. Or you just kill your own populace, steal other people's land, then kill them and then steal other lands. There are many ways to go about it, and there are infinite amounts of variability for how you arrange your lands, your gods, your blesses, your everything. Right, my money situation is quite good, and if there's anywhere that doesn't have good province defense, I will want to change that. Somewhere like Johto. Why does Johto have no province defense? Don't want to invite people in there. Rio Canhe, Quebec, those are quite lightly guarded, but those are not on the front line. Alright, things are quite agreeable. Dare Caverns. Take a little bit more, don't want to have to go off into that corner. It's strange, normally any prayers involving Grimsby is to get out of it. Well, that's why we have Grimsby, God of Despair. Funnily enough, people don't like him so much they banished him down into the caves here. I've had Grimsby here as a backup plan. Normally I just keep my god on the capital so he can throw up globals, research, make some high value goods. But I've kept him around because there's been a very large army floating around here, and if they ever came to the Caves of Mira, I really want to hold this. If Caves of Mira goes, my entire dominance of the underground goes, and not only that, they have a freebie to come through Coromandel and get right on my capital. And my capital is not that well defended. Okay, it's got 414 units in garrison, that sounds pretty good, and a lot of them are my sacreds. But these are cheap crap skeletons, they will die, and on top of that, I don't have my awesome death mages here. My capital is made as a place of research, which is why I've been recruiting these guys. Not very strong in any particular magical path. They don't have the coveted Death 2, which is needed for raising loads of skeletons. No, these guys are here to get the research going, so that I can work my way towards Conjuration 8, which I believe I wanted for Darkness? No, Well of Misery. I do want Darkness, though. Where's Darkness? Is that Alteration? We already have Darkness. Excellent. Love the Darkness spell. I'm going to want that down the line. But yeah, I need Conjuration 8 and Construction 7 to get myself a Skull Cap and get Well of Misery on the go. Then my austerity regarding death gems should finally come to an end. I have got such a pathetic income of death gems. I have searched and searched for death sites and I just cannot find them. So that tells me I should probably search some more down here once I have this. Yes, that's actually a very good reason to move some of these guys down ahead of time. I need to strip search this place. Make a headway over to Numidia, and then from Numidia, I want you to just go around and search all of this for astral, death, nature. Getting some fire and more death and even air searching going would be nice as well, but I need those big chieftains for other things. Actually, look at you, Kubos. Kubos, I also want you down there with that in mind, please. So yes, searching these lands to find some coveted death gems will be good. Caves of Grimsby, just like real life, need to conquer more swamps for death. Show me the swamps. I see swamp singular. There's one down in Obra Dinn. And that is it. And also with my growth scales, I think that swamp would eventually become a forest. Not sure, I need to look more into how terraforming works in the game. Farmlands become forests, I know that, but can other things change? I don't know. Mirror Eye asks, what is this game? This game is Dominion 6. It is, in my eyes, the greatest strategy game ever made. But it is very complicated and complex, and the user interface leaves a lot to be desired. Took me about 40 hours to really get into the game, and that was a lot of smashing my head against it. Right, in any case, Pearl Harbor will fall next turn. I don't think I have any active... what am I trying to say? Any active storming of forts going on. My priests are moving out to erect temples so we can dispel the hideous death aura that comes from Bangashawar. And we have him cornered very nicely. Bangashawar is not long for this earth. The main concern is that we know Camdonia has a lot of very angry bulls. We have a lot of ways to counter those bulls. I actually really like my summer lines for dealing with them now. Although I hope they haven't managed to get any fire resistance off that. And skeletons can still wear them down. It's just last time we did not hit critical mass of skeletons and their god got involved. I fear Pearl Harbor will fall and I get some whiplash. The fortification will crack this turn and then we storm. Do you have any strong communion options? Very strong communion options. I could quite easily make myself a Crystal Matrix for a Death Leader and give him all of that so that he can easily cast down darkness spells or make a rather large Death Communion which just keeps spamming out skeletons. But I have an alternative that will not involve going communion-wise, and I'm very close to actually being able to use it. Dolce, oh, nice name. Dolce has empowered herself in death, so you are going to be the one that forges me that skull helmet. Problem is, I don't have it yet, so you're just going to have to wait around until I can get myself up to construction level 7 for the death helmet. Beyond that... what will I want to go into beyond that? Let's see, Fog Warriors is no longer battlefield, but Army of Mist is. I gotta say, Alteration 8 is quite tempting. Air 5 is achievable. Imagine all those skeletons suddenly having mist form. It'd be terrifying for our enemies. More Summer Lions, more better. They don't tend to die, which is quite nice, but there's some attacking going on. Let's check it out. Blue Moon Canyon. This is not the Skeleton Army. This is the Flying Draconian, Golden Sacreds, and Summer Lions army. These poor buggers are already dead. I should never have feared the Nagas. These guys were not a big deal to fight. Oh, but they do have Griffins. These Griffins are waiting to fly and attack me in the rear, which is all the more reason to have my own units in the rear here to protect the generals. One can hope. Yeah, they're flying. They're coming down. Nowhere useful. Excellent. Yeah, these Summer Lions of mine are terrific at what they do. Couldn't help but notice you set yourself on fire there, Princess Beatrix. Ah yes, giving yourself fire shield and mist form. Stands to reason. The warmer environment here does put me at risk of setting my own Draconians on fire. I kind of wish I didn't have them doing... Oh wow, that counterattack. Wish I didn't have them doing attack rear on the fly options, but needs must. So yeah, we're not exactly losing a lot on this, and it should be easy to crush this place because Draconians are excellent at tearing down fortifications. It's one of the best reasons to have them, but they are a good summon overall. If you don't need your air gems for elementals or equipment, I think Draconians are the best thing you can put them into. Which is why you often see them in my campaigns. Fighting in Umbor, we're continuing to back and forth over the underground. The province defense in the underground is largely terrible, so nobody seems to be investing much in it. That's why it's just such a back and forth. And if you did invest in it, they'd die anyway, so it's a waste of money. Cornwall. Bangashawar is counterattacking, but I invested in province defense knowing this would happen. So I'm afraid your Zorak, Killer Mantis, is not good enough. Rockman, Navigator of Glass. Archers, fire. It can feel a little frustrating when you have a lot of archers. They fire and they just do nothing. Archers are kind of have lots or don't even bother territory. Although you can get some special bows with incredible precision. You've got to make those though. And it's unlikely you're going to invest in that just for some archers. And what's he done here? He's going to give himself mist form, so he'll be hard to hit and kill, but eventually will pop you. Or you'll just run away, that works too. Get out of here, monkey man. What about the White Sea? Now, this is my first time actually using one of my thugs. Could we call him a super combatant? Not really. We haven't invested any real gems into him. We gave him 1 death gem, and we found the Shambler skin armor. I gave it to him so he could get underwater. His skills are lowered underwater because he's not actually... This is just like giving a regular human water-breathing abilities, right? You go into water and you're like, oh, this is awkward. I can't move very well. Breathing is awkward. But he should single-handedly be able to deal with this. So he gives himself personal mist form. So now he's very hard to actually hit with benign weapons. I wonder... Yeah, there we go. I gave him that death gem so he could cast Soul Vortex. And then, even if he can't do much killing, the Soul Vortex around him will keep him nice and good. He should also get himself blessed. This is all while the enemy is swimming towards him. So now he's blessed, and the blessed means he regenerates, so if they do manage to damage him, it'll be 1 hit point at a time courtesy of Mist Form, and he'll regenerate it. Also, do these guys have poisonous knives? They do. So you should be able to regenerate your way through that poison, if they even land a poison hit on you. And now you go and kill them. Wow, you actually landed a ton of poison on him. I'm very impressed. That could actually be a problem for you. Depends on the amount of poison you end up eating. Oh god. He's eating a ton of poison. This could be a big problem for him. Look at them. They're all chipping away at him with the bits of poison. I've made a mistake here. He is going to take so much poison damage that he's going to die. Wow. Poor guy. Poor guy. Soul Vortex ain't doing it for him. He's just dead. I was very confident he'd have that taken care of. What went wrong there? Well, his low skills due to being underwater meant they landed all the hits. And those ones added up, and the poison really helped as well. On top of that, these guys go berserk. Well, mistakes were made. That guy is down and gone. Huzzah. Blue Moon Canyon is breached. Pearl Harbor is breached. We will have it all. Storm the castle. And... storm the castle? Hold an attack rear in the castle is fine. Stops you getting just blasted in the day-to-days out there. Otherwise, we've also moved in. Let's get these temples erected. The sooner that I dispel this guy's horrible death aura, the better. What do we have here? Shrine of the Outcast. Foul spawns. Oh god, no, do not get me foul spawns. Waste of time. I want all of you preaching to remove his dominion on his capital. Shame about the White Sea. How do I get down there? I do have access to Shamblers. My Bardish Shamblers would have that taken care of in no time. So... I forget, did my old Shambler guy die? No, Yosuke is still alive. Interesting. I might send Yosuke down here. So, here let's make ourselves some additional Shamblers. Don't make the Shambler commander. I want more Death Mages whenever possible, please. Although there's a strong argument for making Callers of the Steam Shield. Get me more Death Mages. Somebody should be sitting on some spare pairs of boots. I know I gave somebody some boots. Someone that didn't need boots, like Step Tank. Alright, Step Tank made it over here. But he can't discard them. Right, I know my god has a pair of boots, so you're surrendering those. That's right. Useless Shambler guy's giving up his... is getting some boots from our god. Getting a laboratory over here so I can crank out some more coveted Death Mages. Do I take the risk and go into Rusty Bucket Bay, where I could get ganked by a very large number of very angry Abyssians? The answer is maybe. We're still working on building a fortress in the Nether Mines. This would be a bit of a pain to siege down, I know it. I think I'd rather just not invite horrible things happening to me. So you guys are going to hold out in utter dark. Then again, I have a lot of draconian friends. The Draconians would be able to utterly shatter the fort over here. I might try and one turn take the Nether. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Get over to the Realm of Silence, get into Utter Dark, one turn crack the Nether. And if they come out with their thousands of people, so be it, but I want to take the Nether for myself. Pajama Sam has their eyes on the maze. They'll know when that place gets taken. Storming, very good. Dark Young, I left you back here to grab a stray Draconian, and I want you to summon more Draconians over there, please. Oh, that's right, I need to actually go to Yosuke, give him the boots of traveling very fastness, and get him down to Bango Shawar. That way he will grab the Bardish champions and take the White Sea for me. It's kind of a shame I threw away a half-decent guy down there. I underestimated just how much he'd get ganked down there. I figured between Glamour and Mistform he'd have no problems, but I guess he also needed some defense. Yeah, regen as well. It's the poison, though. Poison did him in. Kubos, you got down here. My whole idea is for you to go and search the area. We're in desperate need of... Actually, Numidia itself is not explored. Could the two of you please site search Numidia for me? On top of that, there's actually quite a bit of lacking of searching going on here. Maybe get Dolce to search it for better death. So 5 death, 3 fire, 2 air. This one's been nature, astral, and death searched as well. And you guys are moving on out. Screw Numidia for exploration. Also, Control M tells you how far it is to travel to places. Gonna risk one of you over in Johto. You can't quite go as far as these places, but go to Clocktown and then spread out for more exploration. Otherwise... I might finally be able to stop making more and more skeletons, but there's no good reason to stop. One thing I can stop doing is raising these guys. We don't need the extra research anymore. I need death mages to lead my skeleton army. So that's okay. Find these guys that are set to defend. There should be a lot of them, and tell them we want long deads. We love long deads. Give me more long deads. Alexandria should soon have its giant palisade in 2 months' time. Another priest is making us another bunch of giant palisades. You guys all seem okay. Did I see that you were cursed? No, you're experienced. That's better. Pajama Sam, wait and see what happens in the maze. You shouldn't be scouted out there. And the rest of my spare priests head over to the capital. Alright, this is agreeable. 2 forts should be ours easily, and then we swing around, take Aberdeen, Albania, Ohio. It's actually quite a strong argument that says take Ohio right now. What do I think is inside Pearl Harbor? Bunch of wimps, that's what. Whereas Ohio... Wolves, Bango Shawar, Vanara, Champions, Bandar Crushers. I really should just take you right now. If only these guys could go underwater, you'd be able to take the White Sea, no problem. With an army of skeletons. Air mages can make pills of water breathing, actually, and I should have a spare air mage or two. Yeah, I've got Imperator Julius the Collar. Couldn't you forge me a pill of air breathing? Yeah, there we go. Kind of expensive, but what else am I using my air gems for? Is there not anything else that lets people breathe underwater? I know there's the water stuff, if you have water access, which we don't, except for Honor God, which I'm not keen on using. Ah, here we go, Amulet of Breathing. But it's the same cost as pills of water breathing. Seems odd that it would be the same cost. Anyway, pills are strictly better, right? Yeah, give me those pills. Alright, that means one of you guys is going to grab those pills and go into the White Sea. Beyond that, though, I'm still thinking about how I deal with Ohio and Albania. My instinct says you two go over to Ohio. can't be so strong that a couple hundred long deads won't be able to take it, especially with more coming in. Of course, if this backfires, I'm throwing away a bit of my army. What about Aberdeen and co? Any of you want to get involved? The Summer Lions alone will be able to take care of this. I don't need my Draconians here, so the Draconians could actually help out big time. You're injured. How? Never healing wound. Not a problem. I should take the opportunity to just seal off the area, right? So. Worm and Yuna have the main army. Cornwall's already well defended. I think if we just take... It's not far to go to Albania from Blue Moon Canyon, so go to Aberdeen. The main army can go over to Albania afterwards. There's also the idea that I kick them off of Banga Shawar. It's a thought. How about you guys take Albania, main army takes Aberdeen, and then immediately goes to the maze? Because if Banga Shawar have no provinces whatsoever, they will simply cease to exist. And I like the sound of that. Yes, it's a little risky for my little dudes here, because they like to get themselves killed when they go in for back attacks. Oh, well, let's consider this. Ludwig II of Bavaria, the Master Lich, is personally defending Albania. That's a good reason not to send my poor Draconians on their own. Alright, take Aberdeen instead. I ordered a physical copy from Strategy first, and I still have the manual and CD. It's quite expensive, though, for Dominions 3, that is, says Alec. Ooh. I'm not one for physical ownership, but I could see if there's a game I really loved. I used to keep a physical copy of Terranigma and Monster Rancher. Stryward forward, Forest, Nout, Cripple's dying, Ohio. Alright, I don't regret this. My skeleton army should be fine here. I mean, wolves aren't going to threaten a skeleton. Banishment will. Banishment could actually be a threat here. What are these things? Ganvaharas. They're blessed, reanimating, invulnerable, undead, leading units. Might end up seeing a real weakness of the skeletons here. Because they are crap units, right? Skeletons are incredibly crap. The benefit of them is that they are extremely disposable. But that banishment hurts. Look at that, just wide area effect on them. These guys have next to no magic resistance. So that banishment really hurts. However, the enemy is already running. Not this guy. This guy is made of sterner stuff, although he's diseased. Yeah, these guys look pretty cool, don't they? Good protection, size 4, high hit points. Basic attack skill of 13, basic defense of 13. They've got a shield, they've got a helmet. Falchion, kick, yeah, 2 attacks out of them as well. Magic being can be good and bad. Can't reanimate an already dead individual though, can you? So that was good. This is more for turn efficiency. I didn't want to have to waste my whole army taking this province. I was quite convinced that my skeletal legions could take care of it. So yeah, they're so wimpy they can barely kill these already routing guys. But they will. They will. And my exhausted mages will continue to occasionally add in some more skeletons. I want to fix this, and I will fix this. These mages could do so much better if I just augmented them a little bit, and I plan on doing that augment once I have finished off defeating Banga Shawar. I've got a physical copy of Terranigma kicking around too, yeah. Sadly, I had to sell my copy during desperate times. Yeah, there we go. No shortage of dead long deads over there. Quite a bit of it down to their priests. Priests killing 18, the Brahmin, who's also priestly, banishing another 13. And those champions on Lion back doing quite well as well. Point is, down you go, and Ohio is mine. Counterattack in Cornwall. Okay, if you can call this a counterattack, a single bandage girl, the Rishi, is here. to fight all of this. Are they going to get shot to death? Almost. Got shot by the short bow, and now they're just gone. Bye-bye. Why is there a... Wait, what? It seems that plants can bleed in Dominions, so a stray arrow shot this bush. The bush took 2 points of damage, okay, fair enough. But the bush started bleeding, and now the bush is bleeding to death. And now the bush has died from bleeding. Okay, that goes their sap or something? I don't know. Not a horticulturist. Peribiote is back down with a bunch of trolls. I assume these are mercenary trolls, and they shouldn't have much trouble taking this province. At least you pay for the privilege. Yeah, trolls regenerate, so they can be pretty meaty to fight in combat. 10% regeneration. Problem with trolls, they cost money. Wait, these ones don't. Ah, because they're mercenaries. Am I true about that? Yeah, I think I'm right. Point is, gold crags are down. I wanted those gold crags. I didn't take them for no reason. They pop out to Mystery Lake as well, but I don't hold Mystery Lake. Anyway, don't worry about such things. Do worry about moving into the Nether, though. Go and take that for me. Yeah, should be trivial. What else happened? Battle in Aberdeen. So this is me also spreading out my attacks to try and take more provinces more quickly. Draconians will have this no bother watch. Blech. What a horrible thing to just have flying down upon you. They tried to kill you, and this Draconian will actually die to that disease. Well, such is what you expect when you step foot in Aberdeen. What about the fortress battles? Okay, this is going to be very unfair to my enemy. Sure, there's a breach, but they've got the human shield going here. And having looked at the text, I do actually think this is by design. It's weird. Very strange. Why not have pikemen here? Pikemen would make sense. Archers on the ground, though, with your nagas on top? What? Anyway, this is very unfair. These poison-resistant lions are going to laugh at the nagas' attempt to spit them with poison. And then they're just going to go through the walls. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. The lions have been tasked with attacking the rear, and often that fails, right? Very often you give an attack rear order, and you find your units just don't actually go for the rear. But here it's happening. Their commanders are going to get wiped out, and that means that the front line just doesn't want to be there anymore. Not that there's much of a front line, the lions are killing them as well. Lions don't exactly feed into our overall nation very well. They're very heat-focused, whereas our nation's preference is for cold 1 scale. But having fought summer lions quite a bit by now, I really appreciate how great they are. Even when it's not hot and they don't get their lovely heat bonus, they're still an ethereal, pretty good unit. Pretty damn good unit. Magical, though. Needs magical command, but we don't shy away from having mage leaders around here. Heck, we got plenty of them right here. Righteous followers, the steam prophets. They're good guys. Anyway, Blue Moon Canyon down with nary a scratch. How about Pearl Harbor? One's taken by lions, the other is taken by skeletons. I love seeing the arrows fly. Don't even care if you hit skeletons. Skeletons have sharp resistance anyway, and we already killed most of their units, so the few inside the fort are dead to rights. Although, what do we have here? Mercury, the Navigator of Glass, has given himself mist form. Didn't work for me, will it work for you? And then there's just Banjo the Novice here. All the while, the skeletons continue to flow. Oh yeah, you guys are dead. Deader than dead. Easy money. Quite a lot of long deads died and a few draconians, but absolutely worth it to capture a fort and raise a temple. There's an earthquake that struck in the Gates of Madness, killed people, and destroyed our temple. Well, thankfully, Cassist 27 is there to build us a new temple. What else is going on? A lot of bad events in this run. This is what I get for not taking luck scales. Found a spy, killed a spy. Fortress in the Nether Mines complete. If this were late age or we had architects, we could build bigger, better fortifications. It's also worth noting that our forts aren't actually that great on administration. Is there a fort that we've seized that we can show off? Surely. What's a fort that we've stolen? Ah, well, of course, Tesla City. So Tesla City is a normal castle, and it actually has 50% better administration than our giant forts do, and yet for some reason the same wall integrity. You would have thought giant forts would have giant wall integrity, but these do not. So yeah, giant fortress here. Ah yes, but what is administration? So this allows you to gather more resources and more tax money from adjacent areas. Forts are pretty good for that. You can have a good province, but it gets multiplicatively better if it's within the area effect of a fort. And fort also sucks up the resources, so you have better resources to recruit more units with. Yeah, forts are really, really good. I think ideally you'd want a fort absolutely everywhere, unless you had one province which was paramount to get as many of one kind of unit as possible. We kind of have that with our capital, because we love our righteous followers. They're pretty good units, pretty damn good units. There's better, for sure, but for what I need, they do the job splendidly. Anyway, Blue Moon Canyon is ours. Let's make sure that it is appropriately defended. Same could be said for Pearl Harbor. Is there a laboratory in Pearl Harbor? The answer is yes. That means Cassandra Classic. You seem as good as anybody for this task. Cassandra is going to enjoy some pills of water breathing and bring the skeleton army into the White Sea. Kind of splitting up my skeleton army, but they're no longer a big concentrated force that I need for cracking. We have already cracked this guy. He is dead to rights. So anyway, go into the White Sea, kill those guys that took out my thug, if you will. Make sure we have province defense around here for any nasty events. Simayi, Kiwi, Albania. Again, Ludwig II is here. Wonder what his dominion is like in Albania. It's not showing any candles, but I think it's just outside of my view for some reason. Also make sure Aberdeen is defended. Blue Moon Canyon individuals, how do you feel? You can get to Albania in one shot, but you could also get to Mr. Maze in one shot. Since Mr. Maze is going nowhere fast, that's not a very large army besieging it. I think our best bet is to take our main army and go over to Albania. The Lions, the divinely blessed righteous followers, who are admittedly picking up quite a few afflictions. We need Gift of Health helping us out here. Seems to work out. Question, do those lions heal? No. Something we've learned is that spirit form is a hell of a debuff. Not altered by iron skin, skeletal body, polymorphing, petrification, and disease-afflicting effects do not help them. So lions will pick up afflictions and die. That's not good news for me, but I suppose it's good news for my enemies. Yeah, I love skelly spam, and I intend to augment my skelly spam. The big augmentation will happen when I have skull staffs, though. The problem is skull staffs need the death gems. Thinking about it, it might not happen due to the death gem austerity, so I'll explain my idea already. With one boost on their death level, my Death 2 mages that I have everywhere can reach Death 3, which allows them to cast Soul Vortex. The idea is to give them each a few of my sacred units who have regeneration, and then they would suck the life out of those sacred units in order to give themselves enough fatigue to constantly use Horde of Skeletons. But as it happens, yeah, each skull staff costs me 10 death gems, and I can't afford that right now because we're busy working on everything else. But, you know, could. I've got a lot of astral pearls that aren't being used for anything. Heck, I've got a lot of nature gems that aren't being used for much, and these guys can actually transform nature gems. So I could grab, say, Sneely Whistlethroat and tell him to do Carcass Collection, and he would transform 3 nature gems into 3 death gems. But that comes at the cost of him researching, so no thank you. Right, you guys are here to site search, so please do site search. Tesla City seems fine. Get preaching. There's a lot of preaching to be done. Also, if there are any indie priests that I can recruit, which I can, let's have a few of those around here. Good, good, good. You guys are preaching as well. Preaching is all well and good, but I also need you to spread out and erect more temples. But preaching is very good. Even in Aberdeen, you might ask? Even in Aberdeen. Yeah, just temples all the way around here. If I get raided, so be it. We have plenty of money. We will survive. How about our army here? Good jobs were done. Ohio is already mine. Do I bring the skeletons to augment Albania? I think I shall, just based on the fact that we are going to be dealing with a god here, and I don't know anything about that god. Righteous followers up front, long deads at the back. Long deads are there in case he flies some units at me and they can keep the long deads busy instead of eating my my main units. I want these guys to hold an attack closest. The lions should be fine, but I don't know how magical he's going to be. Oh well, guess we'll find out. How about our Aberdeen contingent? They can actually start taking over the likes of New Vegas, Greater Denmark, San Francisco. They're apparently quite void of units. I do want them putting themselves to work. Greater Denmark offers me a good vision of what's going on around here, so do take Greater Denmark. And then perhaps spread out a bit. Best Marvin tells me that there's quite well-organized defenses in San Francisco. Best Marvin was meant to go to Greater Denmark, but I'm pretty sure my Draconians can handle this. It's not a great job for Draconians. I don't actually like using them in combat much. But they do get the job done. Also gives me forewarning if the enemy starts bringing his main army over here. Doesn't answer the question what we do with these guys. It's not much of a threat around here. Albania won't need more help. I think you're going to go to Clock Tower. And then from Clock Tower move to San Francisco. And then maybe lay siege to the City of Tears. Bearing in mind that there is a vast collection of skeletons at the ready. Up here in Diego Garcia Island. Ready to go and reinforce what and where is needed. Yes, I like the sound of that. I really rather like the sound of that. Really like the sound of getting more damn skelly staffs though as well. Problem is if it falls through for me, they die. Tell you what, how many of my beloved skelly guys do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a little less than what I want. However, look at all this. These guys are just sitting around researching, doing a whole lot of not much, and they can be in Diego Garcia in one turn. That's really good. Okay, how do we handle this then? You guys get over to Diego Garcia. You guys make me cry about the fact that I need Death 2 to forge Skull Staff. But I should have some Death 2ers around here. Yeah, see all of you guys, I want you to forge me... Ah, that's right, we don't have the gems to do this. However, imagine a world in which we do. Alchemize Death Gems out of Astral Pearls. Make it so. It's kind of like Settler of Catan at the edge of the map, exchanging your wheat for sheep and sheep for rocks and whatnot. It's 2-to-1 to go to pearls, and pearls go 2-to-1 to anything else, so consider air gems to any other gem as a 4-to-1. But yes, it's 10, that'll get me 10 of them. Maybe get me a little bit more, try and get me 12 or so of them. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll do nicely for now. I think I'll be able to get this operation on the go, especially if Clubber Seal grabs my sacred units and brings them down. Yeah, I want to see this work, so we're going to do it. We will attempt to simply skelly spam our way out of problems, and if they bring us more problems, we bring them more skeletons. The problem is when you throw things like that ethereal trampler, especially if they can regenerate, my skeletons don't even know what to do against that. But that's a problem we'll just have to cope with. Right, Herdevan, you searched this place and found nothing. Eternal, urban dead sounding words there. Continue getting me those summer lions, those fire gems. We make more of them than we know what to do with. Dolce Decorum Est. I am so close to getting that skull helmet. Continue researching for now. And get some more of our skeleton printing presses up in Övanhamn. Including you, Moger? Not including you, Moger. Moger, do the giant Do the giant. Yeah, good enough. Do me the giant fortification is what I'm trying to say. The nether mines is fortified. The dominion is strong enough, but keep preaching there. I want to maintain my dominion. Bandage girl, why were you even here? It's because I'm recruiting you, that's why. That's fine. Step tank made the laboratory and will now forfeit the Foots of the Messenger. Get to researching and get to ploughing out yet more of my beloved death mages. And yeah, if you're done this, get preaching. We have not yet searched here, so Dewey Fachoi. Search for magical sites. Archibald Vial, Tesla City, Banjo, Scalets. Tarkin Rex and Kubos. You've searched this place. Tesla City is the least likely to have anything here, but at least I can search pretty well. I can search in an orderly manner is what I'm getting at. Imperator Julius, what did I just have you do? I don't remember, but get to researching. Oh, I think I had you make those pills of air breathing. Alright, everybody has a job. You can tell because I'm pressing the N key, and it's not highlighting any idling commanders. So it all seems to be going well. I know it looks a bit of a mess logistics-wise, but I know what all of this means. It's funny you would bring up Catan, says Athelwyn. Just today I learned there will be a Norwegian Cup in Catan in my city tomorrow. Ooh, too late to enter? I do love me a game of Catan. My special move is on my turn. I go around and say, I really need stone. Anyone got some stone? I'll give you a load of sheep for stone. Thanks. Oh, God, I also need some wheat. Anyone? Wheat? Yeah? All right, great. I'll give you 3 sheep for the wheat. Yeah, great. How about some more things? And then, thank you, everyone. By the way, I call Monopoly on sheep, and then I take back all the sheep. Except we played with a German version of it, so it was I cast Monopol. All right. Do love me some Catan. There's a game I've never streamed. Strange, I've streamed most of the games I've played. Yes, using units to summon more units, my ideal power fantasy. That's what Draconians are there for. A lot of cripples die, but that's okay. It's mostly just crippled skeletons, I think. Nothing found. Labyrinth of Skulls, you know what that is? That's death. Finally, some death gems. We've been waiting a long time to get our hands on those. Summer Lions and the White Sea. So, where our big chunky unit failed, we're now hoping skeletons can persevere. Skeletons are poor amphibians, so they still get debuffed underwater, but generally there are so many of them that it's not a big deal. You can watch these skeletons hopefully slowly bring these guys down, whilst I take a very swift post-DDR water break. I'll be right back. There we go. Fantastic. Seldom is there a problem that cannot be solved with an army of skeletons. And this is a very small contingent of skeletons. Just one leader as well. He cranks out 5 skeletons every time he casts Horde of Skeletons, but it's exhausting to do. I think especially underwater. Not a big deal though. This one is taken care of. You flee. The land is ours. Let's see. Nether battle. This is us running in for a fortification that I want to one-turn crack. That's why we're bringing in a bajillion draconians. The province defense consists of practically nothing, although they are Abyssians. They're now very dead Abyssians. Farewell. Not even a scratch. Counterattacking in Umbor. Damn, this is where I put my army, hoping to stop them, I think, but no, they're serious about killing me with fire. Good fire nation, Perbayote. Do admire them in a way, but in another more accurate way, I want them dead. Okay, Summer Lions, this is your kind of territory. Oh, I was contemplating how this would look. Simultaneous combat between Summer Lions and Summer Lions. Summer Lions win this exchange. So the thing is, Summer Lions, great aggressive units, terrible defensive units against magical weapons due to having no protection. So what matters is who strikes first. So yeah, even though we easily crush these, they just easily kill us as well. And they have great heat resistance, so you don't exactly melt them down. In fact, 50 fire resistance is an obscene amount of fire resistance. Everything is just a resistance, though. There's almost nothing in this game that gives immunity to something. Closest I can think of is mindless. The mindless trait makes you immune to some things. But if you were to hit one of these Summer Lions with a fire spell that dealt 70 fire damage, it would get through that 50 fire resistance. That's a tall order, though. I can't think of anything that does that much fire. Summer Lions setting my own units on fire. That's nothing unusual, but this is why we have regeneration on them. Who has mindless? My skeletons have mindless. If we can look back at our skeleton army in the White Sea. There we go, they got the mindless trait. Mindless beings are unaffected by some spells such as Charm and Mind Burn. So yeah, that's a true true invincibility against something. Of course, there's 100 different ways to kill a long dead. Even their poison can be, their poison resistance can be punched through with death poison. Their cold resistance is only 15. You could certainly do some cold damage beyond 15, just probably not cold auras. They resist pierce, but that's only a 50% reduction. Hit them with a heavy enough pierce, they'll die. Undead means they can be banished by priests. Inanimate means that they cannot be affected by some things like, hang on, see that? Drain life. I swear I saw life drain work on skeletons earlier. I think it counts the spell life drain and not the effect life drain that the vampires do. Because I know those vampires were healing off of my skeletons. Can't starve them though, there's another straight up immunity. You cannot disease them through lack of supplies. In fact, you can't hurt them at all through lack of supplies. Nice. So many different things to look at. So there's always a counter build. You just got to find the thing. Ah, that's right, Albania. Wait, we saw Albania. Why was it giving us so much information about Albania? Ah, because John Shepherd found a Thunder Whip, and Mr. Kiwi found an enormous cauldron of broth. The latter actually quite useful. Enormous cauldron of broth. I don't usually make them because they're quite expensive, but they do give a large amount of supplies, and my righteous followers are real, living, breathing beings, so they do need to eat. Currently, they're all getting seshed on my endless amount of wine. Now they can couple that wine with some nasty old broth. Hang on, their god was there? Ah, the Master Lich was, right. So the reason I didn't even notice the Master Lich as even a speed bump is because he's going to resist benign damage, but not magical damage. There he is, right there. Also explains where we got the goods from. He's got that Cauldron of Broth, in addition to an Eye of Aiming, a Thunder Whip, an Ice Scimitar. Cool. Very powerful individual, this guy. Ludwig II of Bavaria has risen from the grave. So-so skills, loads of gems, loads of magic that he can cast. Yeah, he's got loads of glamour gems for his glamour path. No death gems on the guy. Also, he had a global enchantment up. Don't know exactly which one, but when he dies, it goes. He's immortal, though. Does that mean he keeps it? I don't know, and I don't care. Because whilst he might be invulnerable, that only applies to benign damage, and not the damage that's coming his way from these fire lions. Aura of Splendor. He just gave himself awe. Awe is a morale check, and that does nothing against 50 morale. Okay, it could conceivably do a little bit, but it's not going to do anything of value. Sending in your soulless to die against my very angry summer lions, and as soon as they touch him, he's dead. In fact, he's already dead, isn't he? He became permanently limp because he got bitten in the leg. Then he got bitten in the other leg. The summer lions are gonna have my legs. Bye, Ludwig. He'll be back. He's a god and he's immortal. But there's always a way to slay an immortal. Alright, Greater Denmark. What are we doing here? This is my Alpha Strike with Draconians. Oh yeah, easy peasy. Easy peasy. Nary a scratch. Malastair giving me Earth Gems. Coromandel. Hey, the Barbarian clans. It does bring with it some unrest, but this place and its barbarian camp seem keen on just constantly crapping out barbarians for me. I don't particularly mind. I don't have a good use for them, though. Ernie Hecklerock, you just wait there. Actually, Ernie Hecklerock is amazing, but he's still going to wait there. Bring the units down to Diego Garcia. There's plenty of supplies for them there. Or Alexandria is closer, and I may want that defended. Get Alexandria. While we're at it, make sure Alexandria is a proper fortress. Spies found and killed. Spies found and tortured to death. Palisades in Alexandria done. Fort in Albania severely, but not entirely destroyed. There are very low supplies here because it's a waste, and this is why I'm always very keen to find some way to get my hands on extra supplies. So, although there are very few supplies for us to eat in these wastes, we get 75 off of this endless bottle of wine, 75 off of that one, and the enormous cauldron of broth that we found is actually helping us a lot. That 150 supply bonus is stopping us from starving here. Or maybe we'd just be at the cutoff. Point is, I'd rather have the supplies than not. Rest of our units that are around here, you are here to erect more temples to destroy this god-awful dominion. It's working though, we have already got our dominion in Clock Tower. The enemy dominion is weakening, as well it should. And the additional units that I have out here, I want them preaching. I want you guys searching here, pretty please. Same with you, Banjo, get searching. Not researching, but maybe search anyway. Greater Denmark's going to get some god-awful protection from these naked tribespeople. Best Marvin's just hiding there. Best Marvin's hard to see, that's kind of cool. I do want more information though. Tell me what's over in Lego Island, actually. I brought the Skeleton Army here for Skeleton Army Warpath. I want you to take San Francisco. You take New Vegas. Once Albania falls, we march on Mr. Mays. Cassandra Classic, get out of there. Longdead's a surprisingly good map move. 20, 18, 18, yeah, that is good. For now, though... There's ideas of what to do with you, but which one's the best? I think I'll have you aid the destruction of Mr. Mays. If I could be so lucky. Good defenses going on here. Did I conquer any new provinces that need defending, though? Wish this could be set to an ascending-descending order. Would help me find places that have nothing. Ah, yes, the Nether. Let us not forget the Nether. The Nether has instantly been cracked on turn 1. No good reason not to storm the place immediately. You need to join in that storming. You're an important part of blessing my units. Supply usage is very hard. We actually have units that are starving here, don't we? Yes, your troops in the Nether are starving due to lack of supplies. It's within my Gift of Health place, though, so that shouldn't be a problem. It's funny, though, even though we have bags of broth on these guys, it's not enough. Supply usage is too high. We'll take it. The starving people that get diseased will be healed through Gift of Health, and when we own the province, we'll have better supplies anyway. That's not a concern. Those fire snakes might be, though. I think what I might do is, since I'm loaded, let's just involve ourselves in provincially defending the area. Funny that there's a water area a little bit there. A river, I suppose. Can the enemy god be revived after killed? Yes. As long as the god still has at least one province and at least one single candle of dominion, they can continue to exist and be brought back onto the realm. Priests are needed for that. Priests do a unique action called Call God, and after they have enough turns of calling God, the god will return. Stronger priests are better at getting their god back, but it's a cumulative effect. So you'd want to have like 50 priests at once calling back your god, and you'll have them in 1 or 2 turns. It's a little bit random how much calling is needed, and it's a larger number needed if you are a disciple, but it's a bit of a reach case right there. Okay, bring out the preaching. Don't so much need a skeleton printer out here. The skeletons are already over in Diego Garcia. We have some site searchers that are not doing a whole lot of much. But the whole point was to have them search around, so I guess that's okay. You guys are searching over in Tesla City. You can get over to Bango Shawar to help out the searching there. You'll get the Astral and the Nature proc. Clock Tower Man, go and check out Cornwall. I had a bunch of you make me skull staffs, didn't I? No, I moved you guys down here. Now I have a whole load of you. Okay. I think the important thing is for you guys to interact with Clubber Seal for this. Okay, here's my thinking. I want to try this. Even if it fails, I want to have tried this. So. How many of these guys do I even have to spare? Let's find out them in the guard order. These guys are going to be quite vulnerable to being sniped, though. Especially by flying tramplers. Don't know why those come to mind. Maybe because of our bad experience with the enemy god before. Which god was that? It was Slippy Toad, right? So my idea is that I don't need to bring the entire skeleton army with me to have a fairly scary, well, army. These guys should be plenty scary enough. But the important thing is to get Death 3. If only I had Death 3 out of the gate on my capital. I did have one potential guy, but he was only a 1 in 4 chance of being Death 3. Death 3 is a big cutoff for what I want to do because of Soul Vortex. Alright, so I have you guys. I'm going to make a specific order for you. The order goes... Oh man, it'd be really nice to have priests along with you, wouldn't it? The priests can do the blessing, that's better. Get Clubber Seal out of the picture, bring in some of these indie priests that I have. Although it's a bit sad if they end up dying on me, but that's okay. There we go. So your order is to specifically cast Soul Vortex and then Hordes of Skeletons. Hordes of Skeletons as many times as you can, followed by more spells. I'm going to save that as order number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you guys can do it because I have skull staffs for you. I'll have a lot more skull staffs when I get my death gem income. I've really been hurting for death gems. The whole reason these skull staffs are part of it is that they raise death ability. Of course, each of these guys have now become quite a bit of a loss to me if they end up dying. And sadly, I can't use skeletons for their soul vortex because you don't soul vortex from the undead. Alright, that's pretty good so far, but I need quite a few more skull staffs. I might move you guys out to be your own little contingent, although I could add just some more guys that do the regular horde of skeletoning. To help organization if you were away from the rest of them, but I suppose I can still work with this, can't I? Yes. Something that's somewhat important is to have you guys away from each other, and I really do think that I should take the skeletons away. Because these skeletons aren't actually going to achieve anything in combat. That's not true, they'll stop flyers from coming in and ruining my day. But they will face horrible attrition. My bodyguards also help with that. They do certainly help with that. A couple of contingents on hold and attack closest could help. Alright, and then there's the layout of them, so the undead's way at the back there. And then each of these guys need to be a little bit away from each other. Don't want them sapping each other's energy, I want them sapping their bodyguard's energy. Why do I have even more long deads? They must belong to somebody else. The priests can actually also be part of the people that get their energy sapped. Because they have regeneration, it's no big deal. And of course they're going to focus on blessing. And they can only bless the sacred units, so they're not going to waste their time on the undeads. This is where Worm That Walks adding additional regeneration would be really cool. Trolls could also be used for this, but trolls cost quite a bit of money. And I don't have the I don't have the earth access to get myself some good trolls going. One does wonder if this is going to work, or if it's even worth the effort. A difficult question, perhaps. Okay, Jinx, just how many of these guys do I have? There's got to be an end to it somewhere. They also are going to need some more bodyguards, huh? I don't have more to spare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 loads of 5 of them. It's 80 odd more of them. I don't have 80 odd more of them to spare. Alternatively, I could divvy them out a bit more like so. Make sure everyone gets maybe 2 of them. I could try that. I don't know if they'll be able to soul drain 2 of them effectively. Certainly puts a lot of burden on those 2, doesn't it? It's a bit of a moot point until I get my my additional skull staffs, isn't it? I suppose that's another way to look at it. Why even consider this if you don't have the skull staffs? But I will. So get you over there, get you on defend, get you on defend, get you on... Oops, it's pretty hard to select the right units here. There are too many skeletons. There's another bit where the UX is a bit of a letdown. Oh, wrong people to give it to. I do not want the priests having them. There you go, Gypsy Moth. Just trying to read chat, but I couldn't make heads or tails of chat. Right, keep on with the guard work. Guard work. Leave me really wishing that I had Well of Misery operational. It's a funny idea. The Well of Misery actually takes away the misery from people in the world, which is why it causes an increase in productivity. Wonder if you can Soul Vortex the Summer Lions. All wonders ever cease. Right, there we go. Now all of the units at least have a little bit to draw from, and the excess that I have can be added in. But again, they... Oh, Jesus. Right, I need them segregated like that. The trouble is I need that death boost, and I'm not willing to spend a death gem per death boost. I need skull staffs for this. And I believe I saved this to 3, so Soul Vortex. They'll ignore the Soul Vortex if they don't have the equipment for it. But this should allow for a very, very large number of skeletons out per battle. You guys are just on Blessing. Lots and lots of blessings, please. It's very important that my units can regenerate. I don't want them dying out there. The rest of you, Soul Vortex, Soul Vortex. Yeah, you're the one with the skelly, the additional skellies. Put them away. That's too many skeletons. Alright, this seems agreeable. Loads of skeletons pour out. Da-da-da-da-da. Really feel like these guys might be a bit too much, though. There's also a bit of a risk of these guys getting obliterated. How about we do something like this? Trying not to select you. I just don't want them on the back line, right? Back line is deadly for them. Means anybody that has attack rear options, just trounce them. But that's okay. Cool. Very cool, but very lacking in skull staffs. I need so many of those things, it's unreal. Am I willing to try this as is? I'd be interested to see the difference in performance between the skull-staffed ones and the non-skull-staffed ones. I think I'll go on a bit of a war march with these guys. They shouldn't need any extra supplies, so just bring them over for a battle and see how it unfolds. Maybe into Sardinia, once we get there. Get over to Tatooine first. They won't have the numbers to bring this down, but it's more of a curiosity than a great battle idea, because we already have good battle ideas going forward with the Summer Lions, the existing skeletons, and my Draconians and my Sacreds. Don't need to answer questions we already have the answer to, but this was the fight idea I had in my head going into this nation. And I'll be damned if I'm not going to make something happen with it. Clubber Seal. You still have some of these guys. Go behind, go and grab some new ones. Yeah, my output of Sacreds is really low now, thanks to these forts taking away some of the resources that we had access to there. I wish I could summon a unit that caused additional resources. If anybody knows of such a unit, I'd love to hear about it. You have one more staff, I think. One more staff? I do indeed have one more staff, thank you. We'll give it to Devoid Mind. Okay, is that everybody doing everything? Fortification is not breached in Albania. Is it close to being breached? The walls are severely damaged. Yeah, they'll go down next turn, no question. Should keep in mind that that Lich guy is going to resurrect over in Banga Shawar. So I need to make sure that I do have the province defense to kill him. He might be difficult to kill with these benign units, but I'm sure we'll get him down anyway. Temple being built, temple being built, temple being built. Yeah, this guy's dominion is toast. Hopefully I take this area, we corner Mr. Maze, Banga Shawar dies when the maze falls, and these guys are going to race over to the maze when they're done. And then we continue our offensive. Still extremely scared of Perbiote. That's why I've erected these two fortresses, to stop them just crossing over the Kiel Canal and destroying me. But the underground remains troublesome. Let's see, we're storming the castle there, that's fine. Let's see where we go with this. Lots going on, but at least I don't have to scroll through it just yet. Nothing found, Summer Lions get, nothing found, nothing found, Cripples dying, Albania battle. We weren't storming this, but it seems that the... Hang on, Ludwig, why are you in this province? You should have gone back to your capital, right? Why would this be his home province? I don't understand. Well, wonders will never cease. Summer Lions, eat him again. He's still... Oh, he's lost an eye. But I think that's because of the eye of aiming. Yeah, irremovable. So he's actually losing attack and defense and precision from having his eye gouged out by choice. He chose to put that eye of aiming in, even though he doesn't have Doesn't have a bow or anything, but we still eat him. Nothing to worry about. And they're very angry. If a god keeps dying over and over again, he gradually loses magic paths and dominion strength. So don't just throw your god away whenever you can, thinking it's fine, he's immortal. He is, but he isn't. There's plenty of ways to kill a god. Yeah, Ludwig casts suicide. Alright, I don't know why you're sending heavy cavalry at me. Although the underground province defense is not great, you're not going to beat me with heavy cav. At least not that small amount of heavy cav. San Francisco. Well known for my feelings on San Francisco, but it's just full of crummy barbarian scum. And barbarians do not beat skeletons, because barbarian attack density is not strong enough to overcome skeletons. Although they do beat draconians. Yeah, do not fight barbarians with draconians. You're going to have a bad time. Yeah, I'd rather not lose them. They're easy enough to bring back, but that doesn't mean I want to lose my draconians. They're there for sieging, and they cost me air gems. At least there was an initial air gem cost. Oof. Steady now. Those arrows can really hurt my poor priests. They do regenerate, but yeah, arrows are a great way to deal with my priests, because they have no protection whatsoever. Unfortunately, the draconians are getting in the way of those archers, and in the way of everything else. Goodbye. Goodbye, my foe. Did they actually kill one of my priests? No, they just killed some draconians. Nothing fancy, but the concern of taking this was that they'll probably bring out some reinforcements from Rusty Bucket Bay. We don't have eyes on this, we don't know what they have, but we are well aware that Perabiote have an enormous army. I'm not particularly keen on having to deal with it. So now that we have this, and we have the supplies, and we have the Dominion to keep our troops from dying, there's a little bit of disease going around, but that will easily be solved through magical means. I want Banjo to erect a temple, I want our Draconians to make more Draconians, and I want Caleb to... I don't even know what. There's not a lot for you to do. Maybe just wait there. You've got a very good, strong, highly experienced sacred army here. Let's not throw their lives away, although I could take Gold Crags. Actually, Gold Crags is a good one to take, because I'm about to march on Mystery Lake. Can't imagine why I wouldn't manage in Mystery Lake. And if I have it plugged on the other side, I shouldn't need to worry about any enemy movement around there. Do I send in my healthy amount of Draconians to secure this? I do. Of course, the Rusty Bucket Bay is a concern, but that's a concern I can deal with. Do the holes actually line up there and there? If I do maximum zoom in, that's the difference in distance. Maximum zoom in. Yeah, I guess it does line up. Fancy that. Okay, so other than build the temple, there's not a whole lot for these guys to do. Maybe just preach together. Those who preach together, something together. Cassandra Classic is fine in Aberdeen. I believe my idea was for Mr. Mazing with you, right? Fortification is busted. Sima Yi is dying. Disease. Oh, don't tell me this is one of those disease sites again. How do the army look? Diseased skeletons. It's not supply usage problems either. Maybe it's just from being on the war march. It's not a big deal. Sima Yi can take a breather. Thinking about it. Yeah, once this is taken, and you guys are going to be the ones to take it, go and storm the castle. Sima Yi, Mr. Kiwi. How are you doing anyway? Alright, here's the idea. Sima Yi, hand over all the skeletons you can over to Mr. Kiwi. The rest of the skeletons go there. And Sima Yi, you are going to retreat up to Diego Garcia. Get yourself healed, get yourself more skeletons. Mr. Kiwi, you better hang around. You've got the supplies for everybody, so maintain the siege. Minette in Aberdeen, just get preaching. Cassandra Classic. Not quite in a position to move on Mr. Maze just yet. Did I see all the different fights, by the way? Killed Militia, Dominion change in Johto. Oh, that's weird. Okay, Numidia's giant fortress is complete. Albania's breach. Terrain has changed. Ah. Guaralhos has now become a dense forest. People have left. Diego Garcia, again, dense forest. So this is what happens when I keep going with heavy growth scales. We're turning places into forests. I know that Guaralhos was a farmland, but what was Diego Garcia? I thought it was just a plains beforehand. I don't mind forests, though. Forests have extra resources. What I want is for Coromandel, Malastar, Old Forest, Rio Grande, just everything around Övanhamn to become a forest, because I need the resources to train more troops. And for some reason we can use the wooden resources of trees to make, you know, fancy metal armor. Actually, magical armor. I guess forests are teeming with life. It's surely going to be teeming with magical life. Yeah, let's go with that, shall we? Right, these defenders, get them on getting me the long deads. Clubber Seal, you just wait there. I'm sure there'll be units for you to pick up in due time. And now I finally think I'm going to stop recruiting more and more of my indie priests. The indie priests are very powerful. From a power perspective, I should be recruiting them forever. But they're getting to be a bit much to manage. Constantly having to move them around, assign them to animating skeletons. I think I have enough skeletons not to need to worry about that so much right now, or at least one can hope. So this is probably the last batch of moving around these indie priests, at least for concentrating them in one place. I may still need them down the line for now, though. Get to regenerating. Cassandra Classic. If only I had water access, so I could send my skeleton army to take the waters for me as well. Can you generate new magic sites? The magic sites are already there. They need to be searched for, though. There are some rare ones that can appear, but there's a limit to 8 sites in any one area, no matter what. I believe that's a hard limit. Although that was the case in Dominions 5. Maybe it changed in Dominion 6. Anything's possible, right? Dui Foucault, you go and search there in Cornwall. I think I'd actually erect more temples here. Oh, we've got an ancient temple here. How potentially convenient. Barbarians of San Francisco, keep the place alive. Regular militia of New Vegas. Greater Denmark seems fine, could be finer. Skeleton Army. Skeleton Army's taking a bit of attrition, but not too much. I could bring you over to City of Tears. Start sieging that down. Seems fine. The Draconians have taken quite a lot of attrition along the march, and the Skeleton Army is also a little lacking in places. What do I do with that in mind? Do I grab yet more of my skeletons and bring them down? Also, how's that research going? Hey, we got the construction. Right, Dolce. Make me a skull face. That's weird. How was that? Oh, right, I had 48 skulls. Okay, right, get me that skull face. With that skull face, I can cast a very important spell, but my sudden thought is Dolce is becoming a very, very important death mage for me. So important that I'm going to locate one of my very expensive earth mages and have them forge you Armor of the Knights and it's 3 magic to make Iron Face. What's a really good helmet that I have access to? Well, you'll have the Skullface helmet on, won't you? Yeah. Trying to think of anything else I can do to keep you safe and not have you die on me, Dolce. You're already dead, so Twiceborn is a bit of a waste. Ugh, I think the protection from a helmet and some armor will be fine. You've got plenty of hit points. You'll be okay. Right, Ohio Man, just get preaching, since we already have our... Ooh, Woodhenge Druid again. We already have access to those, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, keep the preaching going. What about Yuna, Kruzak, Worm, Sarawai, Bruschetta, and Alien Arachnon? I think I'd have them ready to jump on the maze. Vine Men, Leogryphs, Minotaurs, Sword Champions. Not a lot of them, though. It's a little risky to send Cassandra Classic's severely fatigued army of skeletons over there. But I think I will because I really want the maze down and fast. I think between them, our units will be successful. I have no reason to think that they wouldn't. Their flying guys are going to come from my guys. The feeling is mutual. Hold an attack and keep my commanders safe, long deads. Alright, this could backfire, but I really want Mr. Maze taken down so that there's just nothing left of Bangashawar. That's the dream. Ooh, you know what? Mr. Kiwi could move on out. Taking the province should be fine, and I could really do with the extra skeleton power over here. Yes, extra skeleton power sounds good. Okay, we're moving on out. I just want this whole area secured. Question is, don't I want forts? My thought is that Oberdeen, Lake Hylia, City of Tears, I'd love Water's Edge as well as a fort just to make a line of forts, but these three largely secure the area. If there is a counterattack, them having to go through this would be great. That's assuming that I have the provinces, but I can assume that. Wish we knew what this throne was. Can we make an educated guess? Looks like a tier 2 throne. Silver throne? First age throne? Magic resistance. Magic. It won't be Throne of the Moon, that's already taken. I'm willing to believe it's the Silver Throne or the First Age. Maybe First Age, given all the ghouls that there are there. Ghouls, huh? My skeleton army would take care of this. But I've gone and split up my skeleton army. Do I want you over there? Would I rather not have you take on Lochel? I think it's a little risky sending you into the City of Tears. There's not going to be enough of you to make a very quick siege, and they could bring in reinforcements rather quickly. What am I to make of this? I'm to make of it that I still have 2,900 skeletons around here without too much to do with their time. Let's go and bring in some more skeleton commanders. There we go. Get you down to Diego Garcia. That way you'll be able to command the undead army. And then blitz me back Sardinia. Notably, it looks like Camdonia is in trouble with Perbiote. Perbiote has Jolly Roger and has Netherlands in 10 years under siege and has Lake Biwa under siege. I actually think that Perbiote is ending up being my nemesis in all of this. While I've been busy faffing around here, he's been conquering well more than half of the map. I'm not saying I'm scared, but it is cause for concern. Go and check out... Well, Scouts is already searched by you. You just hang around and research. Banjo. Go and check out Pearl Harbor. Which means Tarkin Rex isn't really needed for more searching. Just get researching there. Kubos, you go and site search. Baron von Ownership, you continue the reanimation. Also, more mages, please. If I have a fort, it should be cranking out my death mages. We have the money to support them. So get them out there. Strong utility in them. Right, Yosuke, you made it down. I've got an army for you. Oh, that's right, I already took the White Sea with skeletons. Okay. Well, Yosuke is still an excellent leader of troops, but maybe this is a better place to have you. So just wait around here. Also give me back those boots. Those belong to my god, Grimsby. What map size is this? Very modest sized, non-edge scrolling map. But it's for a four pretender free-for-all. It's what I wanted, it's what I've got. Right, get searching for the nature and the astral while you're there. The rat. I've largely got all this place aggravated with additional temples, but get down to Albania. Or preach there. Now, this guy's dominion is going to vanish when he loses his last province. I don't think it's a big deal to focus heavily on the preaching. Binky J in Bangashawar. Why are you even here? Oh, you were site searching, weren't you? Get back to researching then. Okay. I really miss doing astral site searching. It's a huge drain on astral pearls, but my, does it really bring in the goodies. I actually am very tempted to do a large load of death gem conversion. I want a lot of them. I have a ton of nature gems that I'm not doing anything with. So actually, let's do Carcass Collection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, how many is that? It's about 50 death gems. I'm happy enough with that. Alteration is working its way through for, I forget what, maybe darkness or something. Alright, keep it going, keep it moving. Could you play a 50 factions map? If you did, would it run okay? 50 factions. I think it would take a very long time per turn, but yes. I had a map once that was the entire map of the Earth. It was thousands of provinces. Yeah, you could do that. I wouldn't want to do that. The moment you have more than 50 or 100 provinces, just managing everything becomes tear your hair out levels of 4x. But you could. It'd also be very hard to keep a match going until a victor, because who's going to want to play when they own 500 provinces? Dire Portent. Ooh, STJ is putting down another global. Nothing found, nothing found. More Summer Lions. The Maze. Do we take this siege for ourselves? The siege was currently being done by a fair mishmash. But I really think that Camdonia is having a bad time. They probably ran into that army with Perabiote and came out the loser. Which is why I'm quite confident in an engagement like this. Yeah, Draconians have got this sorted. Draconians no like fire, but too bad. Also, Draconians can't be trampled by their bull people, which is handy. Who the hell just exploded? We got to see that again. So they had a fire mage that cast Phoenix Pyre. I'm going to guess it was you? Or potentially you. They've done Lesser Flame Ward. You've gotten Large. Phoenix Pyre, it's you. Phoenix Pyre is a very interesting spell. This unit will explode and instantly resurrect as long as this unit is not unconscious from high fatigue. This is an excellent troll spell to put on one of your thugs or super combatants because yes, when they die, they explode in a massive fiery blast. Well, we'll be able to see it, won't we? Wait, you summoned salamanders? Huh. Not something I see often. Classic tool in the Super Thug toolbox in Dom 3. Yeah, Death Explosion is cool. And they're already running, so we should just let them run. But I bet we snipe them before they get out of there. That or this other one managed to put down Death Explosion. No, the other one is just dead, I think. So this one here gets sniped by this Draconian. So the Draconian hit the... wrong one here. Draconian hit that priestess in the body for 23 damage, feeble-minding them and then killing them with poison. But then they exploded. All of these Draconians ate this fiery explosion, some of them significantly worse than others. This one got Battle Fright. Not unsurprising. And then they're still trying to retreat, but they respawn randomly on the map. They've done so over here, the Stay Peasant. They're also poisoned. Feeble-minded. But they're still Phoenix-Pyred. When you get Phoenix-Pyred, you gain, I believe it's 50 fatigue, but looking at this number, 159? Maybe they increase the amount of fatigue you get from it. If you have over 100 fatigue, you're unconscious, so they're actually just lying there. And, yep. This Draconian had the bright idea to go and kick the landmine. But they're dead for good now because, as the text said, if you die whilst unconscious with Phoenix Pyre, you don't get back up because it's exhausting. Wounding my Draconians, but I don't think overall killing many of them. Yeah, the Long Deads came off worse than Draconians. Worm stole some scale mail. Good on you. What else is going on? Yeah, there are so many cool things in this game, Rainy. And you don't even realize it. There are so many cool things I don't realize. And then you try it and you go, wow, that's really cool. Anyway, what do we have going on here? Nothing special. Just drown them in skeletons. That was City of Tears, right? Yeah, nothing special. I'm more interested in breaking down this fort here. Battle in Albania. Benga Shawar is not happy with me trying to siege them down, and once again brings out Ludwig Bavaria, the Master Lich. Why is he respawning here, though? I don't understand. Albania is not his home. Maybe he doesn't have the kind of immortality that... No, it says return to his home province. Why is this his home province? Is there Dominion 6 way of changing your home province? Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's food for my lions once again. Hold on. Did he actually... I think he lost that eye thing that he had. Yeah, he had a thing stuck in his eye. Looks like he lost it on his latest reincarnation, but now we've crippled him. Crippled Ludwig. Anyway, point is he's dead, as he should remain. Very unhappy that I keep killing their god. There was a battle that we were privy to in Lego Island. Parabiote versus... whatchamacallem. Parabiote are good, though. Really good. I underestimated these shamblers because, hell, they're shamblers, but... Masters of Blood, fairly good skills, overcharged, thunder weapons. Scary guys. We engaged with them and we got hammered on our northern offensive. First they killed my shamblers, then they killed my skeletons, then they killed my leadership. The losses for me were enormous. They could have been in trouble if they wouldn't for their shamblers there. All in all, a fairly minor skirmish. Mystery Lake, double battle. Oh god, I have to fight both of them. Right, this is me testing out my mid-battle skeleton idea. So how does this work? The Soul Vortexers are the ones that have the circles around them. And the idea is they're going to drain the fatigue off of their bodyguards and use that to fuel more hordes of skeletons. And if the bodyguards ever get injured from that, they will regenerate because I have these priests over here casting Blessing to have everybody regenerate, or at least all my sacreds regenerate. So the idea is you here, you've already got 50 fatigue. When you cast Horde of Skeletons, you're going up to 72 fatigue, but you're able to do it again, 94 fatigue. Do it again, 112, and then you should be draining the fatigue of those around you. It's not happening nearly as much as I'd hope, though. Oh god, and you're going off script and doing things like invulnerable. Even so, though, we do drown our enemy in skeletons. Another thing worth considering is that thanks to the Skull Staff, it's less fatiguing for them to cast Horde of Skeletons. But yeah, you're actually hurting your friends here. I am seeing your fatigue going down, but is it enough? Soul Vortex sucks hit points. No, Soul Vortex also sucks fatigue. But maybe I need to check the numbers on that, because that didn't seem all that effective. Get those blessings going, get those skeletons going. God, I just love seeing the walls of skeletons. Skeletons beat trolls, that's for sure. Because the trolls are one to a square, they get harassed by multiple enemies to attack. I mean, these skeletons are just going to get ripped to shreds. Ripped to shreds. There we go, ripped to shreds. But when you're backed by many, many, many hundreds of other skeletons, does it really matter? Good heavens, I like what I see. It's lots of skeletons. Yeah, they go off script, don't they? Not happy with that. There were some mods in Dominions 5 that made off-script mages considerably better at using offensive spells rather than doing self-buffing. Even so, though, love the skeleton army. Love them so much. I did have a priest die. He must have got soul vortex to death, which is weird, because he should have had regeneration. Okay, never mind that. The Golden Crags. I decided to strike out for this. Oh god, why did I think Draconians had the ability to see in the dark? I don't. Does still have the ability to kill my enemies, but I really thought Draconians could see in the dark. Right, Fortress of Albania, you're going down. Summer Lions, do what you do best. That's so unfair. I feel for my enemy, because that is monstrously unfair. Right, who is our main commander there? the sleeper. Summerline hit them with a bite in the body, and away they go. Good. Holy fire from a malicious pretender god has been striking our troops. 11 units were wounded, 32 were killed. Oh god, I forgot about something, didn't I? Yes, I did. We'll look at that momentarily. Brigands, Astral Pearls. Mr. Maze is severely damaged. Severely damaged in City of Tears. Canada has now become a dense forest. That could be considered good. Suddenly migrated over to Mermaid Island, huh? Probably away from Canada, right? Done with living in Canada. I'm going to live in the sea. Okay, good for you. So, there is a global that's pretty dangerous to me, and that is Purgatory. All hostile undead beings will get smashed for 18 armor-piercing fire damage. So having my skeleton legions here in my enemy's dominion is hurting. It's a weak dominion and it already caused a lot of pain for me. Not a big fan. Spearmen, fire snakes, neophyte, X-arches. Bad news for my skeletons. Fire snakes are bad news for me as well. We don't like dealing with fire snakes. Can you guys deal with fire snakes? I think the fire damage would be a little monstrous for you. But you might be able to handle it fine. Question is what else is on the other side of Rusty Bucket Bay. Not so sure I want to use a strike force like that. I'll put down a bit of province defense here. Otherwise we will pull back. Yeah, you guys as well. And we'll see what our foes want to do from there. Yeah, I'll leave them be. I'm a little miffed that there's a lovely death gem site there on Deep Wagor, but I need more information before I go plodding into my enemy's lands. Right, Albania. It fell, it's mine. That means the rat is there to erect a temple. I want the maze to fall real soon. That way we'll be able to take out the final province held by Bangashawar. Also definitely want some province defense here, since Albania seems to keep respawning their god. Get the units over to the maze, that should be fine. There's a laboratory here, and that means I want you to have a bit more supplies. Also, I don't need an owl quill, nor do I want you having a thunder whip out there. Use your golden axe instead. On top of that... You there, Jack Daniels. Where's my pills of water breathing? Don't have any. Alright, later on you'll get some then. I want you to go and plant a temple in the White Sea as well. The further my dominion spreads, the better the effects of my gift of health on my own units. Alright, how about all you guys? Mystery Lake's burning you. I'd like Sardinia back. But I know the more that I fight Camdonia, the easier a time Peribiote is going to have, and Peribiote are my big foe. There's all of this to chew through of Peribiotians. However, I have some other things on my side, that is including Dolce. Finally, with the skull face, can at long last cast Well of Misery. Womp, womp, womp. That's okay, that's what alchemy exists for. There we go. Get me that Well of Misery. Get me those vast number of death gems every turn. And these other guys, since I have so many of those nature gems, I really think Carcass Collection is the best thing you can do. Slaughter animals, give me death gems. Additionally, no good reason not to erect my skeletons. This is a pretty good track from the Dominion 6 soundtrack, but overall I felt the Dominion 6 music was lacking compared to Dominions 5 and even 4. Let's see, all of you guys just preach together, be ready for anything striking you, maybe even patrol together. Certainly patrol better if we have some actual units out there, but since preaching doesn't do much for you, yeah, just patrol. Let the crummy province defense go first, and then let the righteous followers do their magic. Cornwall is searched. Blue Moon Canyon needs searched. New Vegas needs a temple. Banda Shawar is searched, so just get researching unless I want to forward check Ohio. do want to forward check Ohio. More death gems or more better gems. Urango McBain and Banjo get searching Pearl Harbor. Best Marvin and Lego Island. So there was a battle in Lego Island. It's good to keep my eyes on Camdonia. Good to keep my eyes here in general. I'll know if there are Camdonian resurgence coming along, and I'll know if Camdonia itself gets put under siege. But yeah, there are so many holes in this. If it weren't for the underground, I could just push through all of this. But knowing that there's an underground to navigate as well, we're not safe until we get through and plug Macau. Also, that's a lot of units to plug over in Macau. The death gems in Ohio are just vats of fructose corn syrup. Ugh, I get ill just thinking about that stuff. Right, Kubos, get searching in Skalitz. Victor and friends now. That purgatory is serious business. It means that I cannot just take a skeleton army over to Camdonia and destroy them with that. The exception to that, of course, is if my own dominion is present. And my own dominion is notably present in City of Tears, and Sardinia is notably very weak on enemy dominion. So do we just charge into Sardinia? High Priestess, Giant Castle, Flail Champions, Leogryphs, Pale Ones. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Besides, I have a bajillion skeletons. I'd be loath not to put them to good use. Imagine if I've gone for undead leadership on my my bless. Could have had so many more skeletons activated at any one time. There's also an idea that says take some Summer Lions. The Summer Lions could flank through the lines rather nicely. And that's actually a pretty good argument. Frostitute, you sound like a good person to have some Summer Lions. Same with you, Jamed and from the inn. Have to keep in mind that these guys do not have Blessing activated. They are nothing but hordes of skeletoners. Maybe I should make one that includes self-blessing. Or I could bring some priests to do the blessing. Heavens knows I have plenty of priests. I think I prefer that idea. Yeah, you guys get horde of skeletoning. And I want you to bring some priests with you on the war march. Go over to the Rockies first. You won't need any... Hold on, where's my preaching? There we go. Also, I want it to be even more blessing, if you don't mind. Shift, Control 2. Oh, that was Control 1, wasn't it? Control 2, da-da-da, da-da-da. Yeep. There we go. That's a lot of long deads, huh? Right, long deads on the back. Summer Lions on the front. Don't want to lose those Summer Lions, but they've got pretty good abilities of staying alive. It's a shame they go in such small contingents, but fortunately for me, morale is not a consideration for my Summer Lions. They are mindless, they will not rout, unless their commanding leadership is gone, of course. Right, get you guys stuck in there. That should be fine. Bless, bless, bless. Hordes of skeletons. Get marching to Rockies, then Sardinia. Of course, the argument here is for you guys not to hang around here, but instead head up north or just generally anywhere else. But no, head over to Sardinia. Get the party started ahead of time. Best Marvin. Wait and keep an eye on Lego Island. The maze will fall next turn, or at least it will crumble next turn. Then we take it the turn after, and that is the end of Bangshawar. They'll live on in the name of their capital, which notably we are stealing air, water, astral, and nature gems out of. Well, stealing, requisitioning. Let me think. We will have a ton of death gems coming in. Here's the question. Do I want to Wraith Lord? People always say, oh, Jake, but you always Wraith Lord. And then I say, but Wraith Lords are really good. I like Wraith Lords. These provinces should definitely have... Saren to help out. Saren, get over to Canada. Senator Armstrong, you construct a laboratory, get labs on these and crank out yet more of my beloved death mages. Frostitute, do you think they charge more to say winter is coming? Probably. We have unlimited income. It's a good thing inflation isn't in this game. Well, almost unlimited. We've found a limit to the gift of nature's bounty in the past. This isn't all explored and site-searched. There's a strong argument for doing more site-searching. We don't have Worm that walks yet, do we? No, I've got 3 lords and I'm less interested in those. Worm that walks is a high-level alteration skill, isn't it? No. Thaumaturgy? Yeah, Christ, Thaumaturgy. High Thaumaturgy. Not sure it's worth even going for. The evocations probably are. Let's at least get some low-level evocation and Thaumaturgy going for access. Crystal Fields is probably very takeable. My Undead versus Springhawks, the matchup is favourable to me. The problem is there are so many of them. We're saying use my entire skeleton army to take the Crystal Fields. And even then, it's not guaranteed to work, is it? But it might work. I mean, all these guys aren't doing much other than researching. Imagine if they took all these skeletons, took the Crystal Fields, and what if it's a really good throne? What is it expected to be? Under here, it's not going to be thrown to the sun, but it could be thrown to the First Age. Could be this. It's probably the Silver Throne, right? It'll be a high-level throne, no doubt, with 450 units, including Springhawks. And Springhawks melt through skeletons, but at least it's only single target. Contemplating it. The thing is, this undead army would be pretty cool to just come crawling out of the ground right here and then instantly besieging the Vasa. I don't think it's worth taking away the strategic importance of my army of skeletons just to take an unknown throne. I think it is much better to position myself to come emerging out of the yellow caves. Once Camdonia is down, and I don't need to fear their purgatory dominion, that is when all hell breaks loose and we charge down Perbiote. That's what I'm thinking. Complaining about always having Wraith Lords, next they'll complain about always making cannons in EU4. Wraith Lords are so good, though. They got a lot worse in Dominion 6 due to Spirit Form, but they're still great. It's the fact that they can attack, they can do magic, and they're immortal. The immortal is the big cherry on top. Yay, there we go. An unnatural vigor has come upon the people of the world. Their woes, their pains, their very mortality is being sucked away from them. The Black Lamb Grimsby, god of despair, he who is at the center, prince of the spring, the divine shepherd, has opened a well of misery, making himself the sacrifice, drawing all ills to his throne, providing false hopes to the righteously smitten. The coming of the Black Lamb of Övanhamn is one of the omens of the end, unless the unholy well dries out. The prophecies state that Grimsby, god of despair, the divine shepherd, will ascend the heavens and lock all pretenders' souls and bodies in the pit of Tartarus. Good job, Grimsby. You're our sacrifice. Okay, so they are coming for me over in Gold Crags. I did reinforce it with this in mind, and I would love to just shoot those fire snakes dead. Nice counter to snakes, right? They're not particularly fast. Just shoot them dead with arrows, because they don't have any ranged attacks. They're not ethereal either, unlike the summer lions. So yeah, give me lions over snakes any day of the week. Oh, who's this joker? Who's this stray righteous follower here? Well, he's a very dead righteous follower. I actually think he died to friendly fire there. There we go. Jake does not like dealing with fire snakes. Because that fire fang, armor piercing, 12 magical fire damage. Pretty scary. And on top of that, if they get their venomous fangs in, strong poison as well. Yeah, get your fiery snakes away from here. Why did I even have a single righteous follower? Must have retreated. Couldn't have been righteous enough. Alright, so I decided to see what my skeletons could do over here. Notably, the Purgatory does not affect skeletons risen in combat. So these skeletons, these ones here, do not get affected by that fire. Of course, they don't persist after battle, but that's not my problem. My problem is that I have too many bulls and not enough patties for my burgers. These bulls are good. I would know, I was playing around with them earlier. But they cannot defeat an endless army of skeletons, not without backup. We did get defeated by them with our skeletons before. But it wasn't as endless as this. I wonder if I can spy any of my injured priests. Yeah. I guess we got a bad roll on soul vertexing one of them dead. But yeah, soul vortex is not working the way I'd hoped that it would. I really thought I'd just be able to drain all of the fatigue off of my foes and that would be fine. But I guess if you want to use hordes of skeletons the way I'm wanting to, communions is probably the way to do it. Communion means you just share the fatigue cost on other lesser mages. And the path boosting also means that you get a lot less fatigued from casting it. Yeah, good job. Those righteous followers, I think, only died to soul vertexing. Better keep that in mind, huh? Lego Island. So, Camdonia, Perabiote. This is Perabiote. This is Camdonia. Yeah, Camdonia's number is not looking so hot. This is rather anemic. We certainly fought much larger than this. We certainly won against much larger than this. He's bringing in giant trolls as well. Forest Giant. Forest Giant does not regenerate, though. He will get hacked apart if given the opportunity. His golden bulls are so cool, right? So much protection. Even if they meet something that they can't trample, they Morningstar and sword it. They go berserk. Really cool. Of course, they have weaknesses. Everyone has weaknesses. In this case, his defense skill is non-existent. Is there a noticeable improvement in the AI from Dom 5 to 6, says Bouncing Buffalo? Or they said that like 10 minutes ago and I neglected to check it out. I don't know. They're certainly a lot better at recruiting good units. In Dominions 5, without some mods, the AI would recruit, 1,000 militia. And I just really worked against them, because then you slaughter the militia effortlessly and the rest of their units rout due to the losses that they've overall taken. So they're certainly better at recruiting units. As for fighting, I don't know. The mage AI actually feels worse. Wait, where is this? Oh, Mystery Lake. I didn't reinforce Mystery Lake, but I didn't particularly care either. Spy was found and destroyed. Canada has its giant fort at the ready. Giant fort to get me some more... I don't have the lab yet. Sarin, construct me a laboratory. Alexandria, stop making these, make these. And you just get me some long daddies. So Maze is breached, Tears is breached, Sardinia is being destroyed. Sardinia, troops are starving. Wait, what? What troops? Oh, of course, we do have bodyguards out there that will be hungry. Worth keeping in mind. I've got some more troops coming along that are also going to be hungry. Also, here's the Well of Misery. We can't see it under all of the skeletons, but it is sucking in all of the world's misery. And that means Dolce is drowning in death gems to cast whatever you want. I mean, I did go all this far to get myself some Wraith Lords. Can Wraith Lords cast Darkness? I think Darkness is a Death 4 spell. So actually having Wraith Lords around even simply to cast Darkness in combat is probably very good. But can't you not boost for things that are a certain level? Ah, but I give them Skull Staffs and everything is okay. Right, it's all coming together now. So I'm not going to use Wraith Lords quite how I used them before then, right? I'll probably pull back a lot of my Skull Staffs that I had here. Doesn't change the fact, though, that I want you to get me out those Wraith Lords. And since I'm still drowning in nature gems, I want you guys to continue to do carcass collection for me. Senator Armstrong, there's not much for you to do. Just continue the research over there. The nether is fine. The golden crag's held out. I do feel like a counterattack is in order, though. I let these guys walk over me too much, and I can't be having that. Caleb might not be the greatest leader of my guys, but they have plenty of morale, plenty of experience, and I think the time has come to finally seal the underground for my favor for good. How does that work for me then? You guys can't get there in one shot. You can go to the Deep Wagger. You guys go and also join the Deep Wagger. My skeleton army should march out for this. Yes, I don't think I need all of you guys leading the skeleton army. Let's leave the less experienced ones back here to continue researching, and the more experienced ones, let me think. I suspect we don't need these sword champions anymore. I kept them around in case things got a little hairy out here, but we have long gotten past the point of hair. So you guys get out of here. They're probably going to get in the way when it comes to assigning people. Yeah, not all of my plans end up being used in a campaign, but I like to have the plans at the ready. Bison, I specifically want... No, not you. Zabulba, actually. You take all these crappy units that I don't want anybody holding on to. That's not them, though. And there's also some Bardish warriors. Take them. Okay, now it's nothing but skeletons up here. So I can grab these guys and just go skeleton, 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 skeleton. You get the idea. There's a lot of skeletons, and this is just the strategic use I wanted for them. Dyslexia gets skeletons, Lieutenant Surge gets skeletons, Karth gets skeletons, Baron gets skeletons, Orbulon gets skeletons, Leaf gets skeletons, DJ has skeletons, but can have a few more. Mogre gets skeletons, Uela gets refreshed with skeletons, Step Tank gets some additional skeletons. That's a lot of skeletons. Somebody is a little lacking on their skeleton numbers, and it's blue. Abadi Abadai. Alright. Mighty skeleton warriors, be ready for yet more hordes of skeletons. Actually, don't I want blessing as part of this? What would blessing achieve? It would only really achieve regeneration, which they shouldn't need to begin with. So yeah, hold your skeletons is fine. Yes, we're going to the Caves of Madness. Go... Yeah, just get yourself over to the Caves of Madness. You all travel at the same speed anyway. The rat. Get preaching over there. We need some preaching done. Get some site searching done. Get some site searching done. Dom 4 music's so nice. I even bought the CD from the band Drom a few years back. Yeah, it is showing up as Drom. Unfortunately for me, it's all licensed stuff. I make negative money whenever I stream Dominions. Make no money on this at all. I gotta let them take control of my videos and run whatever ads they want. It's a sad state of affairs. But the music is too good. The music is part of what makes the Dominions experience what it is, so I will just chew on that particular crumbs sandwich. Right, you guys are meant to go over to Sardinia. You are going to be low on supplies, though. What do we do about that? I could send over a couple of supply hauling individuals. Well, more than a couple. Bring a few. Actually, 2 should be fine. Because you guys have very low supply usage. You guys, it's actually pretty low already. Let's make it 3, shall we? 3 additional units bringing over supplies. Also worth noting, I've got a spare owl quill. Also worth noting, I forgot to give Dolce her armor. And she didn't forget her Wraith Lord calling. That's good. Greater Danes. Don't know what you're doing here. Just get back to researching for now. Oh yes, Sima Yi. Sima Yi was sent over there to hopefully recover. And Sima Yi is recovering fine. The disease is gone. Sima Yi just needs to get over his battle fright, and then he can conquer the 3 kingdoms with Jin. Yeah, I suppose so. Mogre, you just hang around there doing some preaching. Gamer Monk, Scissorman, Elghorn. Good call getting a lot of extra Draconians here. You'll be very good at alpha striking out and helping out with the Vasa, if it even needs it, because our hordes of skeletons are at the ready to pounce out. There is an argument that says, don't bother skeleton Caves of Madness, skeleton for Macau and Vasa. But I have a funny feeling I need to just have a single front with Parabiote, because they have such a massive Abyssian army. I can't really afford to have them engage me on their terms. But the underground I control very well, because I've got all these defensive fortifications to slow them down. Even if they poured all thousands of their units here, what are they going to do? They're going to go Nether Mines or Nether or Caves of Mira or Lightless Lantern, and that siege will give me time to manipulate my army, and most specifically my god. It might seem like Grimsby's not been doing much down here, but his whole purpose is to counter any large attack. Grimsby can cast Quagmire, Foul Vapours, and our Death Mages could cause Rigor Mortis, and that would break an entire giant army. The reason they're not going forward and doing that aggressively is because I don't know where the enemy army is. For all I know, he's got 1,000 units in Timbuktu, and they're just going to avoid me. So a lot of it is down to how you move your troops around in the bigger picture. At least that's my take on the situation. My take might be a whole load of horse crap. Let's get this place reinforced, though. We have the money. We have the means. There weren't any breaks in the siege, right? Terrain. Övanhamn. Ah, so our very own capital. This is good for us. Our capital becoming forest probably means more resources. Gates of Madness. More resources. Good. I want more of my righteous followers. Wait, did it increase the resources? It says resources 5 here. Ah, but you're sharing it between Diego Garcia, Canada, and Övanhamn. So I'm hoping that the places that are exclusively being sucked by Övanhamn become forestry for extra resources. Interesting. Also never got down to Old Whale Bones. There's certainly a place for another temple down there. Senator Armstrong, you're not doing much else. Please get me another set of air-breathing pills. God, I wish I had a water mage going about. Well, I do have a water mage. His name is my god. But since I have so many water gems, there is an argument that says get yourself some sea trolls. That'll give me a half-decent water mage to use. And he's going to generate me additional water gems. And he's good enough for going into water expeditions. It's not sacred, though. No, just make do with the pills of breathing. By the way, who has them? Cassandra Classic does. Ah, I almost forgot to give the order to attack the maze. I'd rather just attack with my Summer Lions and not get anybody else involved, actually. That also frees up my units to go elsewhere. Do I think I could take on Lokel's 430 units with my army of skeletons? The answer is no. Do I think I could take them on if I also brought in my Draconians? Yes, but I don't want the losses. There's also a Mound Fiend in there. I might leave Lokel. Lokel actually serves a really nice defensive barrier between myself and Camdonia. Also worth noting, wouldn't this be Camdonia's... No, this will surely be Banco Shawar's Dominion. I was thinking, since they have Purgatory up, the ghouls here would die to the Purgatory effect. But I don't think Camdonia's Dominion will be reaching here. Or it might start now, but it's too little and too late. It's very late game. That army will melt, that army in Lokel. Yeah. I think I'd rather send in my main units, though. Then we crush this and I can easily move over to Obra Dinn. If I send in my... Draconians, I'm going to face a lot of Draconian losses. I might even lose. But my main army should go in and crush this, no problem. And then we move on to Obra Dinn. The thing is, my skeleton army is a bit locked down by the Purgatory. I can't really use them. It's all the more reason to get my own Dominion spread here. But yes, use my skeleton army to secure Sardinia once more. Main army moves in and slices them through from here. Draconians will still be needed, man. I said I was done summoning more Draconians, but you know what? We are getting more Draconians. On top of that, I am in a position to want constantly some more bags of wine. I have the nature gems for them, and I have the need for them, because Draconians need bags of wine to be effective, in my opinion. Otherwise, they eat up too many resources when going around. Hold and attack rear. Hold and attack rear. Where's my hold order? There it is. Just hold, lads, hold. Freddy freaking fish. Do I want you in Sardinia? Couldn't hurt. Actually, the demand on food could hurt, but I'm bringing over more. What about City of Tears? It's already broken. You can team up with your other draconian friends. Oh, but we're still sieging. We're not storming this. We need to change that, unless I don't think I can storm it, but I think I can storm it. I think we'll be fine. Alright, nice offensive, but I do worry a bit about... Oh, hello, you have no Dominion here. That's good. That will not hit me with Purgatory. I know an old co-worker is more efficient when you give him a bag of wine as well. But our bags of wine are endless. The wineskin is enchanted with the power of creation, produces endless amounts of wine. It can feed up to 75 soldiers. How much wine do you need such that you meet the calorific needs of a soldier, let alone 75 of them? The thing that's a bit more believable, if we can call anything here, that is the enormous cauldron of broth. Refills itself. Not very popular, but it is filling. It doesn't look very nice, does it? Drink the green goo. Alright, looks pretty good for getting our way through here. Should notice that my enemy here is also using sea trolls. Did I come to an answer on getting myself some sea trolls? You know, those water gems are doing nothing else. Grimsby Man, get me the Sea Kings. God damn, I swear it was only level 3 needed before, now it's not. Alright, in that case, forge me a water bracelet booster, then you can get him and then hand over the booster as well. Pass around the booster seat for the kids. I assume the cauldron makes sawdust soup. No, it actually prevents starvation. Will you ever have enough Draconians, says Taciturn? Difficult to say. You can always get more of them because the leaders will summon more of their thralls. But they're decent units, and the best thing is there's no upkeep. If you had to pay upkeep on Draconians, maybe I would think twice about spamming out so many of them, at least until I have Gift of Health up, or a particularly good Riches from Beneath. There we go, the first Wraith Lord is in. Who's our Wraith Lord? It is Ryu. Ryu Hayabusa is here. I want you to have a Skull Staff, question mark? Less effective in combat. I would really like to have you around able to do darkness for the big fights, though. Maybe to that end, I give you my fancy boots, and I give you this. And I give you a bunch of death gems. I don't want to do that, though. I don't like the idea of giving him all those death gems. Here's the problem for me is... Darkness is a 4-gem expensive spell. 400 fatigue cost. You get knocked out and you'll start dying just from casting this. Yeah, he can actually die from fatigue from casting that, I think. But isn't there a thing that auto-casts darkness? I feel like there is a... Yeah, I used it in a Lanka playthrough, but maybe I don't have access to it. Maybe it's a unique item. But I swear there's something that auto-casts darkness in battle, and it's so handy. Yeah, it sounds like an artifact, doesn't it? Just like the one that auto-casts heat from hell. Yeah, because darkness is expensive, but it is very, very good, especially against a foe that can't see in the dark. So, I won't equip Ryu for doing that just yet. But one of the reasons that I have Wraith Lords is precisely that. I want to be able to have someone that can jump in, cast darkness on a battle, and that immensely empowers me. My sacred units get +2 strength, magic attack, melee attack, melee defense. Don't know if they get magic resistance or not. And the enemies get, I think it's -3 to everything because of darkness. And my skeletons are unaffected, so it will very much turn the tide on a big pitched battle. However, that's not what I'm looking at right now. Instead, I'm looking at my usual setup for my Wraith Lord friends, which is Soul Vortex, Invulnerability, and... Give me 1 horde of skeletons, because you no longer benefit from skeletal body. Due to spirit form, of course. And then, of course, just attack. Where do I send you out? I could have you raid. Could have you raid up north. Could raid as far as I can until you die, because then when he dies, he comes back to Diego Garcia. Although it's worth keeping in mind that due to spirit form, he will not be able to regain any damage taken from afflictions. He has to die to get rid of afflictions, which is fun and funny, I suppose. Get that carcass collection going. Nature gems are not so useful. Get back to the researching. Am I still making these guys? I thought I told you to stop. Making these guys, that's fine. Late game monkey blood summon does. Yeah, the Mandeja. So it wasn't an item, it was just the Mandejas. I understand now. Yeah, Mandejas autocast darkness. They are so good. Amazing super combatants. Wraithlords, Sions, you found Burial Mound. That sounds like death gems. Hey, so my foe down south was hiding all the death sites. The bastard. Sardinia. Looks like Perbayotti is not happy with me being here, but I'm not happy with Perbayotti, so drown them in, I was going to say skeletons, but Summer Lions works the magic. Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me, I'm 24 ethereal lions. It doesn't rhyme, it doesn't have to. Go, Draconians, go. Right. The maze. The maze. I came in, I stole the siege off of Perbayotti. Or was it Camdonia? It was Camdonia, actually. Never mind Perbayotti. The enemy's flying at me, right? So this is why I love to encircle my mages with my units here. In this case, these guys are on weight and attack closest. So when these flying buggers come, they just eat a whole load of broadsword. Although the guys in the back are feeling a little alone if their units are... Oi, get back here! The Summer Lions will do fine inside the fort. Keep the commanders alive. There we go. And that should be the end. Oh, what a horrible fate, right? You realize that this is coming on your front gate. You think, abandon ship, you turn around. Several dozen lions that are so hot. Their temperature is so high that you can spontaneously combust near them. Is anybody going to? Yeah, this guy did. Look at that. He's wearing an iron cap, a ringmail cuirass, and a shield. And yet he catches fire under that. Actually, I think it was an archer, wasn't it? Leather cuirass, leather cap. Igniting by sheer proximity. You just ask for death at that point. Just hug the lion as quickly as you can. Blood 8 spell, 133 gems for the Mandeja. Yeah, but blood gems scale a lot better than any other kind of gem, especially for Lanka. Lanka is so good at getting blood going. Right, the maze goes down, we take barely any losses, and the City of Tears. This is a skeleton army, is it not? Yes, it is. Skeletons, Draconians. It's cold, it's snowing, there's a lot of arrows coming my way, but my skeletons don't care. My Draconians do, but the skeletons don't. Why do skeletons not care about arrows? Because they are pierce resistant. The damage gets halved after armor checks. So if you do 16 damage and they've got 10 protection, it'll do 6 halved to 3. Some effects reduce damage before the armor check. Oh, I see somebody decided to use Phoenix Pyre again. Hang on, can we find them? Oh boy, someone set fire to a lot of my skeletons. Practically all of my skeletons. Good thing it's snowing, maybe. What is causing that? Who is doing this? So he's fire mages, no doubt, but I'm not convinced I understand what spell is being cast. Is there some burn the dead spell I'm not aware of? Seems exclusively reserved for the... Good lord. What a troll spell. Is it fire arrows? Not seeing a fire arrow enchantment on these guys. Seeing a lot of fireballs being cast, but it's good to know I'm killing their mage core. What the heck is that? Futaba Sakura, the sword lady. Well, I'm afraid you're going to die. Okay, looks like a lot of the skeletons are able to put their fire out, but as we say and say often, we don't particularly care about the skeletons living or dying. They're not there to live or die. Good lord. How many of you guys have Phoenix-Pyred? And don't say all of them. Okay, I think that's it for the Phoenix-Pyre enemies. No more horrible death explosions. My Draconians are freaking out. They're not very happy with this. I suppose I wouldn't be happy either if I was told to Alpha Strike a living hand grenade. Hello, Jake, says Chumro. I'm just dropping in to give you this morning DDR chatter an update. My little girl was born at 10:30 EST. I'm looking forward to her someday becoming another chat. Oh, God. Well, I should live long enough. Hey, look at this cheaty bugger. They're ethereal, so they can hang out inside the fort walls, but my benign troops can't actually get there. Yes, congratulations. If I remember the name that you were giving them, I don't remember the name. Was it Isabel? Alright, that was actually a hard-fought battle because of all those fire mages. It reminds me of when I played as a Fire Nation. I forget which one. Might have been Marignon. I don't think it was Marignon. Oh well. I was playing as a Fire Nation, and I was similarly in a cold, snowy location down to my last few guys. But through using a lot of fire and fire gems, I was able to win it and eventually turn the whole run around. And I was congratulated at the time for realizing the use of gems in combat. I was told a lot of veteran players shy away from using them. But it was do or die. I had little choice. Wow. 8 of them retreated into the fort. 10. Okay, that's not so bad. The skeletons don't retreat, but those Draconians certainly do. Holy fire from a malicious pretender. Killed 74 of my units. My poor skeletons. Wesnoth is getting diseased. Bango Shawar has just gotten Dominion changed. However, Ludwig II can bother me no more. The god of Bango Shawar has been permanently vanquished because he ruled not a single province. So he had Dominion, but no provinces. You need both to survive. Spy found and killed. Spy found and killed. Bess Marvin. Oh no! Not Bess Marvin. So our little summoned shade beast here. Only a stealthy 60. I would have expected them to be better. But they got discovered by the patrolling units here. And away they went. Okay, so want to use this here for later on. Somebody told... I claimed that the AI always knows where your spies are, and they patrol you out. And it's very unfair, because it makes spying on the AI next to impossible. And somebody said they don't think the AI does that. The reason that the AI always catches your scouts is because they invest heavily in province defense. Well, here you go. I've got a stealthy 60 unit, and they had almost no province defense. Why would they have been patrolling in the middle of their own lands with this army? I think it's because they knew that I had a shadow servant there spying on them. Normally you don't know where enemy spies are. That's why they're spies. Anyway, I could be wrong. I could have just gotten a very, very unlikely proc on the province defense. I just don't think so. There we go. Merbeast congratulating Chumro with that in advance tier 1 sub that will surely go to the wee girl. Isabel. Oh, I did remember correctly. Sweet. Yeah, why would he have been patrolling in Lego Island adjacent to Camdonia? I do not know. Right. Life is good. The enemy dominion is gone here. It will now be filled with my own dominion. That horrible death dominion that he had will phase away. That's what I'm really looking forward to. So get preaching, get spreading. Our dominion will cover this, but the enemy dominion is still vast. The enemy's lands are vast. I reckon Sardinia is where a lot of my skeleton army just got hosed, right? Well, he doesn't have dominion here. But his dominion could come and go, that's the thing. Do I just take everybody here and go on the warpath? Problem is the skeletons don't do very well at the sieging, do they? No, they do pretty terribly at the sieging, but I'll send them in anyway. Hell, what are they going to do? Well, die, probably. Right, City of Tears, I think, was the one that we managed but had losses in. Got some of my Draconians floating around. I think they're actually well worth picking up, so... Thrilla, Freddy, Wario, go and pick up the excesses. Pandy and Sabs. Actually, while you're here, Wario, grab a bottle of wine. My main army here is mostly skeletons. They're not particularly strong. In fact, this army is kind of shredded. It's last, I think. Get over there, and actually, I'm tempted to have you guys patrol so that you can army of, or just add undead into any fight that happens here. Congregate our undeads like so. Those that are defending, pick up the extra Draconians. Patrolling seems like a bad thing for a mage to do, but the idea of having them augment province defense with hordes of skeletons, I do like that a lot. Although having them do that with no bodyguarding seems foolish. Nice thing about long deads is that they can be ordered to guard a commander. Soulless are undisciplined, they cannot, even though Soulless are also just mindless undead thralls. The undisciplined tag is really quite nasty. I don't like it. But I don't have to like it. I just have to not play as EA Yomi. Alright, there we go. You guys are there to just horde of skeletons our enemies away. Hold down the City of Tears. Could also do with more Dominion here. Does that mean I take some of my printing press of skeletons from Diego Garcia and move them over here? Or do I raise myself some new ones? I tell you what, you're done preaching here. You get over there. Skalitz is now safely within my dominion, so all of you get over there as well. San Francisco lacks a temple. Godless heathens down there. This all looks fine. Mr. Maze is now mine, so get away from Aberdeen into the Maze. You guys seem fine. Hey, Pajama Sam lasted in the maze, or lasted as my spy for a good long time. Get those cowardly Draconians back in the front lines, and then we advance. But how and where? We can almost get to Lake Healy in one go. What's slowing us down? Summer Lions have good movement. You have good movement. The skeletons are fine, the Draconians are fine. Why can we not just go to Lake Healy in one go with everybody? Is Worm crippled? No. Ah, I see. It's telling me that the flying guys can get over there in a heartbeat, but the rest cannot. You're still a good collection of units, though. Very powerful mixed bag here. The skeletons probably have to wait, though. So I'm going to say, Mr. Kiwi, give your big old bowl of broth over to John Shepherd. Yeah, that's okay. And the two of you... Oh, that's right. Give up the pills of water breathing. We don't need that. Get ourselves a temple down here. Mr. Kiwi, you preach, because I really want my dominion over here. The rest of you are heading over to Greater Denmark with a view to taking Lake Hylia and Oberdeen. And it doesn't stop there. The war march must continue. Oberdeen falls, Lake Hylia falls. We take it all the way to Camdonia. And then we'll have to see how things end up evolving between ourselves and Perbiote. And you guessed it, I still want more Draconians. Guard the commander. Guard the commander. Take these guys on hold and attack rear. You guys have your cowardly wait behind everybody option. And then fly yourself over to somewhere. Oh, actually, that's a good bit of traveling. Storming the castle. There's no siege ongoing other than Sardinia, right? Good. Rest Pandy and Sabs then, as you don't have anything to do here. Summon some additional allies in the City of Tears. Should be very easy to keep defended. Caleb, good job on Deep Wagger. Gold Crags are ours, the Nether is ours. Underhome is moving into the nether mines. What do you guys feel like doing? You could take the iron caves. Umbor is sitting there untaken. I'm not thrilled about that. Maybe I'll just send out a small detachment to deal with that. I don't think I need all of these guys. Surely a few of you can take out Umbor. Hell, just step tank alone could probably take it. And the idea is the skeletons and you guys should be able to take down the rest of these. And then the underground is entirely mine, sans the crystal fields. Not too worried about the crystal fields though. Yeah, so grab all of you, including Erdnot Rex, and take the iron caverns. And hope that Perbiote don't have one of their 1,000 stack of Abyssians waiting to gank me here, because this would be a painful load to lose. Oh, Grimsby Man, excellent. Equip your booster and finally cast Sea King's Court. I've been wanting them for a long time, maybe. Don Paolo and Ruben, actually not you, just Don Paolo. Go and site search this. Ruben and Banjo, make your way over to Albania. This isn't adding up. Banjo, you get over to Aberdeen then. This place has already been searched by you, Dewey. So you get to researching. Aye. You also site search for fire and additional death. Kubos got diseased? How? I swear these diseases are popping out of nowhere. Kubos isn't old. Maybe there are some nasty death sites hanging around here. Or maybe high death just causes disease? I don't know. Point is, I'm not thrilled to see you diseased, but the disease should pass as long as you're inside my dominion, so get searching here, please. With that, we're good. This is a whole lot of extra oomph to give my army. I just wish there was more that I wanted to recruit other than just more mages. But mages are excellent for me, so I can't say no to that. This one has a laboratory but no temple, which we're currently erecting. Quite confident that Lochel will stop units from Oberdeen coming in here. But yes, getting up here, destroying Lake Hylia. There's a strong temptation for me to actually send in just the Draconians to begin the Lake Hylia slaughter. Because the Draconians have some excellent siege ability. 749. We'll have this thing popped by the time the rest of the army come along, and then that'll be sweet. Of course, there could be more enemies coming my way. We did see there was rather a lot of them in Lego Island. If they move into Lake Hylia, I'll be caught with my pants down my ankles. Let's be conservative with that in mind then. Anywhere undefended? Yeah, I didn't reinforce the White Sea. Didn't reinforce the maze. Sardinia's under siege, don't worry about that. But it's about to go, hopefully. Otherwise we look okay. Yeah, there are thrones, but it's conquer all. So what I did was, I set there to be thrones, but I set you to need 50 ascension points to win. You can't get 50 with just this. Because I wanted to have a fight where I actually have to tooth and nail destroy all of my enemies. And that is proving problematic, because I do think I could seize a throne win. I don't think it would be that hard. After all, we've got a throne right here. There's some easy-ish to access thrones hanging around for us. And of course there's the underground one that we don't have. But no, I wanted to well and truly destroy my enemies. Speaking of surging ahead for wins, there is currently a snooker English Open match between John Higgins and Oliver Lines. If anybody could tell me the current score for that, I'd be much obliged. Alright, alteration done. Another dire potent. The Eyes of God is up for STJ. God, you are proving to be the real problem around here. Wraithlords, Summer Lions, Draconians, searching and finding nothing. Iron Caverns fight. Clunk. Worth noting that the Abyssians do have partial dark vision, we do not, so they actually hold a bit of an advantage in this kind of fight. Only a bit though. Down they go, and it's our victory. Unpleasant draconian losses there, though. That's the thing. I want my draconians more for sieging than for that alpha striking, but if it were just the righteous followers, I think they'd get away with no losses there. But I want them the turn we arrive at the province. Oh, ooh, that was dangerous. The Longdeads were not told to hold in advance. They immediately left my Steam Shield mage on his own. Fortunately, the Zots were stupid in their attack there. Let's make sure the provinces that we are taking end up properly defended. Right, there's been a lot of back and forthing in the underground. At one point we were pushed all the way back to here. We couldn't even have Realm of Silence because a vampire lord rose up and took it from us. But with a lot of back and forthing and some actual very quick striking on the forts, the underground is now almost entirely ours. That feels good because we were doing very bad for a very long time on the overground if we didn't have the actual monetary income from here. And it was not insignificant. Okay, these are vastly inflated by Gift of Nature's Bounty. Actually, how does that work with the underground? You can't get underground forests. Maybe you get cave forests. The underground plane is a new addition in Dominion 6, so I'm not altogether familiar with it. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter, does it? Right, continue on, aid our friends. Although I think after Iron Caverns, you could alone take Gates of Madness. Maybe I should actually rethink this and have you pop up through Yellow Caves. Oh, also we've added yet more skeleton spammers to our abode here. You know what, you can join with some blessing, right? We don't have nearly enough blessings around here. Yes. The Caves of Madness will fall to this army, and it really won't take long. Yeah, do join in the castle storming. Blonk, blonk. And you guys go and seal off reinforcements from Macau. That causes problems with Deep Wagger and to a lesser extent Mystery Lake. But if I seal all of that off, the enemy can't do diddly. Or at least so I hope. I could always erect a fort in Deep Wagger. If I worry about it that much, why not put a fort on it? Step Tank, are you up for the challenge? Or maybe I could just make a crappy little champion guy here. Same amount of turns either way. Go there and erect me a fort. It's not the world's worst position for a fort anyway. Well, no, it's pretty bad. But I have the money and I really don't want to run into problems with them coming out and cheesing me off around here. I can also send over McCaskey to help out by erecting a temple. You'll be able to do a... Oh, M. Bison? Nah, don't send M. Bison. Send out Don Jarreau. Send out both of them for getting everything operational there. Gonna up the province defense in case we get ganked there. And Fat Slob. Fat Slob is our esteemed water troll leader guy. What's he called again? Sea King. Alright, make your way out of there up to the top half and then... I've kind of forgotten why I got you. If I do get access to this water, it would be nice to have you go around and do your magic, but sea trolls, despite their name, still don't fight that well in the sea. Their skills aren't very good. Right, you're over there for searching in Albania. We don't trust Albanians as far as we can throw them. I'm told it smells bad in Albania. Don't know how much of that to believe. Right, you guys are here with your skeletons, and look at how much our dominion is spread out here. Now that we don't have to care about Bang Chawar's dominion. That will get rid of their misfortune. That'll bring in my magic. Already is magic here. Bring in my growth. Kill off their heat. It's good. It's damn good. The rat. The rat gets the pills of water breathing to go into the White Sea. And while we're at it, we're going to give Dillis another pill of water breathing to get into the old whale bones. We'll get temples on both of those, help spread the dominion. Because the dominion is a fight in its own. If we check dominion rates here, Yeah, we're winning because of the takeover on Bangashawar, but Perbayote has not been letting their dominion fall. Theirs is still rising. This is a good indication that Cambodia is not long for this world. Not entirely at fault with O'Fay with snooker, but from what I can see, Higgins seems to have smashed the poor man 6-0. Last frame, lines did not put a single... Oh, man. So, my man Big Riggs, I would back him in any match. I think he's a top bloke, great snooker player, and just a class act altogether. But there's always a bit of me rooting for the underdog, and Lines, I believe, is world ranked 99, whilst John Higgins has been in the top 16 for 29 years. Undisputed. So it's a little sad to hear that he got bodied so hard. But hey, you know, one way to disrespect an opponent is not to put your full might into it. If I'm fighting somebody, I don't want them to hold back. But still, that's so brutal. 6-0. Best of 11. I guess they didn't get their money's worth, the patrons for that match. Right, I spent people around to grab some extra units. There they are. I was wondering where they were floating around. Pick them up. Same with you, Thriller Gorilla. Get your fan club. And bring them back to the City of Tears, pretty please. The rest of them are summoning additional allies. You guys are patrolling. It's really funny, right? The globals can make a huge impact. Gift of Health is making my units a whole lot tankier with hit points. Also helps regeneration. Mother Oak is drowning me in nature gems, and of course giving me yet more growth. Nature's Bounty is solving all of my money problems, and the Well of Misery gives me insane amounts of death gems. But Purgatory just stops my skeleton army dead. There is no way I march into hostile dominion with skeletons if they're going to be taking instant kill damage. 10% chance per dominion candle as well. That will be insane attrition and could just outright kill them all. Mind Burn. Ooh, I don't like that. I have astral mages, so I'm not too thrilled about being mind burned constantly by the strands of arcane power. The Eyes of God, I'm not even sure that does anything for the AI. I think they cheat anyway, and they can see everything. Cheating buggers. Alright, how are you lads doing? Pretty impressively. Maybe I'll say goodbye to the Soul Vortex idea. It was cute, but it's not working out the way I wanted it to. So if I see Soul Vortex, I remove Soul Vortex. Save Soul Vortexing for the Wraith Lords. There we go, and you would remember their name eventually. You know, I just use them so infrequently. How can I be expected to know and keep in mind the name Wraith Lord? Do wish this was easier. I'm glad you can just hold down copy-pasted commands, but an easier way would be so very welcome. Like, doing this selection and have a quick way to assign them all? I don't know. I'm evidently not a UX designer. Not a designer of anything anymore. Right. Contemplating going up to Old Bumbly Beach, for you see it is Camdonia's dominion that has Purgatory, not Perbiote's. I say Perbiote, I keep thinking probiotic. Madness. Do we go on a war march towards there? Mystery Lake is a direct connection to Bumbly Beach. It's also got a throne that I'd rather like. I want those astral pearls. So if we go Mystery Lake, clamp down Mystery Lake. Could take a big fight with them in the Netherlands, but the Netherlands almost certainly has what's-its dominion there. So I say take Mystery Lake and march on Bumbly Beach. I know just earlier I was talking about not opening up multiple fronts, but right now I'm all about opening up that can of whoop-ass on Perbiote. Evidently neither is whoever designed this mess. Known appreciator Dominion's Plo is around. Yeah, I want Lake Hylia. I guess we all just go charging into Lake Hylia, whether we have our units ready or not. Actually, how good is my siege strength without the Draconians? It's respectable, but I want the Draconians so I can one-turn pop the sieges. I just wish the Draconians wouldn't get involved in the battle. Maybe that wish can come true. Consider, if you will, moving all of my Draconians over to Conrad. Alright, this might... Maybe not all of them, right? Can still have some of them serve as guards. Not that many of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Ugh, not all of them. Whatever. So the problem with Draconians is they keep flying into combat, and I don't even want them flying into combat. It's nice, but it's too atricious. You know what? John Shepherd has a lot of spare command. I'll give them to John Shepherd. A way to stop them flying, from what I understand, is to give them a line formation. I'll give them double line formation, in fact. So you guys just double line on the back, and then your job is to hold and attack closest. That way they shouldn't fly in, and you guys shouldn't fly in either because you're just told to hold and stay behind the troops. This should be a much better battle formation. If I could also bring in my skeleton spammers, I have an ungodly army here. And my skeleton spammers aren't too far away. I wouldn't want them with the skeletons, though, because the skeletons combined with Purgatory don't work the way you want them to. Thinking about it, actually, I've got my skeletons right here. Do you think you could take Water's Edge on your own? I don't care that much about these skeletons. Tell you what, do this. Hold an attack closest. You guys just horde of skeletons. See if you can take Water's Edge on your own. I'm asking a lot of these guys, I know that. But I want them to. That way they can combine together here, and I have a more or less unstoppable army. It's stoppable, of course. There's 100 different ways to kill it, but that's not important. What's important is that they kill every last one of my enemies. Right, the site searching continues. Continue over to Pearl Harbor, please. In fact, you know what? I don't want to care about what you do. I'm going to have you do auto site searching. We're not at the point where it matters too much how effectively he moves. I just want him to keep searching whilst I do not much else. Lelouch and Jedevith are right here. These guys have more than enough killing power. I want you over with the other Draconians, please. And I want you to be enjoying additional bags of wine. I might think that my Draconian density is a little low up north, but that's what Gamer Monk, Scissorman, and Elkhorn are here to deal with. They constantly add yet more Draconians into the mix. And you know what? Why don't you guys also go up there? Do that, do that, do that. Hold and attack rear. The reason I handed over my Draconians to my Prophet was because the Draconian leader is actually too poor of a leader to give line formation to his troops, so you're forced to use them aggressively. Not always what I want. There's plenty of supplies there. You don't need to grab bags of wine. Keep those bags of wine flowing, though. Vino Paolo and Javier. Yeah, just keep flowing with the Draconians. They're too good to pass up on. It would be amazing to have a site that... Where is it? Where is it? Soul Vortex. No, wrong one. Did I overwrite my thing, or did I just not give it to you? What are we calling this? I'll call it... hold on. Hold on. Hold, stay behind troops. Personal missile. Alright, number 5. Control 5 is the order for Wraith Lords. Where do you go? Raiding is nice. Raiding is very nice. Maybe get you over to the Vasa and kind of punch through. I want to know what's going on down here. Works for me. I still want more death gems, believe it or not. Yeah, we get plenty of nature gems courtesy of Mother Oak, so keep that one flowing. No additional preaching needing here, so you guys get to researching. Although, couldn't we take Lochel? I need a bit more, though. Tell you what, I'm going to try my luck with Lochel. You guys make your way over to Mr. Mays. Actually, make your way to Aberdeen and see if you can jump over to Lochel in one go. Yeah, you will be able to. Okay, great. Get to Aberdeen, get to Lochel, bring these guys in, and see if we can't just army of skeletons Lochel out of existence. Like we say, it's ghouls, archers, warriors, long deads. We should be able to outperform any long deading that they do. Don Paolo can also join in. There's nothing wrong with II, Kendo, Ashira, and Luminiferous also joining in. You guys are moving out. Do I have any sieges that I need to storm? Looks like no, except for down here. And we are storming. Very good. The UI gets better every game, does it, Alec? Got better from 4 to 5. Did it get better from 5 to 6? What UI improvements were there? They didn't improve the magical item screen, which is one thing I really wanted. I just wanted some kind of sorting there. It's so laborious managing late-game items. Part of the reason why I tend to shy away from item creation. Draconians, Lions, Wraith Lords, magical... No, there's nothing magical about Albania, nothing magical about Aberdeen. Cripples die, and then we fight in Water's Edge. Alright, I'm pretty confident these guys can take it. This is a small amount of skeletons, very small. The thing is, it keeps growing, and growing, and growing. It doesn't matter if you kill my skeletons, there are yet more coming. What does matter is if you shoot my commanders using crossbows. Crossbows ignore a lot of armor. But that's okay, skeletons are here to shank their crossbowmen down. Bring on the skellies. Oh, they never landed a single hit on one of my commanders, but the bodyguards sure ate it. I don't think bodyguards jump in the way of projectiles coming your way. So if anything, against projectiles, bodyguards just ensure that you take more of those projectile hits. But they're more there for enemies alpha striking you through flying and whatnot. Easy money. Did anything improve from 5 to 6? Oh yeah, mechanically quite a lot improved. Okay, this army's getting a little bit ridiculously large. Love that just core of undead involved. And I'm afraid to say we're not even needing them because even a handful of summer lions will reduce this benign army into ethereal lion turds. Love hearing the jingling of bones in a cup though. Got enough skellies yet? I have been able to fill an entire map with skellies in the past. The game did not like it. Lake Hylia? This is probably my actual strongest army, though. Oh, hang on. They still attacked. And not the way I wanted them to. How do you prevent them from attacking, then? Flying, I mean. How do you stop flying units from flying in combat? And I'm not putting up Storm for every fight. I have no idea. I'm sure there is a way. You cut their wings, but then they won't be able to fly around on the map mode so fast. No, somebody told me of a way, and I'm pretty sure it was line formation. Maybe the problem was that I used dual line formation? Let's try regular line formation, and they still flew to attack that. I think it might be hold and fire? Fire and keep distance? I got no idea. If anybody knows, I'd love to know. I would also love to take a quick water break. Do I have a fight that's worth watching during that time? Maybe. I thought it was box formation in Dom 5. No, box formation, they definitely fly. Pretty dark and hard to see here, but this should be trivial. I'll be right back. Alright, Blackburn is saying you need to have them be in line or double line in order to attack. I had hold and attack closest. Maybe that wasn't attacky enough. Alright, these guys are long dead. Alright, no real problems. However, Holy Fire continues to destroy my poor skeletons. Misfortune, Unrest, Water Gems, Spy found and interrogated to death, and Lake Hylia is ready to go. This is the one-turn cracking that I'm talking about with my forts. I do like it. I like it ever so. Don't want my Draconians involved in the storming because the 3 Steam Sentinel guys have this more than... Oh, right. You are the Draconians, aren't you? Right, so let's test that theory, shall we? Attack. Have them on attack. Have them on double line formation. See if they actually soar in for an attack or not. As for the rest of you, just gain me a few additional ones to replace the losses. San Francisco now has a god. It's me. Good job over in Water's Edge. Make sure that it remains reinforced. And then... yeah, these are the guys getting purged by Holy Fire, aren't you? Jolly Roger Bay or Lego Island? These guys have a lot of places to spread out to, but I don't think you'd be able to handle Lego Island. You might actually have to hold here for a little bit. I can see these guys coming to counterattack in Water's Edge. What are they bringing in here? Spearmen, wolves, Leogryphs. The Leogryphs can fly in, which is bothersome. Caledonian Pale One champions. Maybe I'm going to need quite a bit of an army here. There's also an argument that says bring in your flyers to help out. How's that? Plenty of bodyguards, plenty of attackers. Yeah, auto site search is a new thing in Dom 6. Where is that? Here we go. You can give somebody just an auto site search and they will go around in friendly provinces and try and find magical sites. I don't trust it, so I don't make much use of it. Heck, I don't make any use of it. Although I did just start now, I suppose. Right, you guys. To reinforce Water's Edge and push a solid wall. Thing is, I don't know where these guys are going to go. Possibly Lake Hylia, but they wouldn't win in Lake Hylia. Not a chance. They might try and stop my siege. I think they'd probably try and attack me in Water's Edge, which is a good reason to strike them with all of these, but then there'd be heavy losses on my side. We don't fear heavy losses, do we? Get in there. Long Deads are here. The Draconians can be here. Wait and attack the enemy. Purge them with skeletons. I think we'll be okay. Mystery Lake is just utterly blasted by skeletons. They might be sending their units over to try and relieve the Netherlands in 10 years. It's hard to know. Definitely Camdonia is feeling the pressure, right? Netherlands in 10 years, their throne province is under siege. I am sieging them in Lake Hylia. Their capital is right here. I guess they never truly recovered from the stomping I gave them in Sardinia earlier on. That's what I'll tell myself. That's not at all the case, though. No, I think we continue our march over to Bumbley Beach. Continue the Wraith Lords coming out, please. Sid Meier. I want you to Soul Vortex, Invulnerability, and strike your way into Sparse Reef, please. Got some poor guys that have been hanging around here since the rout in Sardinia very long ago. That's right. Our raiding has begun. And I'm actually going to reinforce the raiding with a lot of additional units. So Ryu, tear down these temples. I want my cold dominion seeping the life out of their land. Because they've got a very hot dominion. That or it's neutral and it's just a very warm summer. They've also got order, productivity, crazy growth though. Who gave them such crazy growth? Suspicious if you ask me. Yes, go and raid the Vasa. There's no guarantee you'll win here, especially since these guys are not Oh yeah, there's a thought, isn't it? Their fiery heat units are a good counter to the Wraith Lord. Because although he is cold resistant, he's not fire resistant. We ran into this problem last time I tried to spam out Wraith Lords. They got shoved in my face because I didn't have protective gear for them. I can make protective gear for them. They're not common. Actually, no, they're very common. I got these fire guys, don't I? Are they good enough to make me anti-fire gear? Fire resistance 5. I'd rather have the scale mail, though. Is that worth doing? Imperator Julius, I wish for you to monthly make me scale mail, please. It's also worth noting that I keep loaded lions over here if we want them involved too. Constantly summoning lions. Good to have them to bring in if needed. But yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about this. Because I'm quite certain those fire guys... Well, Soul Vortex can get me back some of the fatigue and maybe even some of the damage, but the fire will hurt. Well, why don't we find out? They're immortal, so losing them isn't exactly a huge loss. Yeah, clues in the name there. Get those Wraith Lords. With all these extra death gems, I could make a whole lot more of those skull staffs, but I don't think that's where we're at right now. Get that temple up. God of Grimsby, why are you in Coromandel? You shouldn't be here. I think I moved you up accidentally together with Fat Slob. Get back down in the caves of Mira. Oh, yeah, they were moving together for some reason. Get down to... Jesus. It's left click to move, but sometimes I keep forgetting and thinking it is right click. And I just told him to move where he went. Right, get over there. Give me Fat Slob, and tell Fat Slob to... I forgot to give him his army. Oh, man. Come on, get it together, Jake. Wasting valuable turns here. Never mind that, though. The forts down here are absolutely becoming mine. The Iron Caves are mine. The Gates of Madness will soon be mine. And then as long as I take the Crystal Fields, it will all be mine. But it is time for my skeleton army to emerge from beneath, work our way over to Macau, and then we could place the Vasa under siege. Or I could march on Celadon's city. His capital is right there. Surrounding his capital is just delectable. Septank is here. Rusty Bucket is there. Right, your whole point was I want a fortification here. I may or may not need it, but I certainly want it. And with all of this land under my control, I absolutely should be ensuring that it has temples everywhere. So that's... yeah, start by getting a temple in here. Get over to Umbor. Got it over there. We don't have one over in Cold Hollows. Or Umbra. Or Yellow Caves for that matter. Get over to Umbra. Get over to Yellow Caves, although that's a bit of a dangerous proposition. Get over to the Cold Hollows. Already working on Deep Wagor. I want one over in the Gold Crags as well. Research over in Albania. You guys are all in Aberdeen. One of you could site search here, but I don't think so. Banjo, get away to do research there. You folks head over to Lochel. I'm not entirely sure we'll manage to take Lochel, but we shall try. I'll bring in some priests for preaching as well. Best Marvin? Yeah, it's too far for you. Just get researching. So how does this go? I guess we just horde of skeleton, and that one priest that we have can actually help banish the foes. Might banish my own skeletons. It can miss, and it's very sad when that happens. Hey, Cubicle's been waiting there for a long time. The long deads I do have, I want to hold an attack closest so that anything that tries to jump us doesn't get through. Otherwise, yeah, try my luck with Lochel. And we're in the White Sea to construct another Templeton. Water's Edge. Yeah, I believe I was saying I wanted to hold Water's Edge, so you guys just hold on patrolling there. Because I was looking at these guys thinking, ooh, where are they going to go, where are they going to go? But yeah, I think if I take Hylia and Oberdeen and then you guys go north from there, that's Camdonia surrounded and destroyed. Vino Paolo and Javier, you know what I want, it's more Draconians. Tandy and Freddy Freaking Fish. Be equipped for trouble, make it double. Hold, attack rear, and get back and do the super cowardly order on you guys. And yeah, that's a lot to throw into Canada, but I suspect I'm going to want a lot in Canada. There is an argument that says have them come over to the Vasa right now and just help destroy the thing. But I'm not sure it's a good argument. I don't have these Draconians here to simply throw them away. They're there for being put to good use. Got a lot of godly men around here. M. Bison, I want you over in Water's Edge to erect a temple. The rest of you just pray the dismay away. I can take this. I like to do create Revenant, give Skulltaff the Revenant, have it monthly summon a Revenant if I have a lot of death gems. What are Revenants used for? Well, you know what, we can answer that question with the power of the Dom 6 Inspector tool. We can go Unit, we can go Revenant. He's a summonable 1 death commander. Poor amphibian, pierce resistant, undead, inanimate, needs not eat. It's only got 1 death though. Why would I want a 1 death summon for 9 death gems? There's not a lot you can accomplish with 1 death. Not that I can think of, at least. No protection, low hit points. He moves around undeads and he's a free researcher. Okay, granted, I'm not sure I want to pay 9 death gems for a 7 researcher. But yeah, undead leadership 150, that's hard to argue with. That's very good. If you're using tons of skellies. But him being undead himself means he can just be banished quite easily. There are so many ways to kill this Revenant. If I'm going to spend a chunk of death gems on something, I want it to be something that either hits very hard or is unlikely to die quickly. But that's just my approach. I'm not very skilled at this game. Draconians are coming in. There was a disturbance in the Gift of Nature's Bounty. Somebody tried to dispel it. Now, I was under the impression that none of my enemies had astral access. But it seems that one of them does. Might be on their god. Might be that they've got a hero. Might just be that I missed their astral access. But somebody is trying to dispel my Gift of Nature's Bounty, and I'm not best pleased. Draconians are in, and... what is this? No nobler flame. The kindling fire that fell from the sun. Quench the fire that came from the sun. I will probably have to. And that was, again, STJ. STJ is causing all the problems with the globals, not Slippy Toad. Yet more 0 sites found. A lot of fighting, but it's me doing the fighting. First in Bumbly Beach. Got enough skeletons? Probably not. That's funny. Poor show by my enemy, mixing their sea trolls with their abyssians. The sea trolls, as you can see, are catching fire. And that's not just for my fire ethereal summer lions. They also are using benign weapons. If they were using magical weapons, my summer lions would be very dead. No, even the coral glaive is not a magical weapon. The poison is, but you have to hit first to apply poison. Yeah, a lot of my skeletons are going to catch fire, but that's okay. They're there to be caught fire. What can even get through all of this? A lot of banishment could. Don't underestimate banishment. Do you get the same message if someone tries to override it with the same spell? I don't know, but I don't think my enemies have good nature access. The Nagas, I think, would have, but the Abyssians do not. So many skeletons. Yeah, I still killed a fair few of them, and 3 of my summer lions are dead, but we summoned 3 summer lions every turn. Not a lot that I had to kill there, though, so it's a little worrying that we take that many losses on so few, but it's not like they killed a lot of us. My skeletons were dying to our own fire, but that's okay. Macau, this is my skeleton army rising from beneath. Not a lot for them to kill, but look at that banishment, holy hell. It's like they knew this was coming. Ravages my poor undead, perhaps on par with as much that Purgatory could do. But what you just have to do is bring in so many skeletons that they cannot banish them all. Also, you want to make sure that those priests die. I don't want them to just run away. One of them's running. This isn't like Battle Brothers. You can't just engage them in melee and they will cease to run. But you can fight them as they run away. Alright, good enough. But yeah, a lot of losses to that banishment. Oh boy. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The skeletons are free spawn. I paid nothing to get them. So their loss is largely meaningless. How about the Caves of Madness? We love the darkness. Our enemy... well, nobody seems to care. Down they all go. The Baltic Sea. Wraithlord. Hard to spot in this kind of situation, but there he is. And this is Ryu, my very first Wraithlord. Soul Vortexing, Invulnerability, Skeletoning. Invulnerability 25. So this guy's pretty hard to kill with benign weapons. You can see his protection against mundane attacks is 32, but if you hit him with a magical weapon, suddenly it's only 21 on the head, 18 on the body. Because invulnerability is completely negated by magical damage. He's also undead, so yeah, you could bypass his protection altogether by banishing him. But at 17 magic resistance, he's not easy to banish. Did anybody try and hit it? Yeah, here we go. Sacred Wind is trying to banish him, but the penetration is 11 against his 17 resistance. So you have to roll 6 above the Wraith Lord just to break even on that. That's a tall order. But if you roll enough dice, eventually you'll roll at 20 or so. I mean, hey, something just hit you there. Yeah, there we go. Sacred Wind did smack you. Penetrated and did more damage than we could handle. Fortunately, we drink our enemies with Soul Vortex. So if we do take damage from that banishment, we generally drink it back off of the militia. We also have cold aura around us, so some of them get frozen in place. Go, Ryu, go. I would really like it, Ryu, if you would kill the Sacred Commanders. They're the ones that are hurting you. Are they coming for you? No, they're just getting a little closer. The heat aura remains a problem, as I said. Wouldn't want Ryu to start catching fire. But yeah, these banishments can get through. And unfortunately, one of them just banished part of his leg and crippled him. Cripple is very bad on one of these. My Wraith Lords, that is. Where's the crippling? Good luck finding it in this long, long list, but it's bound to be there somewhere. Yes. Don't know if it was a benign attack that crippled him or one of the banishments, but something crippled poor Ryu. Now he very slowly makes his way around. But a crippled unit can still move and still fight. They just do so very poorly. And yeah, we can't get rid of crippled due to spirit form unless we kill Ryu. But Ryu will fight on until he dies and then fight on some more. Kiel Canal, counterattack. I put up some province defense for this. Oh yeah, that's just one of you. You're already dead. Lochel. This is my attempt to outdo the enemy undeads. So what do they have? They have Long Dead, Wolf Tribesman, some kind of spectral mage here. 54 the Mound Fiend. Hey, we know those guys. So a good mix of undead and not so undead. But what do? Simply undead. And more undead. And more undead. So my hope is that my ability to raise more undead will outdo their ability to just not. Could backfire. I think the numbers are in their favor, frankly. But the idea is we bring in more, so maybe that helps. You get 5 fatigue back every turn as long as you are over 100 fatigue. So every 5 turns we can raise 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 skeletons. So I reckon actually we can raise more skeletons than they can kill. Just takes a few turns for us to get our reinforcement skeletons. And quite a few of their numbers are running away. This is unusual. Ghouls are running away, but ghouls are not mindless. They might be dead, but unlike my raised skeletons, they are not completely mindless. Meaning they have a morale value that can break. Speaking of people about to break, there is that Mound Fiend. He may be invulnerable, and it might be very hard to pierce him, but we can pierce him. His chill aura is meaningless to us. We have cold resistance, so we shall surround him, and eventually one of our swords will make contact. Eventually, there we go. Dead and deader. Not bad. And again, no real cost to us. All those skeletons are free. That's why they're called free spawn. Great cost to our main skeleton army. Good to see the priest actually banishing 13 skeletons, although whether or not they were enemy ones, I don't know. What was the throne? The Throne of Night. We already have dark vision, so this is a waste of time throne for us. Let's just throw on some provincial defense and contemplate what we do with our army here. I could go to Obra Dinn and just keep it under perennial siege, but Lake Hylia is about to do that anyway. How about you go to Lake Hylia? It's already got a laboratory, so you can get to work, and then the rest of you continue your march over here. Take those additional Draconians, add them into the army, hope that they don't attack. Was there that attack in there, actually? Yes, there was. I want to see if those Draconians flew into battle or not. Before that, though, the Vasa. I don't have high hopes for this. Even against this small army, they have heat aura, and that is going to be pretty painful for our beloved Wraith Lord here. Go, 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 Sneely Whistlethroat. If you kill them fast enough, it won't be a big deal, but if you start burning and losing all of your fatigue, that could be a problem. That said, you are drinking their fatigue. Repelling a falchion with your Baneblade. They are really, really good units altogether. Wraith Lords, Banes, Wights, they're so good. I found a site where I could summon Wights every turn, and by the end I just had this massive army of Wights that I could throw into battles, and they were terrific. It was a long-term investment, but it paid off. So yeah, you struck me, but the nice thing about the Baneblade is it causes decaying. And the reason that's so good for me is that Abyssians don't have a very high max age. So he's going to age about 5 years every few minutes, and then he will rapidly die. Alright, not bad. We didn't catch fire, and the fact that we kept on souls sucking their life force kept us from being fatigued out by the heat. And then one of them dies to old age. And is this one going to die to old age? No, he resisted the Bane effect. Easy money. That clears up the province to be conquered, but that's another problem. Lake Hylia. So the big question is, do our Draconians actually fly in or not? I want them to not fly in. I want the lie-in to fly in. Okay, that's a good sign. They're marching rather than flying, so I guess that does it. Maybe it's the hold-on attack that causes the problems. What are you using here? You got some pale ones, a centaur, some vine men, and some fire mages. Well, I'm glad I'm using my fire lions here, because if they do Phoenix Pyre, which thankfully they're not, it won't affect the fire lions. They have too much fire resistance to care. But yeah, this is much better, having my Draconians not fly in and die on the front lines there, or the back lines. There we go. And it doesn't matter if my beloved Sacreds catch fire, because they know how to regenerate it away. They're also getting really nice experience. Having units that actually survive long enough can really pay off, because their skills reach tremendous levels of experience. Experiences +1 morale, +1 attack skill, +1 defense skill. Is it +1 precision? Yes. Very nice. Alright, Hylia's down. No losses for us. Powerful Astral Mage, attacking mentally us, but fortunately we survived. Feeble-minded is not a big deal, and the Gift of Health should allow my mages to largely survive, but this is just an annoying thing that picks off some of your mages. Ugh, severe heat this summer. Ryukyu has given me 4 Lamias. Lamias are interesting because they regenerate. So they could be really good to use in a communion boost, but they are not necessary. And unfortunately... Oh, I don't have to pay them. Cool. I think you can gift a reason them for some reasonable returns, but I don't know exactly what, and there's no need for it. Right, Bumbly Beach. It's open, and it's going down. There's no reason to slow down the warpath here. Vasa is unharmed, that's expected. The Gates of Madness are ready to be popped, and pop they shall. Yeah, I do fly in with you guys, that's no big deal. Let's give the Cold Hollows some additional defense. I'm drowning in money, which is excellent. What a wonderful problem to have. My god needs to get back to doing this. Right, I wasted 2 turns because I forgot to actually give you your blessed units. There you go. Cast spells. Please be mindful of your conservative gem usage. Please give me those gems. And then Fat Slob, just get out of here. I don't even know what to do with you. I suppose in a far-flung time I'd want you in the Vasa, because then you can take Gilligan's Island and then potentially make your way over to somewhere like Sea Traders. What about you? There is a very sizable contingent of priests that will banish my undead army away, no problem. I'm concerned about that, strongly considering maxing out province defense here, just so that I can hold the line here. Yes, I mean they can go around, sure, but it'd be kind of cool just to have an unstoppable Macau defense. But if I had Celadon... If I had Celadon City itself, I would keep my enemy pinned in his little corner, allowing me to ravage all of this, because he can't bring a lot of reinforcements by sea. He can bring his Sacreds, yes, but the Sacreds alone are not the problem. The Sacreds surrounded by all of his Abyssians are the problem, but those Abyssians cannot cross water. So if I could just hold Celadon. Vast strategic interest in Celadon. Additionally, Celadon is a waste of a province, so if you try to siege it down, you're going to have barely any supplies. Your units will starve. Of course, he still has a giant army to worry about. Sneely would die to all of this as well. Maybe Sneely just take Gilligan's Island. Yeah, I'll keep you busy. I took this. I will keep this. Ah, Ryu could join in the Fray Bentos here. And then I just invite them over to come and have a go. That kind of works. Kind of. They could destroy my skeletons with priests. That is a concern, though. What if my Wraith Lords were up front, ordered to attack rear? And ditch the Horde of Skeletons. We have enough people that cast Horde of Skeletons. Yeah, if you went in and you just went to attack the rear, you could do some nasty numbers on them if they come our way. Whilst the rest of you could probably be reanimating. Sure, they die, but what else are these guys going to do? I'll tell you what they could do. I'll take one of them in specifically and erect a laboratory. And actually, Thule, you erect a temple. I believe in holding on to Macau. I will invest in it. The Wraith Lords can help out there, whilst the rest of the army actually punches through Camdonia. I think I called this Coromandel, but that is Coromandel. Yes, Camdonia. We gotta punch through you. Vino Paolo and Javier, for once, I don't want Draconians. The Draconians I do have should summon some more allies. Oh, I told you to research. And Sneely Whistle, wait, wasn't that the guy we had before? You go and help out in Macau. I don't trust that place. Incidentally, I want you over there on the double. Put on some fast boots and get there in one shot, please. Yeah, bait out some attacks and go and destroy them. That's the hope, at least. Deep Wagger. I wanted this place templed up. We're working on the palisades. Any other templetons to be done here? Yes and no. I don't think anyone was working on the Iron Crags. The Gates of Madness will be stormed momentarily. Underhome enjoys a temple. The Rat. Go to Blue Moon Canyon. No, go to Albania. Deposit those water-breathing pills that you have. Banjo, just get rested up. Greater Denmark deserves a temple to Grimsby. That's a grim thing to have erected in your vicinity. Temple to Grimsby. Right, you're all okay. You seem okay. This is not an undead army. Okay, there is some undead, but that's hardly the army part of it all. I think you guys should go on the offense, but where? Lego Island is looking at me a bit scarily. I'd really like to kill them using these guys. That'd be a really nice pitched battle. Spearmen, wolves, leogryphs, Commodian, minotaurs, but the problem is I want Obra Dinn destroyed. Okay, what I can do is put a large amount of province defense here. And... Right, a big part of the problem is that they have... Wait, Purgatory's been dispelled. Ooh, that is bad news for you, my friend. I was just thinking if I take Camdonia, I probably dispel their spell, but that changes things. We march on the capital now. What about Netherlands in 10 years? What if I take my remaining death mages and I grab 1 billion skeletons and march over there? How could he possibly react? Well, he could kill my skeletons and Slippy Toad could jump in on me and cause horrific things. But that aside... I think we'll march in with these. Do I want to bring in some summer lines as well? No, I'd rather hit critical mass on summer lines. So yeah, let's march our way over to the Netherlands in 10 years. Freddy Fish and all your friends, just get summoning more allies out there. Good to see so many Draconians joining the big Draconian family. Actually, good use for Draconians is to immediately jump on the Vasa. A bad thing would be if Lorul jumped in and killed all my Draconians. Don't have a good counter to this kind of army, though. Lots of their Falchineers and Fire Snakes. What was my deal with the Fire Snakes? Summer Lions destroy Fire Snakes. Notably, my Summer Lions are all way far south, apart from the contingent that I have over here. How many do I have? $25 of them. That's not nearly enough. And yeah, casting my beloved Summer Lions is a 3 fire job, and it's not cheap. And you only get... well, you get 5 of them. I thought you only got 3. You also get more depending on your level. But I'm not drowning in 5 fire mages. Yeah, keep them going there. We'll have some use for them in due time. As for you, Old Whalebone Man, get back to Övanhamn, deposit the goods. How are we doing on those sacreds, by the way? I should have quite a lot of them held back. Clubber Seal. 46 of them. Yeah, we do not crank them out as wholesale as we once did, do we? If I got rid of you, I'd get one more, but I don't think it's worth the trade. I think Clubber Seal should bring some over, but to where? Reinforce John Shepherd with them? Not unthinkable. Get yourself down to Sardinia, if nothing else. That'll be a more central place to put them to use. I want that temple over in Water's Edge. If I'm moving on Lego's Island for you, I really should move in on Jolly Roger Bay with you. Ah, but of course. We can't cross a river. It's not cold enough. Okay, in that case, maintain the patrol, please. Except you guys make more of yourselves. Maybe a fire booster to get more fire lines. The thought crossed my mind, however, However, you only get 1 extra for every 2 levels above that you are, so I would need 2 fire boosters just to get 1 more lion per summon. That means it's pretty good if you have an immensely high powerful fire mage, but if you do, you probably want them doing something other than just raising fire lions. Anyway, with the amount of fire gems I have, getting them out efficiently is not the problem. God, that is a lot of fire gems for a guy that doesn't have a fire global up. And my main home only gives me 2, so yeah, we've been finding tons of fire sites and not a whole lot of death sites. Don't worry about it though, we have the death gems, that's not the concern. Just crank those Wraith Lords out, laddie. Okay, right. Macau is a bit of a concern because of all these units in Celadon, especially if they meet up with them, but we can do the damage, right? We are all the while pushing up through here, which is great. Would love to kill Obradin though. Do I have a way to do that? Got too many units hanging around here. You are a powerful army of just spammers. I wonder if you could take Obradin on your own. It was a little tight here, but you were facing hundreds. Obradin has apparently 10 units. You won't be able to siege it down, but you know who can siege things down? Not you, Kickle Cubicle. Begins with D and ends in Raconians. Freddy Fish and Rested Pandy. I want you to help. Yeah, that's an excellent idea. Split the Draconians. Some remain here to defend and summon more of them, but Freddy Fish and Rested Pandy aid the assault on whatever this place is called. I'm sure its name is not important. The Obradin, of course. Hold and attack rear. Yeah, for once I actually want you doing that. Okay, that works pretty good. The whole idea is just surround my enemy. Don't leave any gaps that he can punch through and raid in. That's why the subterranean was such a concern. I did not want him to suddenly pour through all these places and cause me grief. But now Macau is plugged on the upper side. Everything else is plugged on the bottom side. Yeah, we'll have this. We'll have this, no doubt. Magic resistance on my troops here. You know, my god could go over and pop that, couldn't he? Dominion spread, magic. We like magic as well. If your magic gets too high, I think at magic 5, horrors start appearing. I don't know if that occurs on magic 4. I'm going to hope that it doesn't. Grimsby, put on your Speedy Gonzales shoes. I still can't get over to the Iron Caverns in time. How sad. Anyway, get over there and claim that for me. And let's just hope we don't end up with magic 5's horrors. Magic is good. Makes it easier to cast spells in battle. Makes you research faster. You ever played a game like Darkwood, or a game that needs more strategy of survival other than Frostpunk? Banished is about the only other survival city builder that comes to mind. Darkwood, though. Is that a game I'm thinking of in my head? Doesn't sound like a very strategic game, though, just like a fumble around in a dark thing. Darkwood. Yeah, I played Darkwood. It was okay. I played it for 2 hours and didn't want to play any more of it. But it was still okay. Oh, bollocks. Somebody came along and got rid of my Mother Oak. I like those nature gems. I don't think I'll try and put it up again. Worth noting that I think I overcast for Mother Oak considerably and they still got rid of it. I wonder if the AI can cheat on knowing how much you put into a global. Anyway, Summer Lions, Wraith Lords, Cripples, and Obradin. More magic makes you have less magical resistance. And this is true, but not really a concern for my skeletons. They already don't have magical resistance. Yeah, there we go. I knew that the Obradin would fall like that, and this is what I want, the Obradin cracking. Also, we're not starving at Obradin, which is rather nice. Lego Island. This is my main army, or at least my main very strong army, and it looks like... I imagine this is the last major army that our foe can bring in, the Camdonians. Got the Griffin, got their High Priests, but I don't have undead for them to banish. I'll bring some, and they can be banished, but we don't have them as part of the main army. You don't use magical weapons, do you, right? Those aren't magical bites or magical axes or magical clubs. The Firebola is magical, but I don't think that's a big concern for us. Yeah, magic weapons counter summer lions really hard. If you've been looking at these lions thinking, they look so strong, how do you defeat them? Magic. If something is ethereal, magic weapons, magic spells, magic effects will destroy them. Lightning actually not so good because of their high hit point value. But area of effect, non-fire damage, whew, or just somebody swinging a magical sword at them will kill them. There's certainly a great counter to the enemy's bulls, and this is marvelous. My enemy has fire drakes. Fire drakes see my fire lions and go, an enemy, I must cast fire. My fire lions take no damage. Fire Drake hits Summer Lion with Drake Fire. Damage roll -37. They could conceivably hurt me if they roll a lot higher than that, but they don't. But what they do is set fire to their own units. So this poor bugger here stood in the range of that Fire Drake, ate 8 points of damage, as do his friends, and that is just causing my enemy to hurt themselves and not me. Life is good. Although that's very interesting. Both of you actually managed to get hit by the benign bronze sword. Go Ethereal, negate that damage. 'Tis a bad day to be my foe. And even if they do hurt me, this is why I have regeneration. Kill the snakes. Kill everyone. Great time for this song. It reminds me a lot of when a similar kind of loss of attacks was happening on me. Glad we have Grand Blessing on though, because my righteous followers certainly took a blasting of burning, both friendly and unfriendly. But while fire hurts, regeneration outscales the fire damage. But it does cause afflictions, which isn't good. There we go. Pick off the stragglers, and victory is ours. My army looks quite a bit smaller right now. Hopefully I'm just imagining things. Okay, that wasn't so bad at all. About 15% attrition on the Summer Lions. Only 1 Draconian dying is immense. 5 of my followers dying is lovely. We stole that Fireballer we looked at earlier, and the Dancing Trident that you might have noticed was hovering around one of my foes. Princess Beatrice and Sarawi made those steals. Good on them, but yeah, what an utter domination of the enemy. 10% of their units survived to even run away. But where could they have ran to? That happened in Lego Island. Oh, God. That explains why the global went down. Camdonia's capital actually got taken by Perbaote. God, Perbaote are terrifying. They actually own half of the map. But then again, by now, so do I. If I had an alpha struck on Banga Shawar when I had the chance, they would have just dominated and taken this from me. Then they would own 3/4 of the map. I would have a quarter, and I'd be in a very, very bad state. So the real showdown is against you, huh? That means if Dundee Docks and Oberdin fall, then that is absolutely the end of Camdonia. Well, I'm perfectly okay with that. Who would imagine? Good, barbarians are here. So barbarians in Lego Island, my units in Lake Hylia, I have units in Oberdin. Oberdin will fall, I'll take Dundee Docks, so there is no Camdonia anymore. Might as well just treat them like they're not there. You guys, on the other hand, continue the war march. I want Camdonia's capital, because capitals are very good. I wish I had better words than that, but they are very good. We can advance, no need to hold Water's Edge. What we need to do is just simply move forward. I would quite like you over here in Camdonia. Just add some additional undeads into the whole swing of things. Move them a little further back. Now that I don't have Purgatory to worry about. Draconians take Jolly Roger. We move on Camdonia. Netherlands in 10 years remains a concern. But isn't that exactly what I'm moving you guys out for? I think so. Just pick up these units while we're at it. You can just guard commander. Guard the Greater Dane. You can't get all the way to the Netherlands. No, you can't. Sid Meier. Oh god. Seems they weren't happy with me taking Bumbly Beach. They've decided to take everything. Bumbly Beach might not be long for this world. Well, them's the breaks, huh? What does a man do when he's stuck in Bumbly Beach? Oh, God. Right, so I was thinking about Bumbly Beach earlier. Why do I keep seeming to get disease? There are 2 wells of pestilence in Bumbly Beach. That is why. It's causing insane amounts of disease. However, I could use this to my advantage. For you see... Lions get disease, don't they? I have relatively few non-undead units here. If I were to spend my time preaching to give myself good dominion here, I will preach away my own sickness thanks to Gift of Health. They will maybe lay siege to me, and then they will get diseased from the double well of pestilence. It's already a fort. Hard to see under my army of skeletons, but there is already a fort there. All the while, moving more... Trident champions, Masters of Blood, Dispossessed Spirits, champions. Yeah, they may or may not be able to cross over here. Point is, Sid Meier is going to die if he goes there, so don't go there, Sid. It's not a place for you. Nor is the Underground. Where do you even go from here, Sid? Take a break in Sardinia. It's nice to have Sardinia again. Maybe I should defend it if I care about it that much. Large-scale barbarian attack in Cold Hollows. Well, let's make sure that we have the defenses to put up with that. Pearl Harbor giving me fire gems, always welcome. Underhome, Yellow Caves. Yellow Caves, get yourself yet another temple. I don't know if Dominion can spread from the underground into the overground, or if so, I don't know how it works. But surely it works. The Rat, deposit that, and advance forward. I want a temple over here for one. Makoto, temple in Lake Hylia, please. M. Bison. You go and temple up Lego Island. The rest of them contemplating a movement onto Camdonia here. Elite Axe Masters. Problem is I'm going there with damn near everything. Camdonia is going to fall, no doubt about it. Headvan, for some reason you are not monthly creating me Fire Lions. I think because I forgot to make it monthly. General Tully. Seems they didn't take the bait to go and fight me in Macau. And it looks like they've brought a lot of units away from Celadon. Does that mean we take the fight to them? Celadon has vast strategic importance to me. I think we take the plunge on this one. I'm going to take the Vasa with you. And the rest of you, not those boots. The rest of you are going to make your way into Celadon. Thule, you joined for a lark. If I can secure Celadon, that's amazing. If I can secure Celadon and Vasa, that's nothing short of awe-inspiring. Dillis, give me back my water pills. Get back to work for Granny Blossom. McCaskey in Deep Wagger. Why was there a fight in Deep Wagger? Spy, that's nothing to worry about. Deep Wagger pops out at Rusty Bucket, so Deep Wagger is not safe yet. Gonna pop everything I can into provincial defense. We do have some additional skeletons, but it's not a lot. I should probably consider very quickly reinforcing it, but these guys can't get there in time. No, they can, I tell a lie. You can get there to help it out. Caves of Madness need a bit of defending. Caleb. I want you over there as well. But I might want you popping out in Macau more. We're talking about a huge strike of my glorious sacreds. Either I pop them out in Rusty Bucket Bay, where they may very much be needed for helping Bumbly Beach. Also, they can do a lot of raiding around here. It depends on how successful my northern campaign is. If my northern campaign secures Celadon, they cannot get any large-scale reinforcements anymore. But I said this about 20 turns ago, and my entire army got destroyed in Celadon and Cerulean. Fortunately, these days I have a lot more of a massive army. Caleb, I think we go this way. Go over to Deep Wagor and then out into Rusty Bucket. I want to secure the center before we get too excited about anything else. McCaskey, you just preach while you're there. We've already got the temple. Porcolini to Saint Coquille. I need another temple here. Underhome, you just go and help out in Deep Wagor. Not much else to worry about. Really wish I could have gotten that sun throne. Some fire resistance when fighting fire enemies would be handy. But we have not had much luck discovering where that sun throne is. I mean, how many possible places could it still be? Throne of the Sun, level 3 throne. Besaid is already taken. Bumbly Beach is kind of taken. I haven't claimed it, though. It's not going to be in Hudson Bay. This is too ill-defended to be a level 3 throne. Maybe there's a little patch of land down here that houses that throne. I guess it's possible. Yeah, ideally they really come and try to burn me down in Bumbly Beach, and then we just destroy them with disease. Of course, we will still take disease damage ourselves, but the gift of healing, weak though it may be, will help us out there. I hope somebody's erecting a temple there, because the temple will allow me to get some higher tier priests to do some higher tier preaching. There's also an idea that says get some units just to help with the fort defense, but I'm thinking we might be a bit far away from that anyway. Yeah, the resources are not really available. If anybody is extremely well knowledged about Dominions, I've always wondered what is a good generic summon for fort defense. So as you surely all know, units have a strength value, and that combined with their ability to fly and a few other things contribute their siege strength and defense is almost always worse than strength. The problem is when you have free spawn, almost all free spawn, in this case our skeletons, have a vastly reduced siege defense amount, so they're good for attacking, terrible for defending. I'm curious about any generic unit that is very good for defense. And very good means they must not eat, they must not take away from supplies. They must have a good defense value, and nothing else really matters. Oh, of course, they must be free. Right, I'm not willing to pay money on these things. Free spawn ghouls are not mindless, says Alex Spurdo. Who free spawns ghouls? Yeah, it needs to be something I can get en masse. I don't care if it takes gems or magic paths, but I want something that I can spawn in, well, summon in, just to act as massive meat shields for fort defense. Yeah, that's why I said generic. So Airmore, Death, if it's tied to your nation type, I'm not interested. It must be something that applies to everybody. Something like living statues. I don't know if living statues have good fort defense or not. Right, never mind this. So we still have a lot of skellies to move on out. Actually, we've got thousands of them back on the home province. And I have the mages with which to move them, right? Right? I'm making them, but I must have moved a bunch of these guys out previously. I suppose if you add enough 0.1 fort defense units, you will have fort defense. Yeah, exactly. That's why Mindless is a pain. Minus 90% to siege defense. I knew it was the Mindless tag causing that. Actually, is it the Mindless? I think there are some non-mindless spawn that don't do that. Anyway, that's of little concern. Where are we going with you guys? It's too warm in the Baltic Sea for us to cross over, probably because of this exceptionally warm summer, but get over to Alexandria. There are still some skellies for you guys to throw into the blender as well, interestingly enough. I should just be doing A, grab as many of them as I can. Get over there, just try and wedge the walls closed with skeleton freaks. Not much point having you hanging around here where you're not contributing to the main fight, so Guard commander, guard commander. How fast are Lamias? They're not very fast at 14. Hold, attack rear, coward option, and move to the back. And get you over to Canada. Alright, very good. Yeah, it is mostly toasty. Level 3 in Navassa. Level 3 in Macau. That's good for them, bad for me. That's why I want my Dominion coating this land. If I can push them out of here, then it doesn't matter if they stunlock me around Cerulean Celadon. I will have so much land to have my Dominion spread from the temples that I can freeze the earth. Doubt I could Dom kill them. The AI is very good at making lots of priests to counter Dom killing. And they have all the resources they need to make all those priests. Siege Golem, he's a good defender. He's not something you tend to be able to get en masse, though, as I recall. Alright, blasting our way through Evocation, Alteration, Summer Lions, Wraith Lords. We found nothing as usual. Cripples die, and Sardinia. Wait, why are they attacking me in Sardinia? Well, this is why I put up Province Defense. They're using these fire-resistant Obsidian Club Sword using Shamblers. Not usually one to fear Shamblers, but I gotta say, the enemy Shamblers have ended up being pretty good. I look down on Shamblers a lot, but this has been an eye-opening campaign. Says the man using Shamblers as his defense. Well, they did it, didn't they? Caves of Madness, I just reinforced you. Hang on, where did they even come from? Was there a cave in the Cave of Madness? That sounds bizarre. Oh god, it does. It connects to Great Britain. I never noticed this. Blended in with the rest of the mountains, but yeah, there was a cave connection to Cave of Madness. Well, I'm very glad I reinforced. I have some more, I have maximum reinforcements, actually. Harumph. Camdonia. I'd look in the Dom 6 Inspector, select property key, need not eat, generic summonable, and go from there. But the problem, well, we can bring it up right now, can't we? Dom 6 Inspector tool. I think it's not easy to find their siege defense, because it shows strength. I suppose I want strength, but not mindless. Mindless. So. I want generic. I guess I want summoned here. We want advanced. We want property key, need not eat. And then we want to add, what else? Because that's already a lot of need not eat summons. Probably sort them by type so that we're looking only at units. And then, how would we search for not mindless? Would I put in mindless and then not mindless? Looks like that gave us non-mindless. Alright, so now we've got a bunch of summon need not eats. Fiends of Darkness. Imps. Well, imps are not very strong. Undines. Hey, vampires. No, Vampire Lord summons thralls, not vampires. Although thralls might not be all that bad, but don't you have to pay for thralls? I don't know if there's a way to check salary here. Behemoth, Demon Knight, Trolls. I know you pay for Trolls. Abominations? Serpent Fiends? Whites. Whites are a pretty expensive option for that. Blackburn insists that they have checked and found no good summonable siege defense units. I could have sworn I did eventually find a solution. Can't remember what it was, though. I was trying to set up a situation where I had my enemy pinned in, and I just wanted to test a lot of different fights on him. So I needed a lot of... I used 3 red second citadels, and I filled them up with something to make them have unbelievable fort defense. And then I just tested a lot of different fighting things against them. Cave grubs are generic? Cool. Fey footmen? Thralls cost a massive 1 gold per turn each, yeah, and they also need to eat. That's unacceptable. I'm not here for people that need to eat. Oh well, Fascinating. Away you go, Dom Inspector Tool. Thank you kindly. Meanwhile, I've got people to kill. Oh, you can tell where I've got the crippled lions. It pains me, this spirit form. No longer being able to heal them. If they're a spirit form, how can they be crippled? Riddle me that, Dominions. Poor plants. Plants are dying to fire as well. Love those lions. Love, love, love those lions. Alright, so that was just for Camdonia's outside. There's still a fort to take, but with all those Draconians, the fort should be easy enough to take over. Oh, you mean with the siege defense bonus? No, I'm not specifically wanting the siege defense bonus. I just want a... Oh, Christ. This was a mistake. Abort, abort. No. Unless you miraculously kill all of their commanders somehow. This is a big mistake. I suppose I should be grateful that Draconians like to run away. But, you're not winning this, lads. Oh, they got ghosts as well. That might actually help me in running away. But those fire serpents won't. This was the Vasa, wasn't it? I think we know where those reinforcements went. And now you guys are going to run because the commanders are dead. Scary. No, that was Jolly Roger Bay. I beg your pardon. Ah. Okay, well, let's keep that in mind. Bumbly Beach. So they are coming for me in Bumbly Beach. That's kind of good, because they will enjoy getting a whole load of afflictions. This one singular commander will have a much less good time. He was just there to tell us that they're coming. Better make sure they're actually units that will die. I noticed some mechanical men there. They won't take disease. But their Abyssians will. Their commanders will. Their ghosts won't. Yeah, more mechanical men. They like their mechanical men. Anyway, hopefully they invest in Bubbly Beach and then die horribly to disease, whilst I do not die to disease because I have Gift of Health. But to... Oh, right, I can't recruit while we're in this kind of situation. But we can damn well preach. So get preaching and get praying that these diseases are short-lived. At least in combat, it won't be a big deal. They'll regenerate away any harm that hits them. Unless, of course, they... If they go mute, that's pretty bad. Okay, they did 300 damage to the walls. They'll probably reinforce it next turn and it'll break in 1 or 2 turns, so it won't have a lot of time for diseasing. Might die, but loads of skeletons have a really good way of clogging up a siege defense if they don't have ethereal units to cause me harm, and I didn't notice many. A few ghosts here and there, but what the hell. Bumbly Beach. That was the fight we just saw. Celadon City, that's what I meant. Who will win? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Abyssian footmen, 1 weird-looking shambler leader with a net and no armor, or approximately 1,700 skeletons. Plus additional skeletons. Oh, also Wraith Lords. Wraith Lords that will struggle to get to the front line because one of them is crippled. Yeah, here we are, Ryu the Cripple. And the other is just having to shoulder barge through wall-to-wall skeletons. Truly it is a mystery. Be gone. Yeah, I think we have this. Lego Island. We're actually being attacked in Lego Island. I reinforced here with barbarians. The barbarians should be able to kill these things. Their high protection is a concern, but the nice thing about barbarians is their monstrous amount of attack with those great swords. The downside, of course, is their, I would say maliciously bad morale. Why are they getting such good morale? Why are they getting a squad morale bonus? They shouldn't get that because they're undisciplined. Maybe Province Defense ignores that? I don't know. Anyway, yes, some of them get trampled, but then they instantly harass these guys. They have no defense skill and then splat. Barbarians are great versus tramplers. So how do you counter that? Well, of course, you use ethereal tramplers, which barbarians just get destroyed by. This guy went ethereal as well. Maybe just rub your burning body against him. Fire is magic after all, even if it comes out of a Zippo. He doesn't regenerate though, that's fine. How did he get ethereal? Must have been... How did he become ethereal? I don't spy any astral mages to give him ethereal. Doesn't matter, he's dead. I'm glad I invested in a bit of defense here. All these barbarians dying, it's not a concern because they will instantly be replenished at the turn, at the end of the turn rather. The Vasa, right. Hopefully we don't have a 2 for 2 on failures with Draconians. Even this number of Draconians would have failed in that last attack. Oh yeah, I think they can manage. I have a sneaking suspicion. Is that Draconian going to live? It's looking a bit burny. No, he did. I don't think he put out the fire, just ended the turn enough. Powerful astral mages, unable to kill my guys. Lots of events. Scorching heat. Many have died. Bubonic plague is spreading. Unrest is going up. Population is going down because of barbarian hordes pillaging us. Rumors of plague. Nice gold though, Ryokan Hay, Glamour Chips. That's a suspiciously large amount of events. I think you only get 3 or 4 random events max, so something untoward is happening here. And then we have our Cold Hollows attack by Barbarian Scum. We did prepare for this though, so those Barbarian Scum are dead. Because they have no night vision, so their attack skill is ludicrously low. Versus my guys that have partial dark vision. Useless barbarians. Sneaking enemies destroyed. Breach in Oberdin, breach in Camdonia, damage in Bumbly Beach, breach in Vasa, and breach in Celadon. So we should be able to take 4 places right now. Ooh. Has become a battle bellow. Enemies fighting with this hero will soon flee when they hear his fearsome shout. Okay, always nice to see fear on my death mages, but... Hang on, is it 3 fear that gives death? That doesn't count with boosters, but I think if you have 3 death, you get 5 fear on a character. Might be imagining that, but I hope I'm not. Okay, it's a little risky, but I want you guys to immediately storm this castle. Because if I seal off Vasa and Celadon, life is good. The rest of you, I want you to... Not you, Thule. The rest of you, I want to storm this place. Thule, you just preach in place. Yeah, sealing off Celadon's great. That does mean I'm kind of stuck in the center of the map with my enemy's terrifyingly large armies. Might be time to finally mobilize my god and consider foul vapors for a massive wipe. 333 of them on Bumbly Beach. That's not the world's worst idea. Where's my god? I think I shoved him underground. Oh damn, I moved him over to claim the ice caverns, right? Yeah, I did. Bummer. Having him emerge in Bumbly Bay does not help matters. Having him emerge in Mystery Lake does. Rather than secure the Throne of the First Age, I think it is more useful to have Mr. Grimsby pop out in... Mystery Lake? Oh, he's kind of a sitting duck there. I don't like that. Is there anything else I can give him to give him extended map move? Still tend to have him in Mystery Lake because if this becomes a breach, I would like him to run in and throw down foul vapors and destroy the enemy with poison. And Quagmire, of course. It is indeed a consideration. A fat slob. Give that over to our glorious god. And whilst you're there, go and forge a replacement one. Yeah, Mystery Lake's not in any grave danger. So I think he's alright to just hang around there. Get my main army over in Netherlands in 10 years to siege it down, although that comes with risks. These guys are going to melt through my skeletons after all. Then he could be in a very grave situation. Hey, Sidmeyer, you want to join in this fight? Of course you do. But again, horde of skeletons no longer really a relevant thing to add into this. What's the hotkey for just going to my god again? Select Pretender, select Prophet. Pretender, Alt Home. Ugh, that's unpleasant. Wait, that's the wrong one. Prophet. Control Home, Pretender. Yeah, okay. Oh, to make matters worse, he doesn't actually have access to magical items here. Alright, get over to Mystery Lake. Of these guys, if anybody has a spare... damn, I want you all over here, but I want to have... I want to have a laboratory. Alright, how do we make this work? Grimsby, go to Deepwater. In Deepwater, Step Tank, construct a laboratory. McCaskey, you take over construction of the fort. Very big risk that these guys pop down and destroy Deepwater. I've invested all I can into it, and I don't feel like it's enough. I'd hate for you to go down. You got 2 global enchantments up. But getting foul vapors into a massive fight is very handy. Hang on, isn't foul vapors just a nature gem thing anyway? Since you generate nature gems, that's not a big deal. Moss body, that's not what I'm looking for. Foul vapors, that's what I want. Get foul vapors before mass regeneration, please. 2 nature gems, another nature gem. Be conservative with the rest of them. 200 cost and 100 cost, but we're so high over that. Right, he's nature 7, so that vastly reduces the cost needed for these. Jake the Fiend of Darkness is a blood magic summon. It'll do a good job at defending your castle, and trolls are all kinds of good. Yeah, but trolls cost money. Quite a lot of money. A rare case of a summon that costs dosh. Right, you guys just hang around here. I don't trust this place. That at least brings Grimsby closer to popping out in Mystery Lake and then into Bumbly Beach, which is my hope. Yeah, Bumbly Beach I think is reachable from Deepwater, so that's what I'll be going for. So move you over here, get a laboratory, give Grimsby anything that he may additionally want, and then, yeah, especially gems, and then have him in a position to jump over and bring down foul vapors, mass regeneration. Mass regeneration might be a bit of a waste. Foul vapors and quagmire might be a better option, slowing down everybody. What about rigor mortis? What about rigor mortis? Maybe I was thinking of bone grinding. No, I'm certain I was thinking about rigor mortis. Rigor mortis is death 4, massive fatigue cost though. I'd need to give you a skull staff, but that armor negating fatigue damage could really cane my enemies whilst letting us be very good. Alright, I am prepared for this big battle going very badly for me, and the AI loves a siege, so there's a good chance that I'm going to, in addition to these 330 units, take another 320 and 190 here. And if we somehow survive another round of sieging, they might bring in these guys from Mud Skippers and these guys from Lorul. Anything's possible. Point is, Dolce, I need a skull face. You guys just gotta hold out as best you can. My god is on his way. Grimsby is coming to you. What are the rest of you? I believe I sent one of you over here to construct a temple. Caleb might want to get involved in that fight as well. I'm gonna have you over in Deepwater. Or I have the ice caverns here after all. I believe part of the idea was to erect a laboratory. Anybody free for that? Yes, Step Tank is. Umra needs its temple. Lake Hylia needs its temple. Lego Island needs its temple. Dundee Docks needs to die. This place is ready to pop, so just storm the castle. Can't imagine that being a big deal, so let's simultaneously send something over to take Dundee Docks. I think I'll send Pandy. Pandy should be able to do that on his own. And that will be the complete end of Camdonia. Wario. A rare survivor from that purge. He decided to run away, live another day. None of them made it to Helia. Some of them might have made it over here. Yeah, there we go. Go and add them to the bulk. It's a me, Wario. What do? You worry a little... Oh, right. Maybe I don't build a temple here, because Jolly Roger Bay is going to come in and destroy this province. Actually, they could also lift the siege on Camdonia. That would be another pain. No, I don't fancy his chances fighting Camdonia. I might fancy his chances doing Netherlands, though. That was a lot of my killing force to do. Maybe join up in Dundee Docks instead. Earl von Vumer. Get your Soul Vortex combi going. Where are you off to, General Tullis? What are you doing out here anyway? I want that Vasa taken in one shot if you can. Please storm the castle. Maybe you guys go and join in for that. Okay, I forgot about Gold Coast. I've checked again. That leaves only Cave Grubs and all of the hidden in sand and snowstorms for reasonable amounts of summons for castle defense. Cool. Cave Grubs, huh? Might be interesting. Tuya comes in and says, hello there, what's this game about? It's the best strategy game there is, but it's very deep and complex and ugly, and the UI can hurt a lot. The UX leaves a lot to be desired. But it's so deep, so complex, and it's so rewarding. Although it takes a long time to get into, it just scratches that lovely itch on the brain for feeling like I done good strategy. I like it. I like it a lot. Right, Dalseem. Dalseem and the rest of my undeadites made it over here. They've all got hundreds upon hundreds of skeletons. And the way things are going, I may need some skeleton reinforcements for the march on Perbayote. I don't see any reason to seal this off when I could march straight on their capital. So take our glorious units. You can jump over to Macau in one shot, pick up some more of the errant skeletons from there. And then that makes a good conga line of thousands of skeletons over to Perbayote. I like it. Gold Crags deserves a temple. Porcolini to St. Coquille and Nugget can go over to Deep Wagger. Darth Air, I need a temple here. We already have a temple here, and it merges into Macau. Get into Macau then. And that's actually everybody with their orders. However, I'm not satisfied with that. I need to think, how can I maximize the chance of victory in Bumbly Beach? Because whilst we have a large army there, they have got a larger, significantly scarier army there. Actually, the army's not that bad, not that big. 1,200, mostly skeletons, mostly easy to destroy for them skeletons. I guess I'll have some reinforcements at the ready, and of course I've got my god coming in to help things, but what else can be done? There is you, Fat Slob. Do you have any spells that could help me out in this? It's all water all the way down. Quagmire is a water spell. All units without swamp survival suffer attack, defense, encumbrance, and combat speed penalties. The encumbrance... In fact, all of that I would dare to say hurts my enemy more than it hurts me. I'm just not sure if that's worth bringing into the battle. I could make it colder. We do like the cold. Grip of Winter would cause frost clouds to appear. Would hurt my sacreds, would not hurt my undead. Would certainly hurt them. Alright, that's an idea, actually. And I believe you're... Oh, I made you forge that water bracelet. I don't have a spare water bracelet or anyone to make another one. It's 28 to get to Bumbly Beach. I would need you to start marching now, though. I don't think Fat Slob can get involved in time, and if I did bring him over, I don't think he could cast Gripping Winter. Yeah, I don't think you can boost for spells that are a certain cost. I think that's caught me out before, but now I can't remember. Certainly is cold there, but that would certainly hurt my enemies quite a lot. If I could just get you over there. Hang on, it's 28 away. How far does a magic carpet go? You there, if you were to make me a magic carpet. Yeah, it's only 20. Is there anything else that increases move speed aside from just boots? I'm looking for some very fast movement on the map if I can. Flying helmets don't help. Yeah, I know flying helps, but flying carpets have a range of 20. And I need to cover 28 next turn. And that's not good enough. Aren't there some faster boots than the boots I already have? Well, I say have. Here they are. Map move plus 9 on you brings you up to 25, and that's not good enough. Flying plus boots of the messenger. Yeah, boots of the messenger is what I already have, though. Could he get over there if I made him a helmet that lets him fly? I think one of those helmets does allow that. No, winged helmet does not allow for flying. What does? What does? If anything. There's an armor piece, I know that much. There's an armor piece with wings built in. Yeah, the Stymphalian wings allow for flying. And they don't cause a map movement penalty, that's interesting. Unfortunately, you require Earth Magic 4, which I don't have to make those. I can't think of any way to get him over there in time. There's only 3 items and one is blood. Yeah. Okay, I'll take a risk on this. Ditch your army. Your army is too slow. Grab them, shove them out, shove them out. Grab yourself some extra water gems. Put on the boots of the messenger. For the hell of it, give yourself some armor because you don't get anywhere near enough armor. Leg it over to the Vasa. And then maybe Bumbly Beach holds out and everything is okay. And then I can forge the water bracelet booster and then move in. Otherwise, I just see. I will see if you can cast... Where is it now? Grip of Winter. It's grayed out, which tells me probably not. But all of the four things are grayed out. I know he could use his gem to do that, though. Yeah, try and Grip of Winter in the fight if you can. I should read up about how overcasting with gems works. The Heart of Quickness is a blood 2, fire 2. Yeah, I don't have blood access at all. I haven't even gotten a single blood gem. I do have fire, granted, but no blood at all. Anyway, hopefully that works out, and I'm sure the Vasa already has a laboratory for me, assuming we're able to successfully storm it. Can't imagine why we wouldn't with all these Draconians. Never did take Gilligan's Island, did I? I want you helping out in the storming. General Tully, go over there. I think I had somebody else that I had my eyes on. Yeah, Earl von Woomer. You're going over to the Vasa as well. That is fine. Okay, things looking a little antsy because my foe Parabiote is really showing his fangs now. He has large, impressive armies all over the place. And although it is early autumn, it's still very hot in his dominion. Cools down in my dominion, but there's a great big schism of dominion within the world. Let's go. Boots of the 7 Mile Strides. Nature 2, Construction 7, 18 map move. Is that an artifact? I think that's an artifact. Should have checked for that first. I don't have access to artifacts yet. I did not do that much research. Summer Lion's Dire Portent. Okay, that's just a wee bit of astral pearls for my enemy. Bring on the battles. I like to still watch all my battles, even at this stage in the game. I think you lose your passion in Dominions if you skip all the battles. Okay, some of the really tiny ones you can look over, but I like to see things in action. Nothing found as usual. Netherlands in 10 years. This is me bringing my skeleton army over. And it looks like he's too busy with other fights to worry about my skeleton friends. Although that banishment does hurt. Note that he starts running when things look grim for him. I'm okay with skeleton attrition. We have printing press skeletons coming out. Camdonia. Wait, did I not order the storming of Camdonia? Oh boy. He's not happy about me being here. What? What? Sylphs? Have you got the Queen of Elemental Air creating these, or is there another way to summon Sylphs? Never realized you were so keen on air magic, my friend. I have some air mages, but I've not been doing any air mage things other than draconians up the wazoo. Those sylphs could be a problem because sylphs are storm immune flyers. They're also ethereal, so they're hard for us to kill. Fortunately, if we ever do land a hit on them, they die because they have no protection. But yeah, I suspect they're going to fly into the back row and murder quite a few of my draconians. The 7 Mile Boots are not unique. Ah, excellent. And yeah, that's what I mean by artifact. Artifact to the level 9 uniques. Up go the sylphs, and down come the sylphs. Zapping my back line. Fortunately, though, I have ablative armor known as skeletons. The skeletons eat the big hits. Ugh, that's my draconian chief. Don't kill him. Sylphs don't have morale checks in general, but man, do they delete my army. I would rather have my sylphs fight these summer lions. My money's on the summer lions in that engagement. I've never seen so many sylphs. That lightning swarm is armor negating, and it's not 1 damage like a lot of lightning damage, it's 6. Protection is no protection against that. Fortunately, the main battle here is going fine, and those sylphs are routed. Good. I just said they have no morale checks. They don't have magical leadership, so away they go. Their magical leaders have already gone away. Ooh. I gotta say, investing in the Summer Lions was excellent. They have done so much killing for me. Hearing the crying of some of these poor things dying out there. Okay, where was that anyway? That was Camdonia. Whoa! Yeah, they were not kidding around here. Heavy attrition on my Summer Lions. I don't get them that quickly, so that is painful. The Long Deads or whatever. The Draconians, a little bit whatever. But good to see my enemy getting purged here, although that was only 250 of his units. We know he has thousands. The Exarch, the Flame Spirit, yeah, good to see a lot of killing, and that is certainly the Summer Lions doing their job. Pills of water breathing, chi shoes, fireballas, dragon scales. Yeah, we got a lot of goods there. We'll have to triage them or sort them out. Hopefully things go well on Lego Island, and that's the end of my... Oh yeah, I don't think you're making this. Bye-bye. Stop burning me with your Phoenix Spire. Well, they didn't kill anyone, but still not happy to see you. Actually, that was you attacking into me. Celadon City, also me being attacked into. Uh-oh. So it's like they know I'm using an army of undead. This might not look very threatening, but these are all mages. Priestly mages at that, so watch the banishment. We'll watch the banishment in super speed. Powerful. So yeah, they dispelled rather a lot of my skeletons. They didn't all die. And I know that he has so many resources, he can pump these things out like crazy. Cheap-ass priest one. So yeah, there's a counter for skeletons. Lots of priests. Fortunately, I still have lots of skeletons, and there are more back home. Also, who retreated? Why did my mages retreat there? I cannot understand. Okay, anyway, I had some fortresses to take down, starting with a Vasa. This should be simple. Why am I hearing electricity? Just kill them. Excellent. Seizing forts is a great way to advance the fight, or advance the war. Celadon City. So after we got utterly blasted by all that purging, we might still have a problem. Oh god, we're not winning this. Not against that many mages. Oh well, give it your all. Yeah, not a chance. Hold on, hold on! Their archers are retreating. Yeesh, god, I hope we're blessed. No. Oh god, we didn't bless. I don't think we're going to win on a HP route here. Their units are still very much alive. And we're on fire, and we don't have regeneration. Oof. I suppose on the plus side, most of their units are dead, but something I've discovered about the AI, they can recruit even while under siege. The human player cannot. Whew, well, there's always that risk. Utter annihilation of the Skellies. Wait, that wasn't the right fight. Utter annihilation of the Skellies. The mages died as well. The Wraith Lords were down and out. And they didn't suffer very much for that. So I cannot defeat this place using undeads. They have far too many high-level priests. Yeah, bigger priest, bigger banishments. Whew. Scary, scary stuff. That was the retreat that I was looking at, wasn't it? Who's to know? Anyway, Celadon, not a success so far. The lesson I'm learning there is siege it, do not storm it. What about Oberdeen? Oberdeen should be trivial. Hang on, I know you. No, I don't. That's Big Burb. I thought that was Slippy Toad. Slippy Toad must have already died a death in their capital. Easy money. Yeah, a few long dead, a few draconians, no big deal. Nobody attacked by the powerful astral mages, and plague, militia? Plague. Problems. Yeah, a lot of problems for a guy that has neutral luck scales. Slippy Toad is permanently dead. Camdonia, who was such a threat to me in the early game, are now gone. But of course, the real threat was Perbiote, and they are continuing to be a problem. Camdonia's... I thought I was storming Camdonia and Netherlands in 10 years. I must have forgotten to give the orders on these. But please do storm those castles, especially Camdonia. Bring that place down and out, please. Although, do I want the Draconians involved? I don't think I specifically want the Draconians. You summon your allies. Jolly Roger Bay contains 1,180 enemy units. I think they're going to lift my siege on the Netherlands in 10 years, and I think they're going to do it with incredible ease. Also, where's my god? I thought I moved him over to Mystery Lake. No, I moved him over to Deep Wagor. With a view to boost him up in water to aid his magics. Okay, maybe I should have considered making him some other stuff. How are you doing, Bumbly Beach? I think Bumbly Beach is doing fine. The only problem is that we're getting diseased in there because of the double wells of pestilence, but so are our enemies. That is terrifying, though. Okay, well, I'm glad to see all these places have been relieved for me. Oberdeen, Obra, not a problem. Nanette, you stay back and construct us a temple there. The Rat, you also construct us a temple. Wario, Rested Pandy. Get over to Camdonia. They might try and lift that siege, and that could be a sizable problem for me. It's too far for us to march over there in one shot as well. Yeah, there's quite a few provinces movement. I don't want to go to Lego Island, get caught out. Maybe go over to Lake Hylia with the rest of you. You can get over to Camdonia in one go, but I worry greatly about this kind of fight. If they get involved, I do not have the area of effect needed. I can't believe I forgot to give the order to storm Camdonia. Then we'd be safe inside these walls. As it stands, we're sitting outside like sitting ducks. My Summer Lions will not subsist against that many enemy units, and without any massive wipe spells, I'm in trouble. But it might be that they're going for the Netherlands in 10 years, and yeah, they will destroy me here. Of that I am completely certain. Yeah, the AI loves the siege. What if, for some bizarre reason, they don't, though, right? Let's take a chance here. Storm that castle. Of course, the last time I tried to storm one of their castles, it went badly because of all their priests, but try again. Skeletons are kind of running out of utility at this point. I could almost, well, I actually could just storm out of this and then move on. Glad we got the Vasa at least. Let's fully defend the Vasa. Yeah, so actually, funnily enough, Thule is going to maintain this siege while the rest of our skeleton army moves in to reinforce it. I just want to keep him pinned down, since obviously we cannot take this over with skeletons alone. We're just going to hold the line. Hordes of skeletons, hordes of skeletons. Yeah, you should have been there to cast a blessing. That would have... well, probably wouldn't have helped with much. Then it would have meant you'd be dead for now, but still. I regret not having you there. That does, however, mean that Fat Slob is in a position to actually forge that booster that I was talking about, the water bracelet. And then you could still help out in Bumbly Beach. And that also means that my god here, Grimsby, is able to move over to Sardinia. And from Sardinia he can reach Bumbly Beach, no problem. Also, we were talking about the 7 Mile boots or something, right? Yeah, here they are, but it's Nature 2, which I don't have. And we can't forge a Nature booster, or can we? What's the Moonstone bracelet thing? Cure all lanes, returning, wizardry, sorcery, miraculous, magic, focus, void, dead, skull mentor, spider, valor, bad, wine giants. Regen, Resilience, Cornucopia. Where is the Astral Nature booster? Yeah, Thistle Nature is a booster. Where is it now? Thistle Mace, yeah. Needs Nature 2 to make it, though. Either way, I'm looking at an empowerment just to get these boots. I'm not sure I want the boots that badly. That said, my god might need to be in a lot of different places at once, so possibly. But yeah, where's the Astral Nature booster, the Moonvine bracelet? I'm going to look for it on the Dom6 Inspector tool. Moonvine bracelet. Oh, it's a Nature 3 Astral 1. And here it is. I couldn't tell it was darkened out. Yeah, Nature 3 is even more out of the question. Do I empower just to get access to that? I might want this access down the line, and I'm drowning in nature gems, so since it only costs that, I'm going to power up Sneely. Sneely's going to make a Thistle Mace and a Moonvine bracelet, and then I'll have additional boosters if I need them. Will I need them? I don't know. There's not much for you to do. There's not much for you to do. Do I pop out in Rusty Bucket Bay and just say, why hello there? I'm tempted to, and I have little reason not to. My army needs to be available some way, somehow. I still want that giant palisade made here, though. But the rest of you... yes, get on out there. We have a little bit of extra supplies, but Caleb, go and take even more supplies. I like you, Caleb, and I don't want you dying. I'm going to give you a red dragon scale mail just to boost up your protection a bit more. Okay. How much astral do you have? You go for astral 6, ring of sorcery. Astral 1 is my best astral access currently. Right, you'll pop out in Rusty Bucket Bay. I have little cause for concern here. Yeah, they'll be fine. There's not a lot of thought about where my units are scattered around here, but they'll be fine. Pop out in Rusty Bucket Bay. Taking the center would be rather nice. I mean, his army is huge and terrifying, but it cannot be everywhere at once. So if it stays distracted down there whilst I'm able to make a push up here, that's fine. All of those units that they had there... you know, I could just ignore Celadon. Keep it pinned down, advance beyond Celadon. I have the army to crush his capital. Crushing his capital doesn't kill him, but it certainly neuters him. Lariat, are we doing anything here? No, and I don't particularly want a palisade here. I've got Vasa and Celadon. Move over with them to Celadon. There's already a temple here as well. Not a temple in the Baltic or Kiel, though. Let's change that. You get over to Baltic. Defa, you get over to Kiel. There is not a temple in Mermaid Island either. So Moger, go and grab my pills of water breathing and erect one down there, please. Quite a lot of my very proud, and as they should be, Draconians hanging around, wondering what they should do. And that's a good question. Am I man enough to blind expand into Lorule, Great Britain, and Besaid with them? There are a lot of them, and that would be a nice big sudden jump to make, but they might not all survive. 1, 2, 3... Send them at 2, 2, and 3. 2, 2, and 3. Yeah, they could counterattack with God knows what, but I suspect... Well, no, if they're going to try to get to Sparse Reef, they're going to have to go around here. Besaid is a bad choice. Bad choice. Can't get to Green Path either. Can get to Cerulean City, but Cerulean City is a dangerous place for you. Okay, if it works like that, then split them up 2 and 2. Or whatever, just keep them between these two areas and consider beyond that. What about you two? Get down to Rusty Bucket, aid them there. These days I want these guys in the front line because that way they're less likely to soul suck their friends with Soul Vortex. Nothing much for Darth there to do down here. JJ Ho-Ho's already got the temple down here. I don't spy any lack of temples in this area except Loch Lely, and we're working on that. Kickle Cubicle, you're one of my very rare surviving scouts. Tell me about Timbuktu, please. Makoto, not much to do, just preach. M. Bison, similar story. Yeah, this army is terrifying. Don't know what to do about it. Just ignore it. It'll go away. Maybe I want to forge another Skull Staff. I could see myself wanting more of that. More access to death. And I have 1 spare Skull Staff. Truthfully, I would like more. But I might really need you guys with your Skull Staffs the way things are going here. I thought this shape was another weird monster. Was there another siege that I had forgotten to order? Netherlands in 10 years, and we are storming, but there's a very high chance that all of these guys die. If this army moves in, they're dead. If there's a lot of priests inside, they could also die. But that's for them to puzzle out. Alright, yeah, we're making it. Yeah, 1,000 plus and not Skelly. Oh, I'm not liking the look of that. There are only 2 factions left, so anytime there's a long battle, I'm involved. I don't like that. Okay. Sneely up in nature. Summer Lions a go-go. Battle in the Baltic Sea. What? Special monsters. Are you the special monsters? Warriors of Illusion. I think we can handle that, but where do they come from? They're ethereal, but they're garbage, so down they go. Those phantasmal bows do damage, armor negating damage. False damage. False damage will disappear if there are no hostile glamour mages left. Dying from false damage is permanent, though. Mindless beings are immune to false damage, unless they themselves are false. Oh, I think that means you just recovered from all your false damage. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, what was that? Madness is what it was. Cripples dying. Rusty Bucket Bay. This is us emerging from the caves with our very mixed army. We got our Sacreds, we've got our Draconians, we've got our Priests, Wraith Lords, our Long Dead. Not that there was anything to ever worry about in that fight. Lorul. This is me blind expanding with Draconians. Yeah, trivial. Blip. And Camdonia, Counterattack. Is this the 1100? It sure doesn't look like it's not the 1100. This is troubling because this is far stronger than me. I don't have my area spells, and this is my, dare I say, main army. Maybe my flyers should have been set to fly for an engagement like this. And it's warm here. That means the heat aura hurts more. Uh-oh. And whilst we have Summer Lions, so do they. And I don't have a lot of skeletons to add, and even if I do, they banish them away. Oh dear. Oh dear, right, this needs slow speed going. These are my most long-standing, loyal, and experienced Sacreds. They are damn good at what they do. But if what they do is get set on fire, there's not much ways around that. They don't do magical damage. Those lions are a big problem for them. My lions are a big problem for them. There's a lot more of them than me. What are they attacking us on the back row with? They brought in some various winged creatures, but my skeletons and draconians will handle that. This flank will not last long, and when it goes, we get completely enraptured. Same can be said about the north, the core. Yeah, there's a lot more of them in the core than me, and I'm being set on fire. Which is bad, by the way. Very, very, very bad. This is why I put the AI on Mighty, so they can do things like this. Has he got personal luck? No, he's got air shield, that's fine, I don't use projectiles. Yeah, my core is about to pop as soon as they punch through my raggedy number of skeletons here, who are also on fire. It's going to be a feast on my command core. And there's nothing left of my line here. Those summer lions on the enemy's side are doing a number on me. Okay, are my draconians ready to run away? Not yet. I'm surprised they're holding as well as they are. They're under good leadership, but good leadership can't win you a fight when you're this outnumbered. Yeah, those damn fire snakes also have heat aura. Oh, this all could have been averted if I'd remembered to storm the castle last turn, but I completely forgot somehow. It's because sieging a castle doesn't count as free, so when I tapped N to check on free units, they didn't show up. But I should have checked the message and went, ooh, entrance reached. Click on it. Storm it. That hurts. Prophet is there. My greatest leaders are there. Some of them are being clever enough to retreat, though. I'm actually grateful if they can get out alive. Yeesh. Oh, imagine the difference it would have made with some foul vapors here. They've even got little imps coming down and around. That imp is one dead imp, though. Okay, pull your socks up. And this was a hell of a loss. But not a loss we can't come back from, right? It can take a lot of bravery to run away. Honestly, they should have ran away the moment they saw this army, but yeah, they were not interested in me taking Camdonia. You gonna live through all the pain? Yeesh. I'm not happy losing my summer lions either. We had a lot of those and now they're dead. They survived the campaign pretty well. Ooh, okay. So, of their 1,317 units, they only suffered 279 casualties. Me, I lost most of my Draconians. The Long Deads don't matter. The Righteous Followers matter. The Summer Lions matter. What about the leadership? Successful retreat, successful retreat. Lots of successful retreating. Good. Good commanders know how to retreat properly. Alright, that does mean I need to gather the Fallen. That's quite unfortunate. How about Celadon City? This is me moving back in. And he's moving back out. Okay, well, I reinforced. I don't see banishment. At least not a significant amount of banishment compared to last time, so it's good to know that he wanted to lift the siege entirely. I did not want him to. Go, skeletons, go. Envelop and destroy. Glorious. I mean, yeah, losses for me and my skeleton freaks, but my losses don't cost anything. Theirs do. Alright, there was a battle in Great Britain. I think this is a blind expand for my flyer units. Easy money. Blap. I think my leader there has the wrong order. At least one of them did. Yeah, see you did not hold before jumping into the back. You almost got yourself killed. But you didn't get killed, so congrats on that. That's why you're experienced and your colleagues are also experienced. Okay, so I may have won, I may have lost the big battle, but I'm overall winning the war. Like I said, that army is scary, but they cannot be everywhere. Okay, these guys, I've got to get out of here. Losses were made. Where can you go to stay safe? I think everyone could get to the Netherlands in 10 years, which we took thanks to them being distracted by Camdonia. So you get the hell out of there whilst I consider what else is going on. No astral problems, yet more plague problems. I don't know if that's being done to me by the opponent or just a random event. Lego Island has the barbarians coming down, but they were easy to kill. Spy found and destroyed. Palisades in Deep Wagor erected. Please further erect. What else? Umbley Beach. We're repairing faster than they're broken down. And Celadon City is breached, but do we even care about that? I think I'd rather just hold Celadon as it is. Or we ignore it and we pass on through to Parabiote. I'm unsure. Might want some skeletal reinforcements up here. I don't have a lot of units to be bringing skeletal reinforcements. Actually, I do. I got all of these guys. You guys get up to Övanhamn. Övanhamn still has thousands of skeletons, which you could help move around. Also, I empowered Sneely. Sneely, I want you to forge the Thistle Mace. So, what am I thinking? I'm hoping that this large army actually comes to fight me in somewhere like the Netherlands in 10 years. That way, Grimsby Man can be there and destroy you. Clubber Seal is sitting around with a spare army, but yeah, my army just got shattered down here. It needs to be rebuilt. Do we rebuild Netherlands? Netherlands is cut off by rivers, which is interesting strategically. But it could be that this army is on its way to do nasty things to me. All the more reason to get my good army over there. Yes, we need to culminate our forces here as best we can. Does not include bringing out loads of undead. That might be more pain than it's worth. On the other hand, there are options there. I don't think I need all of you guys over here, could I? Oh wait, no, I've got backups here. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Also, you're not making more backups for me. I just get all of them. Get all those over to Diego Garcia. Potential undead nightmare being brought over. Could be good. I'm gonna take you guys and move you forward. The lack of summer lions is painful, and I want them back. So take all those summer lions. 45 is good enough. That's almost getting my summer lions back. While we're at it, have... no, not skeletons. Have actual people. That's just enough to guard you with summer lions. And everybody gets their skeleton army in addition. Just in case the war march is really needed, I want you... maybe over in Mystery Lake. Nothing's going to pop out there anytime soon, I imagine. I want you on attack rear order. You're very good at killing. And the rest of you just faff around. Yeah, spells are good. Skeletal hordes are good. And making sure that I have a few priests joining in as well. Just to get some blessings down. It's also good. I don't think they'll cast blessing if they have no target. I certainly hope that they don't. There's another argument that says, see those priests that I'm bringing in? They are also capable of bringing in a small contingent of skeletons. So have them bring them in. Alright, get over to Tatooine first and we'll see what to do. Got our units out in Rusty Bucket Bay. And we've got all the money in the world to do vast reinforcements, so we shall. It all comes down to needing more Wraith Lords with more Soul Vortex. See, that doesn't really work here because the enemies are extremely hot. And my Wraith Lords get countered pretty bad by heat and magical damage. And they have heat and magical damage up the wazoo. They've got those Fire Lions. And the Fire Lions have so much hit points that I can't even kill them quickly using the Bane Strike. And they double strike me with magical damage. Not to mention those giant amounts of heat. You claim Timbuktu is unowned, but I don't buy that. I'm quite certain it is very owned. Oh god, that's 2,000 units, and it's not chaff either. The largest number of units here are their Highland Champions. Largest unit here are their Morningstar Champions. What was the overall units used there anyway? Yeah, hundreds upon hundreds of them. Sure, they had dogs and hawks and whatnot. Actually, Springhawks are really good. Don't knock them. And sadly, most of what I killed were chaff. They've still got their cool champions. They're not very cool. They're very hot. And yeah, the heat aura was amplified by the heat in Camdonia. We might have been able to make something work with that if it was colder, but it wasn't colder. What we should have done was taken this fort faster. Right, you guys get away from here. Leave me licking my wounds. There's a lot of licking to be done right now. Fortunately, if he does want to advance, we've got forts all over the place. And if he tries to pierce in further, he's going to die to attrition, no doubt. We're still in a bad space here. There's all of you. Can you get over there in time? Of course you can. Get out of there in general. Zarek, what are you doing? Take your Draconians with you. You all have good cowardly orders. Zarek. $18 map move. Netherlands in 10 years is 22 away. There's no laboratory here, so go to Lake Hylia. And then there are all these death mages that can jump over the Netherlands in one go. I'm putting a lot of people in Netherlands under the assumption that he's going to want to attack me there. Perhaps it is a false assumption, but it is still my assumption, just in case this party gets a little too hot. In terms of supplies, let's dish out our endless bags of free wine. Gotta remember, I don't have Mother Oak up anymore, but I think I'm only making one bag of wine per turn. Dolce, I want you to continue to cast me out monthly basis. More Wraith Lords. The Wraith Lords have not been carrying their weight so far, but they haven't had a lot to do so far either. I could have you take Sparse Reef, but probably they're going to come in and kill you. The rest of us... I have a good amount of my righteous followers here. Not a lot of injuries either. We could march on Besaid, but I almost guarantee you this army will come and kick my ass for it. So what do we do with these guys instead? Do we march on his capital rather than try to destroy this? I think I have the forces I need to destroy him down here anyway. The correct move is probably make a march on Cerulean. You guys get involved as well. Destroy Cerulean without using undeads, because they purge those away, and then march on Perbayote. Take this, and suddenly his economic base dries up. And he may have severe difficulties paying for this enormous army. Economic victory, question mark? He doesn't have Gift of Nature's Bounty like I do. However, my Dominion is giving him loads of growth scales on his lands. Even so, clearing this out is probably my best bet for dealing good damage to him. Yeah, I do like ghosts, but how do you get ghosts en masse? Wraith Lords can summon them one at a time. That's not en masse enough for me, sadly. Alright, Manette, nothing much to do. Just preach there. I think I'm overall winning the Battle of the Dominion. Yeah, look at that. My Dominion is far above his, but it's not like mine is surging ahead whilst his is dropping down. We've just been cannibalizing Bangachawar and Camdonia's Dominion. So it's not enough currently. Right, you guys are hanging around here. You claim you don't have much to do. How about I claim that we get ourselves some... Well, the Province Defense will certainly die, but at least have it there. Raising skeletons doesn't seem like a good use of time. Hard to think of many things that do. Okay, how about erecting a temple, so we have a bit more faith going on. Those that can, please preach. And Sid Meier. Unbelievably, I'm going to have you raise some ghosts. It's the best thing I can think for you to do. Probably better than researching. My research queue is empty. Wasn't there something I was considering here? Yeah, the bleeding worm that can walk, but that's probably much too late now. Oh, that's right. I want access to artifacts, just in case. Tell you what, get me some base level thaumaturgy up to 6, and then get me artifacts, and then get me some evocations. Good evocations. And then beyond that... I don't think I want any of these. I know people love the Tatarians, but I don't exactly have the death access for that. Love abominations, me. Utter Dark is funny. Sorry, punched the mic there. Darkness works to my benefit. Income and resources is probably not so bad for me because I own the caves in the deep. Problem with Utter Dark is the level 9 death requirement. That's unsustainable for me. Yeah, I think this is fine. Mermaid Island exists to be templed up. You guys made it to Great Britain. We defend Great Britain. We defend Lorule. But then I ask, what do you guys do from there? Like I said, going to Besaid is asking to die. You guys are on the movement over to Celadon. You guys have the supplies to handle Celadon. You guys do not really, though. What about Macau? If you get to Macau, I don't think it's a freebie to jump over to Cerulean. Actually, through this, maybe. Trying to think of good things for these guys to do. I could blind expand some more, but this is a lot of units to potentially waste on blind expanding. Tell you what, though. Unless this giant army for some reason thinks that going to Zeth is a good idea instead of dealing with any of their immediate threats, I might be able to immediately pop Green Path. And the more forts I take, the more I squeeze my opponent on the amount of meaningful moves he can make on the world map. It also places you in a great position to jump over to Camdonia, because I would love to just pop this in one go if I could. I tried, I failed, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't try again. Also, Bumbly Beach is not going the way I expected it to. I was expecting he would invest heavily in sieging down Bumbly Beach and then eat my double well of pestilence. All the while, unfortunately, my units are taking a lot of pain on this. I could lift the siege. I could probably do that at any point. But I really wanted to invite a lot of his units in for the pain train. Because that disease lowers their hit points. They get it back if they go into battle, get blessed, and then have it regenerate. There's also the idea that I could make a miracle cure-all, but my god would have to do that. My god is not currently available. Fat Slob, I want you to just chill out over here for a bit. 100 Wraith Lords is 100 ghosts a turn. I don't see the problem if you're not thugging around. Compelling argument, yes. But if I've got 100 Wraith Lords, that's 4,000 death gems. Although the purpose was for doing testing, so at that point having 100 Wraith Lords is not unthinkable. Yeah, I can't complain, can I? I can. I can always complain. I'm an expert at it. Okay, not thrilled with my choices here, but we will make it work. Big question, where do these armies go? Fortunately for me, they don't have access to the Netherworld, right? You'd have to come through Rusty Bucket, Mystery Lake, Great Britain, or Macau, and I control all of those currently, and I'm keeping them defended up to the hilt. Alright, let's see. Yes, I do have fire access. Not a lot of it, but I can make a very expensive unit that does have fire access. The reason I'm not crafting the gear is because that alone isn't going to deal with it. They're still going to smash me with magical damage, and then I just lose the Wraith Lord and the magical gear I gave him. It's not quite the answer to everything like I had before, because my enemy is very magical. And it's very hot. I need a bit more than 5 fire defense, I think. Oh, bollocks, that's bad news. So my Mother Oak was dispelled, killing my nature gems, and now Gift of Health is dispelled, killing my healing properties. I need that back. And it's going to be expensive to bring back. Wraith Lord down, Magical Sight, Lilium Veil. What's a Lilium? It's a death gem. Good. I'm going to regret all that carcass harvesting I did earlier, I swear. Cripple's dying, that's fine. Green Path. This is my blind expansion with a bajillion flying units, and looks to have paid off. Down they go. Are we starving there? I'll check that out later. He's counterattacking Great Britain. I was thinking, what could he possibly counterattack with? These aren't aquatic units. They must have come out from where I just attacked. Anyway, I invested in Province Defense for this very reason. Province Defense is garbage for a lot of cases, but I have money. I might as well spend it on this. Lorul, another counterattack from Perabiote. But again, I invested. That said, he's bringing fire snakes. Shoot the fire snakes, you idiots. They're the best ones to take. Ah. 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 Give it your all, man. Okay, there we go. The daggers will shank Steve Burnside into a better franchise. As long as they don't murder all of my commanders. Oh, they just murdered my commanders. They murdered both of my commanders. We will rout and they will not. Damn. Damn, 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 damn. This is one of the reasons I hate Province Defense. You only get 2 commanders. They usually stay at the back, and they're so easy to snipe. So despite me investing thousands of gold into all these guys, the commanders die and they rout. It's so sad. Ah, and that was for Lorul as well. Where did they even send units from? Must have been Besaid. Right, powerful astral mages, but we're strong enough to handle it. Maybe less so without Gift of Health up. Oberdeen, Unrest, Young Raging Rebels. Taxes down, water gems are up. Macau is draining and deathing. Woods of the Fairy Court have been burned by a local lord. Right, Green Path breached in 1. Fortification for Seldon breached as expected. The Rockies have become a dense forest. You don't say. There's a lot of dense foresting going on around here. Does that help with Övanhamn's resource issues? It's hard to tell. I didn't get these ones forested, and these are the ones that I wanted forested because they don't get tranked by other fortifications. Bumbly Beach, and we're still repairing faster. That's a shame. They're not going for it. I wanted them to go for it. Sneely, Ryu, Sneely. Got 2 Wraith Lords called Sneely. Ryu still looks a bit crippled there, though. Limp, chest wounded. Where did they die, anyway? Well, I suppose it matters little. Get yourselves back over there. Looks like they brought their units together a fair bit in Mudskipper and Besaid. I have a funny feeling they're wanting to relieve Celadon. And they're not far behind me for doing that. What do I do in this situation? Do I siege down Celadon? Do I storm Celadon, rather? I think I do. Storm Celadon. That way Celadon blocks them from reinforcing their capital. That's pretty badass. I'm very unhappy about Larule falling, but I expressed that already. Right, don't want the undead here. I want everyone but the undeads. So yeah, skeleton, skeleton, skeleton. No thank you. Everybody but skeletons. Yes, please. Attack rear, attack rear. Don't even hold an attack rear. Don't bother with hordes of skeletons. They'll just get banished away anyway. Although you're going to get banished away, I know that much. You've got some skeletons. It might not be the worst thing to have some skeletons just to attract some banishment. But they're probably just going to clog the front line. I want my righteous followers going up and in there. And I want you guys attacking right on the flanks. You guys know what to do. Don't hold an attack, just attack. Although that makes it harder to bless you. If that's the case, get our priests a little closer and have them just do blessing galore. Blessing is important to keep them regenerating and not dying. We saw what happens when we lose a lot of our guys to dying. Storming castle, storming castle. All the skeleton guys are sieging. Fine by me. Do we take the skeletons and advance with the skeletons? Now there's a question. Free up Cerulean City ahead of time. Vast skeleton army, you say? Here's my thoughts. Skeletons get closer. Part of my problem is that we get banished before we can really do much. So if we're just closer to the enemy, then we can hit them farther and faster. Good idea. Well, it's an idea. Whether or not it's good, it's dependent on whether or not it works. I swear I still have skeletons in that mix-up for the attack order, though. Is that Martin Lackey? It's Step Tank. Grab Step Tank, advance on. Keep some log deads at the back, though, so that they can protect us. So those long deads should be on. Hold and attack closest to keep you safe. Alright, advance on. How good's the AI in this game? Not very good. The AI does well because they get so many extra resources on higher difficulties that they can mask their ineptitude with colossal armies. But they're not very good at thinking. They can't come up with counters on the fly. They're quite predictable in a lot of ways, says man who's actively getting destroyed by the AI. Right, well, I did manage to get all my units over to the Netherlands in 10 years, but my enemy is denying me that awesome big fight that I'm looking for. I think we hold on to our position here. I desperately bring back Gift of Health. Grimsby, that's you. Cast Nature. Before you do Gift of Health, I want it to be a very powerful Gift of Health. So alchemize down your gems. I want a 90 gem Gift of Health. Cast Nature. Gift of Health. Overpower it enormously. Otherwise these guys won't be able to repair themselves at all. Yeah, those double wells of pestilence hurting me more than anything is hilarious. Don't need all the preaching done by these guys. Get me some research, since there's little else you can do of value. Unless there's a cool summon you can do. Any... 5 ghosts. 5 ghosts for 10 death gems? Ghosts are good, but ghosts can be banished quite easily, and my enemy uses a lot of priests. Not easily, I suppose, but they can be banished, and it sucks to see that happen. Nah, get to researching then. Not that there's a lot to gain out of that, but preaching doesn't do terribly much for you. Mogre, get over to the Vasa. Sneely, equip your brand new Thistle Mace and forge me a... I don't have the gems for this now, do I? Alright. Consider the fact that I don't use Earth Gems at all. Liquidate them down. And turn them into Nature Gems, because I want the... I'm going to want Mother Oak back anyway. But yes, do forge me the Moonvine Bracelet. Defa, not much going on, just preach. Just preach. Preaching doesn't really do anything. I'd want them further along to do some meaningful preaching. Maybe I should. Bring them all closer. Not much going on over here. Keep the recruitment going. Give me back my pills of water breathing. Get back to researching. Then there's this vast mess to sort out here. Right, they're all of you for one. Get rid of your sacred units if you have any. Don't get rid of the skeletons, we maybe want those. Some of you got some weird things that you've picked up in your travels. Size 6 is bad for you, put that away. Dancing Trident is bad for you, put it away. Nice shield. Put it away. Flesh Eater. That's bad, we don't want you going berserk. Nice armor, put it away. Nice bola, put it away. Nice boots, put them away. The bag of wine is fine. I have those for reasons. You could use your Astral Pearl for Astral 1 site searching. I'm only interested in the maximum site searching. I'm interested in doing site searching in the fewest amount of clicks possible. Alright, I suppose I could have you all raise some more units, because I do think eventually he's going to want to attack me in one of my forts. Bumbly Beach is good. Netherlands in 10 years is good. Anything to the south is good and bad. It's good that it keeps him occupied in the south, meaning I can ravage him up north. But it's bad because I can't deal with it. Anything central is fine, because my god can get involved and just stomp him for it. I'm really looking forward to just one big fight where all of his thousands of units are amassed. I smash him with Rigor Mortis, Quagmire, Foul Vapors, and the Area of Effect murders him whilst he gets drowned in skeletons. And then with that, with all those units just gone, and especially if I can keep his capital dealt with, then I no longer really have much to fear from him. But getting that fight is proving difficult. He doesn't seem to want to siege me down. Why? I don't know. Maybe he knows what I'm planning here. Also, get rid of those firebolas. I know you picked them up on the battlefield, and they're a nice trophy for you and all. Actually, Mace of Eruption's rather nice. True Shot Longbow less so. In this kind of situation, what would Brian Boitano do? He'd probably set himself up with more Long Deads. Forward the Long Dead army. And then you guys, we've suffered a tremendous setback in our numbers of you. So. Let's make sure you're all bodyguarded first. Good enough. And then those of you that survived, go and summon your allies, or summon ghosts as well. And then you guys, without much to do, research, defend. I can have you around. It's okay if you remind me that you're not doing anything there. More armies, including my Summer Lions. Now, I'd rather have them in Bumbly Beach, since that's my most central location. But we're working our way towards Netherlands in 10 years with you. Got a bunch of extra units to carry extra skeletons. I might just bring the skeletons for a large northern campaign, but I do like the idea of being able to bog down my enemy with ungodly skeletons for the big fight, if the big fight happens. Better to prepare for that, and that's what we'll do. I'm glad my printing press of skeletons has continued unabated. We lost our printing press in Sardinia long ago, but we have managed to keep all the other printing presses that we've established since flowing and going. A bit sad that my Soul Vortex Horde of Skeletons strategy did not end up working out, but them's the breaks. Der Kleingauss, get yourselves your Wraith Lord set up, and I actually have water access. Why am I not using that? I think it'll be fine in the water. I think it'll even be fine if I give you the boots of running very far. Which I don't seem to have. Yeah, because I gave them all away. My god doesn't need them now. He will, though. Nah. I can be patient. Der Kleingauss. Make your way over to the waters, please. Via Dundee Docks, and then you can take Argentina and whatnot down there. Bison, not much going on. Just preach your way around there. Clubber Seal. Right, so I brought you over so you could reinforce the largely dead army here. There we go, it's like I never wiped. And some of the experienced ones remain, but not enough to really write home about. Tragic, but I'm grateful that John Shepherd survived. I'll say that much at least. Clubber Seal, you're even in a position to go back and get me some more reinforcements from Övanhamn, so please do. Not you guys. You guys just continue doing what you can do around here, so research or pre-search or whatever. But do it from here. That's all of everybody working. I am storming this, right? Yeah, storming that. Were there any other breaches to storm? Celadon City is breached. Green Path is breached. Ah, so I'm glad I double-checked that. I completely forgot to storm the Green Path. And look at that, Timbuktu and Lake Biwa. He's been loving his fortifications, but then he's been stealing them off of Camdonia, hasn't he? You can invest in casting Storm in critical battles to nerf their heat aura, but it will also ground your Draconians. I'd rather just have my cold available. Get my Dominion in. You are right, though, and I do have the ability to cast that. Does really negate heat aura. I'm not sure about how much. It doesn't give numbers on it as far as I'm aware. Yay, the Gift of Health is back up. The Wraith Lords are up, and the Vasa is fighting me for some reason. Who keeps bringing all these weird spectral enemies to me? You and your fake damage. I think we see it down there. There's a bit of fake damage brought in. Says 5 points of damage. Doesn't seem to differentiate. Oh, hang on. There was a color on somebody. Yeah, there we go. False damage 5. But that's okay. There is no real damage to be had. Great Britain. Hopefully he doesn't once again just snipe my commanders. That's a lot of units. Yeah, there we go. How's that for sniping? Who would have thought the British would have the longbowmen? Hundreds of them. 100 of them. Celadon City. So it looks like you're not satisfied with me trying to take Celadon City. You are looking to fight me before I fight you. That's okay. That just gives me units to destroy before we go in. As long as we fly and kill their back row. Fly and kill their back row. Nice. What the hell are they? Lumber constructs. Poison, blunt, pierce resistant, but we do slashing damage. Mindless, useless at fighting. I guess they're just big lumps of... They're rubbish. What use are these guys? Again, they've got that mindless debuff to siege strength. But you don't need to pay them. You don't need to feed them. Nah, not worth it. Those are those sacred masters of blood that I fear. At least they don't have heat horror, but everything else in this damn army does. There we go, not a problem. Chew them up, spit them out. 137 of my foes dead. The long dead's dying, don't matter. Right, 2 fort sieges for me. One by Draconians. The Draconians should just fly in and murder everyone, even though there's some unpleasant forces here. Fire snakes and ghosts. So these are the ghosts I was talking about earlier. The drain scale making them more magically resistant. They're ethereal, they're scary. No protection, but 20 hit points is quite a bit. You're unlikely to kill them in one hit, even if you get through their ethereal. And of course they will life drain that back with armor piercing damage. I actually thought it was negating. That would make ghosts even more overpowered. Anyway, Draconians, just eliminate them, please. Good enough. Probably lost quite a lot of them there. About 10%, 15%. Freddy Fish takes an endless bag of wine. I think from one of the other Draconian chiefs, actually. Owl Quill. I don't like that amulet. I'm not sure if it can be taken off. I'll need to check. You there, Resty. Nope, you picked up a cursed item. It cannot be removed. He will eventually turn into a beast. So will you turn into a werewolf? I don't think you'll become a cool size 6 Draconian werewolf. Still, troublesome. Not happy that you picked that up. Yeah, you can poison the well for enemies. They defeat you, they take your cursed item. That could be a nasty thing to do in the arena, for example. This doesn't look easy, but keep in mind there's a lot of priests, and now they don't have undead for them to banish. Alright, do your worst. A lot of them got mist form or ethereal. Okay, well the Draconians are not having a good day. My army's not having a good day. Am I just not allowed to have Celadon City? No, I'm not. Get out of there, lads. Whoa, Crivens. Well, I do not have enough badges to proceed. My poor righteous followers, my poor Draconians, didn't put much of a dent in them either. It's those decent mages that they've got in there. Garnet Invoker's doing a lot of big, heavy fire magic on me. Oh god, oh yeah, Christ. Painful. Real painful. Lots of retreating going on, but not what I was hoping for. Well, I'm glad to see Celadon City is still breached, but that is still a problem. Bumbly Beach they're not taking the bait on. And from the inn, Famous Commander. Famous Commander that's going to hope that Gift of Healing can sort them out. What do I do about Celadon City? This is proving to be a big problem for me. I'm glad you survived, but... I thought I ordered my undeads to move. I guess they got attacked and so they stopped their movement, but... Keep Celadon City pinned down, and it's clear that I need something else. I need another approach to this. Storm to negate quite a bit of the heat aura is probably a pretty good idea, and it makes fire magic more fatiguing. See, this is winter and it's still a heat 3 area. And they have unlimited fire gems due to having what I imagine is the Eternal Pyre? Yeah, Eternal Pyre, 20 fire gems. Still denying me that big fight. I don't think he knows what to do. He's just running around with that army with no good place to direct it. Hey, Freddy, pass that over to Pepperoni, please. Don't want to come any closer to these guys. They are too liable to destroy me. Take back Lorule and then work on Besaid whilst they're relatively far away. Yeah, some of you guys are real close to dying. Come on, I got Gift of Health for a reason. Poor Dicey. Diseased, battle fright, chest wound, an arm has fallen off. It's become so diseased. Let's see, Moger, pop away those pills. What to do about that Celadon city? Fire lions would be amazing. Fire lions would go through, they'd ignore all that fire damage that's being cast at them and just murder the back row. Yeah. I'm still going on the war march here, but this remains a problem. I won't have a lot to lay this siege down, but it might be enough. Beyond that... Sneely, you want to go to Larule? No, I want you to go to Gilligan's Island. Take that stuff over. Your injury is only a never-healing wound. Mogar, I wanted a temple here. Still got a bunch of you guys over here. I believe the intention was to grab loads and loads of skeletons and advance them to the front line. If I could also bring over some of these sacreds to go and replace the ones whose lives I just threw away, then all the better as well. I feel a little bad about what happens to some of my guys, a little bit. But the skeletons will know no rest. Let's see, each of you can only command 20 units. That's fine, these units are fast enough. There are some shamblers as well, but we don't care so much about those. Right, bring these units over to help out. There are a few more skeletons to be had here. Perhaps not enough to justify much more than that. Am I moving out all of you? Yeah, but you're all fine. You'll grab the skellies. Big Biter and Furude Rika sitting here, able to take a few more in. With the Draconians. May need those Draconian replacements for any sieging over here. Although skeletons can handle it, but it's just getting in once we have it sieged down seems to be a problem. Maybe I just keep my skeletons and keep them pinned down. Although again, the AI can still recruit during that, which is disgusting. Right, you are nicely pimped up. Why did I want high-level nature? Was there some nature thing I wanted to make? Well, I kind of wanted to make these 7-mile boots. Yeah, make me a pair or two of those. Grimsby is just hanging around here not knowing what to do. I would like Mother Oak down, actually. Mother Oak in Netherlands could be risky because it could get taken. I think we're alright without it. Otherwise, there's just a lot of units to knuckle down with, right? Just stay the path. I still want Camdonia, right? If these units were to happily move away, I would move in on Camdonia so fast. I don't care what they have in there, I'm going in for it. Troubling thing is I lost a lot of my flying units, which are great for harassing the back line. Maybe not great enough. Ooh, I just had a thought. I just had a great thought. Something that I should have been doing a long time ago. There's a spell, Alteration. Water. Frostflesh Army. Fire resistance on all of my units. And who do I have that can do that? Fat Slob. Where should Fat Slob have been doing that? Celadon City. That would have changed the outcome of that fight rather nicely. Fire would not have done so much on my units. He himself is enjoying some fire resistance due to his armor there. Yeah, his freezing attack is not so good. Alternatively, here's another thought. How many do I have coming in? Preach away his dominion in Celadon. Cool Celadon down. Then, when he comes in and uses his freezing ability... Well, if it's cooled down, it's going to be less of a problem anyway. But yeah, just advance the dominion into Celadon would be quite an advantage for me. Sod that reanimation. You guys go and help out there. Yeah, it's counters to counters all the way down in this game, no doubt about it. I think I'm sick of holding out in Bumbly Beach. He's not taking the bait. And I'm sick of almost dying here. Can we just all get out and attack? Champions, Woodsman, Ice Drake. I don't think this will be a big problem. It's very cold in here, so his heat aura will do nothing against us. Ooh, I've also got my lions here. Still some lions, right? I don't want those lions getting messed up in the fight. I want to combine those lions with my other lions and make a nice big load of lions, is what I'm getting at. Where's my fire mage? You there, princess. Continue to cast me more summer lions. They are really good. Hope I didn't leave any behind. Yeah, that's pretty good. Am I desperate enough to make more of these so that I can have more potential Fire 3s up top? Yes, I am. Fire 3, the Fire Lions. It's funny that I'm using fire as a cold nation, but Fire Lions are a great counter to my enemy. Who would have thought? Because my enemy seems pretty one-note in using fire spells. He doesn't mix it up much. Although those sylphs were an interesting thing to encounter. Also, Hedvan, you're another fire mage. Fire mage meet fire mage? Get the two of you together? Yeah, I think I do that. I think I break the siege here as well. Do I think he has a lot of priests there? Maybe. Just advance the whole line forward and just hit him hard. Hit him hard and hang him high. What about all of the people that we have over in Tatooine? It's my desire to move the skeleton army rather north, but they are also quite useful for slaughtering Camdonia. Get over to Bumbly Beach. Then there's Ulala. Now is not the time for Space Something Part 2. I want more of you down south. Eventually I'll be in a position to jump into Argentina. Something nobody's ever been that enthusiastic about, but there's a first time for many things. Let's go. You have good fire income. Some Flame Spirit artillery with fires in a jar could be good. The thing is, I don't have a lot of fire mages to crank those out. No, that's not true. Isn't fire in a jar fire 1? The problem is you still need to cast it, and that still involves using my fire mages when I'd rather have them raising skeletons. Oh, okay, well this isn't too bad because we've already gotten quite a lot out of the Well of Misery. But damn, how does he know? Summer Lions, Wraith Lord, the illusions are hitting us again for some weird reason. Magic Sights, nothing to worry about. Another battle in Cerulean. Oh no, this is us moving in. Can our gym badges get us through this, though? I'm not spying a lot of priests, so maybe. It's winter as well. It should be hopefully getting a bit colder. Boy, I should really be considering a storm staff. Putting out all these fires would be pretty good. Good thing skeletons don't rout, but skeleton razors do. Wow. Who was holding throughout all of that? Haha, they're actually broken, but they're too exhausted to run. The trolls aren't, though. And that damn Phoenix Spire again. My problem was not enough skeletons as usual. Quality over quantity, when will we learn? Flame Spirit is F3, requires F3 to summon, so go from there. Something to think about. Indeed. Ah, it's nice to see a cold province for once. Yeah, just try and melt me with your heat aura. Get out of here. Enjoy my Well of Pestilence. Or leave me to my Well of Pestilence. That means I should probably leave this province now. It keeps killing me. Get you all the way down to just all of you. Let's see, they've brought everybody over to Besaid for some reason. think we move over to the Vasa instead of Bumbly Beach. We do not like getting diseased there. The Vasa is very strong in Dominion, so it'll heal us up nicely. What if he goes through Rusty Bucket Bay out to Deep Wagger? I never got around to finishing that fort, although we're working on it. Maybe he's trying to head north because he knows what I'm up to up in Celadon. Gives me an opportunity to march on Camdonia, but of course he still has all these units. Good lord. You'd think he's the one with Gift of Health. Right, so we took Larule. It's almost certainly just going to get eradicated by those guys, but hey, it's mine if nothing else. Missed Gilligan's Island, but it was just my Wraithlord doing Wraithlord things. Invulnerable, Soul Vortex, killing everything, caring about nothing. Good job. Yet more plague. What's all this plague? You'd think I have death scales. Yeah, struggling mightily with Celadon. But I just moved all these guys over, so how about... Well, here's the thing. 1, 2, and they are taking Celadon away. It's got a little bit of my Dominion, but imagine if it had more of my Dominion. Could be a disease spirit thing hiding in one of your provinces. Could well be. And I think they're rather hard to spot as well. Alright, what was my problem with Cerulean City? Is it a problem that I can overcome? For example, Fat Slob getting involved. With this kind of army on my doorstep, I'm not very keen on advancing this, honestly. Because he will catch me and destroy me with all of that, and he's probably heading north to Celadon. Maybe my better option is just to make a retreat over to the Vasa. This is where me holding most of the forts is coming in handy. I have safe places to run away and store my units. I wish for you to continue casting me those Summer Lions. We do like them. John Shepherd, you wait out there. Conrad, you wait out there. Brought over a bunch of you guys with loads of skeletons. But if these guys are kind enough to make their way north, maybe I should leave someone just trolling him here. Gonna leave you, M. Bison. Troll them with the siege. See if you can make them go north, because I would love to pop Camdonia. Trot, trot, pop. Just secure more of this if I can. Wait, what's going on in the green path? Where's my interface? Where are my units? Ah. Those are retreated units? Where do they retreat from? What horrible fight did I have that resulted in that retreat? Oh, well, get over there and pick up your spare units, please. The 3 units there aren't worth crying about. But yeah, pick them up from Green Path. Be in a great position to jump on any of these, especially Biwa. Pepsi Man and Co. over in Netherlands is fine. Chumro. I don't print out death gems anymore. I don't really need the Well of Misery, but I'm still going to have my Wraith Lords as we have them. So I'll take you, I'll still give you Wraith Lord orders, and I'm going to send you into the water. I know you get rusty in the water, but that's your problem. Furude, Big Biter, get me some much needed reinforcements. Surely, maybe Larule is not the place for you these days. What about Sea Traders Path and Co? You can get to Sea Traders, can you? Only via Larule, and you're going to die in Larule, so go to Celadon, then go to Sea Traders. Mogar, just preach here. What all gets randomized? All the units, magic paths, any special abilities. For example, we have the ability to reanimator priest, and the skeletons have... I'm not even sure if the skeletons have helped us, because they've kind of distracted me into using skeletons, and they've been dying a lot in my battles. I've been thinking, I'm fine, I've got 2,000 skeletons, and my enemy goes, yeah, but I've got 30 priests. Bwom. And away they go. Where are the guys I sent south? It's taking you so long. I guess these guys don't have snow movement, do they? So they're probably getting slowed down on all of this. Alright, let's see what my foe is doing. Let our enemy make the mistake. Oh god, he is real keen on dispelling my enchantments. How does he have so many astral pearls and access? I overcharged the Gift of Health massively, so maybe he's not as blind as I thought. More Summer Lions, more better, more Wraith Lords, more better, more weird illusion guys, less we care. Cripples dying, and finally some expansion for us, maybe. Soul Vortex, invulnerable, and you don't care about poison attacks. You just care about killing your foes. You're taking a lot of damage there, though. Chest wound, never healing wound, not problems for you. Those other things are. What in the world? Someone ripped your ripped your arm off. How did that happen? The Master of Blood. Oh, they got their Blood Masters down here. A poisoned obsidian blade slashed your arm off, and that's you. You. How long have you been down here? Your armor's been damaged in the rust. And you ripped the arm off my Wraith Lord. That's pretty bad, because now he cannot actually swing his sword. I know it shows him having a sword, but he's just swinging his fist. It's still a pretty powerful fist, but it's no longer magical, and it doesn't age my enemies to death. Even so, despite the loss, he took the province. We massively overdefend it. We check out the Unfound Door and the Pearl Farm. And we carry on with you through to, yeah, Dire Docks. Lorule, we knew there'd be an attack coming in here. We invested in defense. The defense will die, but I had money to throw at it, so that's okay. Surely his units are starving, diseased, horrible by now. There's no way he's moving around this many people and not enjoying a fat load of disease for them, but I'm not seeing any disease. I'm seeing a lot of healthy, spirited, zealous individuals. Dearie, dearie me. I guess he has a bunch of units that don't need to eat. No, these beasts need to eat. What are they eating? Each other? What about the wolves? They're low in the pecking order. And they're still not starving. Okay. Maybe he's clever enough to give them bags of wine and loads of broth. That'd be interesting for the AI to be that clever. Anyway, as expected, he just carves through my armies like a hot knife through butter. But also the green path. I beg your pardon. Yeah, I didn't think so either. Ohio, Dominion down. Mara giving me gold. I like that. Kiggle Cubicle did not last long in Timbuktu and is now dead. The giant fortress is done. Celadon City is being repaired faster than we can siege it down. And terrain is changing due to my vast growth scales. Also, Shawut. Shawut has some brave deeds. Who even is on the Hall of Fame, anyway? Caleb is the most experienced individual, despite having no kills to his name. Oh, DDR Jake is dead. A lot of dead names here, but Agent 47 continues on. Enormous strength. You gotta be better than the worst person on the Hall of Fame to take a slot there. Alright, so this is my big retreat into the Vasa. The Vasa is well defended. Lorule and Besaid have a lot of units there. That does open me up for a rather tasteful strike on Candonia. If I think he's not going to ruin my day, which he might. Certainly could. Those fire snakes are a bother to me. I really want Candonia. Nice capital province to have. Don't want him chugging out yet more units there. Problem is there's quite a bit of attrition on my Draconians whenever I order them to fight. Alternatively, I could snipe off places like Biwa, wait for these guys to potentially go further north. Let them make their own troubles. Steely and Ryu, get down into the waters. You were never meant to truly be up here. I'm leaving behind M. Bison for the siege. The rest of you... Ooh, really nice to see those candles coming in, lowering the heat a little bit. A lot of you over in Macau. But we just know these skeletons would get obliterated. What to do, what to do? I could just keep them in the Vasa for now. It's easy for them to get to Celadon. Just try and distract him up north. I will make a move on Camdonia. I might face a lot of losses, but that's a given. Perhaps I could distract these, but not with the entire army in Besaid. Maybe I can take Jolly Roger then. How's your research? Can you summon elemental royalty? I don't really have the path access for most of them. Water royalty... Yeah, I could boost up for that, but water royalty is the least useful. Air royalty? I'm thinking more and more about how I should be getting myself a Staff of Storms just to quench my foes. The fact that I'm not doing it is hurting me a fair bit. Staff of Storms needs Air Magic 5 though, and that's a tall order, but I have a bajillion air gems, so maybe... I thought for sure Bag of Winds boosted wind. What's the air boosters these days? Right, I will just search on Dom 6 Mod Inspector tool for boosters in air. Horn of Storms, but it's a 5 air to craft. Then there's the Orb of Elemental Air, which is an artifact, and the Winged Helmet, which requires 4, so I'm going to have to boost no matter what. I don't have Astral Air, I don't have Air Earth either. Okay. Okay, not the world's worst thing, so let's just empower the both of you in air. God, that's expensive, but, you know. I have the gems, I may as well put them to use. So yes, empower them, make them a pair of helmets, and then... Well, I don't need multiple of them, do I? Sod one of them doing empowerment, just one of them do it. You empower, you get the thing on your head, make me Staff of Storms, and then in these fights we'll have Storm to negate quite a bit of their heat. Should be helpful. Negates my flyers, but I'll just have to cope with the situation. Not chugging out anywhere near as many righteous followers as I would like. The amount I've been able to pump out has been hit hard by these forts, actually. These forts and these places not turning into woodlands. The wastes are still wastes, but Rio Grande do Sul, I'm pretty sure was not a farmland earlier on. Very impressive income. Alright, McCaskey, not much to do, just preach down there so you don't bother me. Zoe, get your orders in gear and make your way south for me, please. General Tully. Oh, General Tully got reformed. Alright, also head down. Fumer, also head down. Tons of units over in the Vasa. Some of them are really messed up. There's Dicey with his diseased arm falling off, his battle fright, his chest wound. He's almost dead, but he should survive. Gift of Health is there to help him. But that doesn't answer what I do with all of you. How many of you are there? Quite a few, so you guys summon your allies. You guys maybe just get researching. And then you guys, I guess, couldn't hurt to have some more long dead around here. This interface for reanimating with lots of units is awful. You click one too many times and you cancel the whole order. But there's no indication of when it comes to an end. Caleb, you're still hanging around. You also reanimate some additional long dead for us. Sneely, you're alright. Maybe give the Thistle Mace over to our god. Maybe even give the Moonvine Bracelet to our god so he becomes extremely cheap to cast any kind of nature water spell. Well, not the water, but the Foul Vapors and the Quagmire should be nice and easy. Oh god, who left behind all these summer lions here? They're gonna get diseased. Well, they are diseased. Okay, who can go and pick up those summer lions? I will take you, Matherius. Go and grab them and bring them back. You have plenty of magical leadership, right? Wait, what do you mean you can only command 10 magical beings? That doesn't sound right. Conrad, you can command a lot of magical beings. Get over there, pick them up, and bring them back. Then we have some good summer lions. Alternatively, we move north with our summer lions, but... it's not a bad idea. Get up to the Vasa, summer lions for the northern offensive. That's where they're most useful. Who's our other summer lion summoner? Stay away from the summoner. You're a bad man. I know someone else is summoning fire lions, but who else is? Anyway, it matters not. Get up there, make sure you have those summer lions. Everybody who can have them. Grab any of those spare individuals that there are. No reason not to take additional skellies. They can still move 18, which is fine. For some reason I have mindless in here. Oh, I think there's a ghost. Is the ghost mindless? That seems oppressive. I'll have to check. Ghosts aren't... Oh, I see. The ghosts are the ones that aren't mindless, but they can't be mixed with the long dead, of course, of course. I don't think I want the ghosts here, which makes me wonder why I was really bringing them along, but hey-ho. Right, get up to Bumbley Beach, grab the rest of the lions and move on up. Where the heck are my other lions, though? Princess Beatrice and Hedovan, and they both appear to be in the same place. There's Hedovan. Where's your Princess Beatrix? Ah, okay, okay. Then all makes sense. Yeah, I missed your 2 fire there. Okay, so I'm thinking we head on up and I start a new offensive, this time with Summer Lions, to do the back row killing, since they're good at that. We're going to get Storm up. I'm going to be able to get fire resistance on my entire army, thanks to Fat Slob, who's hiding around here somewhere. With any luck, these guys will go down south a bit, but even if they don't, Grimsby can put on his ultra-fast new pair of shoes, the 7-mile strides. He now has map move 40. He can actually get all the way to Celadon in one fell move. He's just so incredibly fast. But for now, I just want him in the Vasa. Someday we're going to get our big pitched battle against these guys. Someday. And when that happens, they are in for a world of hurt. So you're all getting out of there, which tells me maybe you guys don't want to be doing what you're doing. No, I want to be able to act around here, because if they do get tied up there, I would love to have a skeletal army to work the south. Sneely, get back to researching, and now we're good to go. Phew! You have such a pleasant speaking voice. Thanks for streaming, says Prince Cosmo. Yeah, I don't feel the same when I listen to my own voice, but I think that's the same for everybody. Most people can't stand their own voice. Somebody said I had a great morning voice, but my morning voice is awful. I hesitate to watch that that particular moment. I think I was in yesterday's VOD. Just crawled out of bed and it was all just... But somebody liked it. Right, yet again... Oh, wow, you actually did find something. Earthblood Seepage. Just the earth gems I don't need. Limping Cripples. Celadon City, yet another battle here, but this is me hopefully baiting out their army. Where they fight M. Bison. But that's okay, he will bribe the enemy with bison dollars. Don't you know 1 bison dollar is worth 5 of the king's... Oh, never mind. A longbow hit the air elemental. Shouldn't have hit it because it was ethereal, but there was still a 25% chance of it going through. I hope the air doesn't hold a grudge. Anyway, Celadon is very heavily defended now. That's okay, we're doing other things. Ooh, shark riders. Shouldn't be a problem. We got this one taken care of. And Camdonia itself. This is me flying in, hoping to snipe it while the enemy is away. That's fine, but the main issue is actually storming the castle. At least priests aren't a problem in this kind of situation. Right. So much hot nonsense has been going on for so long. How do we counteract all of this? He is definitely meaning business. Look at all these guys in Lorule. I'm almost tempted to march on Lorule to specifically kill all of them and then march into Celadon. But I don't have my Storm Staff ready, and I don't have all of you guys ready. Get me those poor, horrible, diseased Summer Lions and these guys. The Summer Lions cannot be repaired. I'm really surprised they actually suffer from diseases. Maybe they don't. Do you see any diseased Summer Lions? Oh, there we go. Immune to diseases. Okay, so the Summer Lions were fine. I've just endangered my own living people by going up to this double well of pestilence. Get out of there before it hurts you. Get over to the Vasa. I wonder if they'll siege me in the Vasa. That would be so cool. I want a big pitched battle against these guys. The bigger the amount of the enemy numbers there are, the better it is for me, because I have a big-ass counter up my big ass. All the better if they fight me in a cold province. So, by all means, please come here. In the meantime, let's spend our time getting ourselves those long-dead warriors. He hasn't gone for me in other fights, so there's a good chance that he just won't, but them is the breaks. Mr. Grimsby is over here. I wonder if he's going to regret not having any protection on his head. He also doesn't have any good fire resistance. Maybe I'll finally give him something in that. Zilius, please forge our god a dragon helmet. Yeah, give him a dragon helmet. Der Kleingaus, get into Argentina. I think you're thrilled, I know, but you can do it from the back row, that's fine. Vino Paolo. Now that you're empowered in air, put on your... Oh, you don't have it yet. Forge us that air boosting helmet. Lord Pantero. Get yourself orders and get into the water. Some way, somehow. Right, so we had that fight in Sea Traders. I don't know if it would have been fine or not without the added leadership. Tell you what, one of you is horribly crippled, right? Chest wound, lost an arm. Right, so Sneely, you are actually going to hold this place down. And if you're going to hold it down whilst making some ghosts. Whilst the other ones go on the war march. Reason being is that Sneely can't do a lot of killing, but just having a ruler, having a leader around that doesn't rout can be great for keeping the province defense at bay. Otherwise they do love to run away because they're cowards. Gift of Health and Nature Bounty are the only ones we have left up. Whilst my foe is enjoying Stellar Focus, Eternal Power, Pyre, Arcane Power, and the Eyes of God. I can cope with that. If I take his capital, I'll probably take quite a lot of those away from him. You don't get to keep them for yourself, but I'll certainly take him away. Alright, who else is not doing anything? Quite a lot of you guys. Just get me the extra skeletons. Even though they're easy to banish away, I will still want them as a bulk against Lorule. Okay. The supply situation there is golden. We've got loads of supplies. We're a cold nation anyway, so we're fine with a touch of cold around here. Still got a load of Diego Garcian skeletons. 1,300 of them, no less. I think we're fine as we are. The Draconians seem to be doing a good job of smashing around these provinces, and if these guys are kept busy, then the army down here will march out and claim the rest of this land. Would like Jolly Roger Bay. Tell you what, Ulala, you take Jolly Roger Bay for us, please. Can't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to do that on your own. Keep it moving. And really hope that those enemies come for us. Try and slay my god. Well, they're not taking any bait around here. Yellow caves again with these illusions coming at me. Wraith Lord is down. Jolly Roger Bay. No good reason to think you can't handle these wimps. The skeletons go. The skeletons eat the lance charge, and then you just eat everybody else. Good job. Argentina. This is us finally walking in and taking these southern waters. And again, Wraith Lords are so good for this. So good. No damage on him either. Excellent. How about Dire Docks? The Mario level. Quite a few of them down here. Surely not a problem, though. A problem for one Wraith Lord is only half a problem for two Wraith Lords. There we go. No problem. It'd be a bigger problem if sharks were capable of eating targets. There is pick up and eat, which is a great way to consume a Wraith Lord, but they didn't have it, so down they went. And this is us taking, hopefully, Camdonia proper. There are a lot of them. Of course, there are a lot of us. Damn heat aura. Okay, their leaders are gone, so this should be a free fight. Yeah, nice. Not without losses, but I really, really wanted this province. And now it is finally mine. Let us make sure it stays our province. And yeah, look at that. Quadruple figure income. These guys are still alive. One of them picked up a lightless lantern. Do not carry a lightless lantern. Blood spell range, strength, dark vision. Is that stuff you really want? The red scale mail armor. Now that's pretty good for you guys, but I suppose our foe is clever enough to make these kinds of counters. He's got scale mail armor, I assume, to give to some of his leaders that don't have inherent fire resistance, so they don't kill each other with fire. But that is only an assumption. Could just be happening for them by accident. Okay. Work your way over to the other forts. This is a really nice way to just pick those forts clean off my enemy. Good province defense here. Ooh la la. Get over to Zeth. It's behind the mountain ranges. It should be fine. Falchineers, Axe Masters, Shambler Tridents. Well, this is where Vino Paolo comes in, puts on his winged helmet, and starts fabricating storm staffs. Expensive, but auto spell storm is very useful. You don't need to be a mage to carry an auto spell casting item. But we want Storm in these fights. Oh, Storm was the name of my dog back in the day. She was a nightmare. She was the one that ate coal. I believe I brought her up before. Whoa. Okay, Lizard Warriors was the last thing I would have expected you to have. The funny thing is, if I have a spare Wraith Lord, almost a spare anything, really. Yeah, Wraith Lord's not exactly going spare right now, are they? I could burn most of those guys to death just by proccing a short battle here. That'd be pretty trolly. I do like the idea of being pretty trolly, though. Right, got my fire mages back up. That's Hedovan and Princess Beatrix. Please get back to making me as many Summer Lions as possible. Otherwise, John Shepherd is here without too much to show for it, sadly. Ah, but Clubber Seal made it back. Clubber Seal, go and add some more units over to the Vasa for me, please. We finally got a Death 3 guy, but it's much too late for that. I'm actually looking for Fire 3, and I can't even remember why. Right, you took this, no problem. Come to Brazil. Arborang is over there. Chumro, get into Blood Kelp Zone. Yeah, let's take some waters. The Dominion game is working in my favor dramatically now, though. Dom killing could be on the menu, but most importantly is putting out the heat in his provinces. Let me think, it's late spring, summer's due to start soon. But the idea that we can have a nice frosty situation even in summer is exactly what we're after. What is the story here? Apparently it's connected to Deception Island, but you never took Redditch. I guess nobody really wants Redditch, but... what are we doing with you then? Give me Hyrule. It gives me a good idea of what's happening along his coastline. Once I have the Storm Staff, I'll feel pretty good about taking this fight. But I'd really, really like him to just come and fight me. His units are kind of stuck here, not knowing what to do. I guess that does work to my benefit. Time is good for me. Time is allowing me to kind of clamp down on him. But it still feels a little awkward. Not much for you to do there, Conrad. Is this still the Skelly Smack? Yeah, it has dragged on. It's been a real slugfest. We utterly clobbered Benga Shawar, and we ground down Camdonia, but now that it's us against Perbiote, they have been very difficult to deal with. Our skeletons just do not do the damage we're looking for, which is why we have augmented our strategies. Celadon's still a bit of a march away, mostly through Lorule. Sorely, sorely tempted to just take that fight in Lorule, just distract him long enough to have his own lizard warriors burn up. Could I sacrifice for that? Say Christopher, for example. Christopher goes in there. And yeah, there's a lot of death that happens, but I really think I'd set fire to a lot of those lizard warriors. And that's good because lizard warriors are poison resistant, so that's a pretty good counter to my idea of poisoning these guys to death. So yeah, sorry, Christopher, but you are going to be going in there and dying. If nothing else, we'll feel out what the enemy is made of, but good luck with that. Well, props to you for clinging on to it. Yeah, we certainly had some grim times, but that's what makes it exciting. If you just had a Dom run where you dominate from the very start, it doesn't feel like you're really living. And we did have a run. I think when we played as the Bull people, we just dominated from day one. That does feel good at times, but also you want a bit more. I really, really wish I had a lab to slap on some fire resistance on you so you can take care of these fire snakes. Tell you what, we got Kitty right here. Kitty's not doing anything of great importance. Go and put on some Boots of the Messenger. Go and put on one of these big fire-resistant armors. And then we realize that you are, even with 31 map move, not able to get anywhere near close enough, huh? Ah, but you could go to Bumbly Beach. Yeah, that has risks of its own. I'm thinking more about the Hellkeep. It would be faster at this rate just to move Ulala into Camdonia to put it on. But I do want Zeth. You know, Sodblood Kept Zone. Give me Zeth. You put on that in Camdonia and take Hellkeep. And then Der Klein Gauss can take the Blood Kelp. So take Brazil. It's deeper. Which means Kitty. I don't want you wearing those fancy boots. But I do still want you moving on out. It's like Battle Brothers. Losses make the victories all that much more sweet. I don't know, Andarius. I saw you yelling some pretty nasty things at Battle Brothers when you were losing in an encounter. It didn't sound very sweet. Alright, Summer Lions, Wraith Lords, Summer Lions, Rusty Bucket Bay. Special. Oh, God. I swear this is him, right? He's the one getting all the glamour gems. He must be throwing all that fake damage my way. Steam Shield, Cripples, a battle in Brazil. So this is Brazil, huh? Well, that's okay. Der Klein Gauss knows how to handle Brazil. How about Dire Docks? We're being counterattacked. Where does he find all these sharks? Not familiar with using sharks. Are they any good? Excellent defense skill. Comes in with charged poisonous coral spears. Poor attack skill, though. Passable protection. Then the shark has its big bite. Shark is very stupid. No distinction between friend or foe. Randomly attacks anyone. Stupid mounts will not retreat. Is very stupid worse than stupid? I know there is stupid, but... This is where I left my Wraith Lord, by the way. safe in the knowledge that they would want an additional commander here. Not sure he made any difference. Wait, no, this is actually where I moved them into. Why are they getting attacked? Zeth. He knows nothing but to Wraith Lord. But when they perform this well, why would I not Wraith Lord? Lake Biwa. This is us trying to snipe another fortress, because I should have harmed my enemy's economic capabilities quite a lot by now. So let's make sure we actually remember to storm Lake Biwa. Storm Lake Biwa? Oh, we haven't actually broken the siege down. Damn, I just assumed I would one-turn pop it. And Camdonia? Why would we get attacked in Camdonia? And why would we get attacked by so many in Camdonia? We are very fortunate to have won this battle. Very fortunate. Very unusual for province defense to win in this. Let's look at that. Yeah, we might outnumber... Well, actually, no, we don't outnumber them. But province defense usually doesn't stand up to a genuine attack. They had mage backing, priest backing, and their actual good national units thrown at me. So very, very grateful that went as well as it did. Who did all the killing anyway? Don't let me admit that Shamblers were doing the bulk of all that. Still, glad that went down. Now for Larule. Now, this is a battle that I intend to lose. There's no way I win it. The point is... he pulled out his units. So this would have been this would have looked really smart if his lizards were still here. His lizards would burn up in this heat aura, and then I just wouldn't have to worry about them. As it stands, this is just a horrible sacrifice. Bye, Christopher. Yeah, he ain't lasting. What a shame. Oh well, sacrifices must be made. Hold on, Rusty Bucket? I thought we already looked at this. Is the AI good enough to beat you if the nations were reversed? Unless I stumbled very badly very early, I think I could always beat the AI. Because the AI isn't very good at pressing their advantage, and they're not very good at coming up with counters. Wow. Those Shamblers do an excellent job of holding the line, but they do die. That heat aura is not doing much because of the cold around here. But yeah, they seem very keen on just holding the center around here. What are they up to? Well, they're giving me an opportunity to march on Celadon, that's for sure. Have you had issues with the randomizer tool? Mine seems to be making bad image files. I think I had it crash one time with image files, but if you don't make too many nations, I find 30 is the sweet spot, but you might be safer with 25 or so. Then no issues from there. So much money. I would say more money than God, but we are God. Oh, this whole corner is Arborang. Alright, take Arborang while you're at it. Ulala made it over here to put on some fire resistance so that you can take out Hellkeep. Chumru took Zeth. Lake Biwa has yet to fall, but I don't think you're in a position to work on Timbuktu. Get into Green Path, put on another fire resistance, and then maybe both of you can take over Timbuktu. But yeah, we are squeezing this guy badly. There's a good chance on a Dom kill here. He's lost a lot of his temples. He really just has this as his core now. Everything else is contested or already taken, and it's certainly all covered in Dominion. We can actually look at the Dominion. Oh, he's plummeting. The thing is, Dom killing altogether is difficult because he could just keep 50 priests here constantly preaching, and that'll still keep this area alive. I wouldn't have the numbers to counter-preach that. Give me another Stormstaff, please. Stormstaff is two-handed. I can't give it to Grimsby. However, John Shepherd could certainly take one. Now we autocast Storm and really put the dampener on them. I'm contemplating my offensive now that I have most of the pieces of the puzzle. But unless I can pierce through Celadon City and get to Perbaiote, that's not a great call for me. So maybe what I do... Oh my god, it's still so hot over there. It's got my Dominion and it's still heat too. The Auto Storm would help out with that though, I suppose. Odds are very good he'll want to relieve the siege with this giant army. So what am I thinking of doing here? And I am thinking of doing it. And keep you summoning fire lions, which means I don't want you holding on to the fire lions. Yeah, just be here. Don't even take those bodyguards. You don't deserve them. Where's Princess Beatrix? You also. I just want you back here, getting me more and more summer lions. So leave behind those. Just leave behind the whole lot. You don't deserve them. Outside of you, I want most of these guys. Because there's no point going on an offense if you ain't bringing the whole shebang. That's a crazy thing to be bringing over, but sometimes you just gotta get a bit crazy. At least my foe doesn't have Purgatory up, could you imagine? I can imagine. What is that doing? Get out of here. No, you don't deserve these things. My Soul Vortex strategy did not work. I want these guys frontlining. Time to finally put the pressure on my foe, because he's been putting the pressure on me whole game. Maybe not whole game. Since I'd elected to play without diplomacy, I have always had to worry about Perbeote taking the offense with me, and they fought me without declaring war, which was very uncouth. No message, just suddenly, oh, we're attacking you. You've lost a province. My army is big and scary and made of fire, and you are not equipped for that. Right, there we go. Get these units out of here. Got the skellies that I can. So I want these. Oh, Reset Lemongrass, you are mute, aren't you? Yep, you are going to have to take a bench. But everybody else is hordes, hordes, hordes of skeletons. Clearly, I do need to give them these orders, because if they ever go off script, they want to start doing, what was it, temper flesh, invulnerability, skeletal body, useless stuff. I need you to be summoning loads of skeletons. At least the ones with the skull rod can summon more skeletons because of their death boost. They don't get so exhausted doing so. Right, so you go in, you skeleton, skeleton, skeleton. There's more skeletons that we know what to do with around here. What are you doing with this army? You don't deserve that army. Put it away, put it away. Alright, there's the skeleton army. Quite a lot to lose, honestly. Reset, give them away to 2 Swole to control. And... where are you, Reset? There you are, you stay away. Does that mean we go marching with you? It's a long way. Why don't we go via Lorule into Celadon City? That way I can kill a bunch of people and then move out yet further. It's an idea. But we could go to Rusty Bucket Bay if we really think we want to kill all of their units in a big pitched battle. I can't ask for the pitched battle and not take it. They're right there. But of course that isn't enough. We need a little more. That's why John Shepherd, Grimsby, and Conrad and Fat Slob are getting involved as well. My priests will as well, but give it time. Actually, I don't need my priests. Because we've got John Shepherd, we already have Divine Blessing, so my priests can actually take a day off. There we go. We have finally put together all of our units, the incredibly skilled, the quite skilled, the mediocrely skilled, and I'm sure there's some relatively fresh ones in there as well. My righteous followers are here. Draconians, I may as well. I guess. What about the lions? Oh man, John Shepherd can command all of the lions. That's pretty cool. You know, I think I'll let the Draconians take the day off. I don't think because they can't fly with the storm up, they're not that useful. I'd rather keep them around and have access to them for later. I also think John Shepherd shouldn't be holding on to skeletons. Doesn't seem right for some reason. Should definitely make sure that my god has a personal protection. Don't want to lose him to nothing. God puts up foul vapors. God puts up mass regeneration. Mass regeneration does speak to having these. All right, go on then. These guys regenerate like mad with mass regeneration. That is to say they regenerate at all. John Shepherd, John Shepherd. Golden cap, golden scale mail. Fat slob. What about you? I still don't feel right about John Shepherd having the skeletons. Go and deposit those in the garrison for now. That way he actually has an extra unit that he can spread his lions between. Now the lions don't rout, at least not due to morale checks. Even so. Their heat aura will be made worse, but that's also okay. Attack, rear, attack, rear. Further question, do I want them in this fight? Are they really what do the damage? They're better for storming castles. I don't want to take losses on these things if I don't have to. But I'm bringing them along with the idea of storming the castle with them. Their heat aura isn't quite so deadly to me, actually, since I'll have... Yeah, I'll have storm up. So their heat aura shouldn't be so bad, and any fires will be put out. And I'll actually get Fat Slob to put... Not Grip of Winter. Oh, no, 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 no. I want you to put up... Frostflesh Army. And then cast whatever you want, but think about what you do. Take your booster... There we go, that allows you to cast it. It's a few too many of those things, and yet at the same time, yeah, you can have them. Protection is fine if he's not shot in the head. Speaking of being shot in the head, I believe I had a helmet for Grimsby. Good, no encumbrance, no defense malice, just protection. Okay. Okay. But wait, there's more. At least I think there's more. Who ended up taking the Draconians? The Draconians are busy making more allies, but I'll leave them behind for our esteemed ruler. Well, her esteemed prophet, at least. John Shepherd. Take more of them. Have them double line formation on the back row in case anything tries to... Well, no, they can't fly. But what if they have something that's storm immune? Hadn't considered that. Fat Slob is alone in the army. Would he merit a guard? Yeah, especially since he's putting down an army-wide spell. Frostflesh Army will leave him quite knackered. Hold and attack there. Hold and attack rear. Hold and attack rear. If you are somehow not knackered after that, I swear there's a spell that makes us poison resistant under nature. I think it's Serpent's Blessing. Yeah, the entire battlefield gets poison resistance. Give me that. So Foul Vapors, Mass Regeneration, Serpent Blessing. You'd think those two should be reversed, but I don't. Takes a long time. It costs a lot. It exhausts a lot. Wow, can you carry like 30 of everything? Well, that's fine. Carry all those. Don't die on me. That would be very sad. Okay, so you're also moving in there, but that's not all. Regen before poison res, yes. Because I want to be doing damage on my enemy, and regen helps with damage taken from regular attacks. I do want both regen and poison resistance, though. It's not like I'm shy on some nature gems. But as I said, that's not all. There's a bit more. Bess Marvin, could you help us out here? I want you with this and... this. Now Bess Marvin is Death 4. Grab a face full of Death gems, and I want you to do a specific thing for me. I want you to cast... Where is it? Rigor mortis. All units on the battlefield occasionally take 10 armor negating fatigue damage. That's not good for my units, but it's not good for their units either. And the difference is a lot of my units are skeletons, which are not affected by this. So the undead will be laughing at it. Might hurt me more than it helps me. Oh god, the fatigue cost is going to hurt, isn't it? But I want to see it in action. So are you actually capable of doing that, or is this going to be a problem? You will do your best. Cast spells, conserve your gems. It's okay though, Bess Marvin is sacred. Even if she gets injured due to over-fatigue, she has regeneration. Suck if you die though. I'm going to move you back a bit. Alright, now do I have everything I want? Not quite. There's one more thing I want, and that's Quagmire. But I don't think I can afford it, given that it's something Grimsby has to cast. And Grimsby is already doing all of this. If he were to also cast Quagmire... Where is Quagmire? Here it is. That might be a bit above what he can do anyway. Yeah, I don't think I'll take Quagmire. It doesn't help me more than it hinders me. Grip of Winter would be cool, but oh yeah, we are going to a cold province. I don't think the storm will help me in the same way in a cold province. But then the heat aura will already be dissipated, so I guess it's okay. Will the fatigue damage affect your mages? Yes, but it'll also affect his. Okay, what are we looking at in this fight? We're looking at a very large number of our units. Backline of Draconians, super backline of Summer Lions. Like I said, I want to keep the Summer Lions safe for the big fight so that they can work in the sieges. Long Deads, Long Deads, Long Deads with the summoning of unbearably more Long Deads. Righteous Followers hold an attack to keep my main base safe. Keep my very important generals shoved in the corner here. Front runner with all of my... raising generals, what's he trying to say? My generals that raise the skeletons. I don't need to space them out anymore, I'm not doing soul vortex things with them. But I think the further they are in the front, the more likely their skeletons are able to join the front lines. Of course, it also makes it more likely that they die when the enemy pierces through my skeletons, but them's the breaks. Only other thing I think is that there are a few more skeletons available for my my army here. Get those skeletons at the... whoops. At the ready. Hey, your ability to lead more skeletons went up when I boosted you. Interesting. Anyway, get them over there. Right, massive fight. Will it work to my advantage? Maybe. Can I finally put an end to the source of all my fears in this run? Maybe. Does this sound like a moment where I stop the stream and say we'll continue this next time? No, because I'm determined to get this finished today. This has already gone on for muckle too long. Right, Kitty, what are you doing? Embarrassing me, clearly. I give you fire resistance, so you might be able to help in Celadon City, so move your way up there with that in mind, please. Dolce, we are low on death gems, so please stop making me more Wraith Lords. Naked Scotsman. Naked Scotsman was a series I did on Monster Hunter way back in the day. The goal was to defeat all of the monsters while playing as a naked character. I made him all grizzled and ginger-haired and called him Naked Scotsman. Trouble was, it wasn't very enjoyable, so I didn't do it for very long. But somebody remembered that series and submitted a name Naked Scotsman onto the names list, so thank you. Right. Does it have Reanimator Priest? How many skeletons does he have? You mean our Dolce? Dolce could reanimate 5 Long Dead, 16 Soulless, or 7 Ghosts. But we won't. Got nothing being researched, huh? Finish off Evocation, finish off Thaumaturgy, and then I don't really care what we do. Any enchantments to care about? Army of the Dead. Summons 100 Long Dead. That does not sound worth anyone's time, although I suppose it's only in inverted commas 10 death gems. Earth Shatter Armor? Anyway, not really of any concern. Carry on. Let's see if they actually hang around for this pitched battle. It could be that they just move out of the way. I forgot to make sure that we had enough supplies on us. But our god has lots of supplies, and we have wine, and the fact that we have this long battle tells me we did manage to engage. And that for at least 10 rounds, it took a while to think about. Okay, where was that fight? Where did we march into? I think it was Rusty Bucket Bay, right? Let's see what happened. Is this an army or is this an army? Oh god, where is his army? He did run away. Oh, man. You ever feel like you over-prepare for a situation? And they are wasting their gems putting these things up as well. And there's poison stuff. Alright, where's my god? Is he getting knackered by all this? No, he's so highly skilled he's barely feeling any fatigue from getting these spells down. That's excellent. But yeah, those little puffs of smoke. Something worth keeping in mind is that storm dissipates the area effects faster. Clouds dissipate twice as fast. That's a bit of a counter synergy with the poison. It'll still hurt them, so I'm not too worried about it, but still. Yeah, over-prepared is the word here. Did I lose people in that? Long deads, but that's no big deal. Where did their units go then? Camdonia? How is he fighting me in Camdonia? Oh, well, with these things, of course. He wins, but only barely. He will not be able to siege down Camdonia with that wimpy little load of survivors. Hyrule. Did you still cast the spells of gems? Yes. And no, I'm not happy about that. It's a waste of gems, but the AI has to make a judgment call, and if they think a fight is big enough to warrant casting their gems, and I guess they thought that one was. I think there's a minimum strength of enemies for them making that decision. Damn it, I wanted my big fight. Not just for the thrill of a big fight, I just want to kill him. Okay, so I was clever enough to put on a red dragon scale mail armor onto Ulala. So whilst all this heat and fire damage would normally be killing me, it will not. Of course, damage can still get through, and the red scale mail is actually less protection than the full hauberk that he normally wears. What is this? He's enraged. That's not going to work to your benefit. I'm going to kill you. Yeah, you go, Ulala. Not even a scratch. Sea Trader's Path, we're being counterattacked by practically nothing. This is why I get Province Defense, and this is why I also have the horribly crippled Sneely Whistlethroat here as well. Doesn't have an arm, doesn't need an arm. If you have no arms, you use the attack Useless Kick, which has a severely reduced amount of damage. Although both your arms can be chopped off, your legs cannot. They can only be crippled, and you can still kick with a crippled leg, I think. Peak Dominion, spend 5 hours scripting a fight that doesn't even happen. Yeah, but I couldn't exactly cloud trapeze my way into that one. Ah, man, I love Wraith Lords so much. Just because you don't need to think about it, just... There's a benign army, send in the Wraith Lord. That's all you need to think. And a battle in Great Britain. Where in the world did he send his army? He's just been dossing around that... Oh, maybe this answers the question. The mage support that the AI is doing is excellent. All those falling fires coming out of Eugen the Flame Spirit's really adding to the slaughter. Yeah, goodbye Great Britain. Unfortunately, that does give him a path into my underbelly, where I don't want him to be, but I've got forts at the ready for that. And I was clever enough to bring enough supplies for these guys, so as long as we don't run out of gems for everything we're trying to do around here, we're A-okay. He's got a lot of them over in Besaid. Perhaps we kill him in Besaid. I didn't pick up all of these guys, did I? Oh, right, Caleb Goldman still has a lot of my sacreds here. That's fine, we're just making some more Fire Lions. Once we kill these guys, and hopefully we kill these guys, we circle our way up to Celadon City, and every turn that passes, my Dominion is creeping, creeping, creeping. It's very insidious. I like it. Meanwhile, I claim the lands. I give these lands outrageous amounts of province defense, and there's very little my foe can do about it. Although, as we saw, he can do this. And actually he can do this, so he might actually move down to try and siege down Camdonia. Not a poor choice by any stretch of the imagination. But I have a funny feeling that Ulala could save Camdonia single-handedly as long as these don't get involved. But they will get involved. Well, while I'm thinking about you storm the castle. And Chumro's over here to grab another one of these. Give it your all. Could have both of you go in here, but I'm curious if you can single-handedly save that province. Vina Paolo, give us another storm of... Staff of Storms, please. The Staff of the Storm, not the other way around. Get over to Deception Island as well, continuing to choke this guy out economically. He shouldn't have the resources to take back 100 province defense provinces. Just notice your money pool. Yeah, that's Gift of Nature's bounty, baby. I try to get that up every fight that I can. Mother Oak, Gift of Health, Gift of Nature's bounty. I always try to find a way to break into nature. Fortunately, it is the single easiest thing to break into because of this. Either Woodhenge Druids or the other Nature 1 guys float around quite a bit, and there are loads of nature sites. So it's not difficult to go Nature, Nature 2, boost up Nature 3 with the staff, maybe Empower, get the Tree Lord thing for another Nature boost. Oops, you've got Nature 5 already. Add a little bit of Astral. Oh, we've got Moonvine Bracelet, Nature 6. And then before you know it, your troops have twice the hit point pool, your diseases are going away, and Gift of Nature Bounty solves the money problem entirely. It's a path I always try to pursue, even on a nation that doesn't have nature. This nation doesn't have nature. I hardly call these guys' availability nature access, which is why I used Grimsby, God of Despair, as the Duyu of farming and boosted his nature. I think he's normally nature 7. Yeah, nature 7, water 3, because I wanted the ability to walk over cold places, because I knew we were going to be cold. I didn't want it to impact my movement on the strategic map. Anyway, this is my brilliant mind at play, in case you think I'm just flubbering my way through this. You're not that far off, but that's not how it's going down. Who's moving in here? Kitty. All right, Kitty, put a bit of pressure on them. Caleb's getting some reinforcements from Clubber Seal, but we saw Lorule being a bit of a pain in my bum. You couldn't get over to Lorule, could you? Yeah, you could. Map move went up courtesy of putting on the Dragon Scale Mail. But that just seems like you would die, doesn't it? Well, if you're going to die, go die in Lorule. Oh man, the day is wearing on. I haven't eaten since breakfast. Well, who says the weekly one-shot needs to start on time? Got some long battles going on here. That's not unusual with Wraith Lords, but the more Summer Lions are coming out, nothing being found, Cripples dying, Lorule. 1v a few, but this is the power of just a little bit of investment in fire defense. All in all, these Fire Snakes are an excellent counter to Wraith Lords because of the Fire Flare, but like I said, just 5 death... Well, we stole these, but 5 or 10 Fire Gems onto a fairly easy-to-make mail, and they laugh at it. He is, however, getting absolutely scorched over there by... Uh-oh. He's blind, he's limp, he's got a chest wound. He's not really able to hit anything. He's doing his best, but I don't think his best is good enough. Nah. Problem was this, these poisoned obsidian blades. Not the poison, although actually that fatigue is kicking in there. Paralyzing poison, but the fact that they're magical struck through our invincibility. Yet again, these understated sacreds. I took one look at them and thought they were nothing special, but really, Masters of Blood are surprisingly good. Doesn't help that he's given them thunder weapons as well. Well, Kitty, your sacrifice was in vain. Green path. He's really on the death march with his army. And he is hosing my province defense with it. He's taking attrition, and he might find it a bit difficult to bounce back from that attrition real soon. How about us? We were hoping to corner his massive army in Besaid. His massive army in Besaid! And again, the gems were spent on battlefield things there. You'll notice the storm coming down and putting out any fires. That's good. My summer lions, I don't have them for their heat aura. Well, at least there's a fort here that'll be easy to take. How about Deception Island? Easy money. Camdonia. This is us trying to relieve that tiny remnants of the siege. Wait, that isn't so tiny. They did move in reinforcements. How are you still alive in all of that? Not only alive, but uninjured. This guy's immense. It's like he's overhealing. Why? Actually, why do you have 121 hit points? What? How? I do not understand. Soul Vortex can raise hit points above max. What? Since when? I had no idea. Gift of Health is boosting his maximum hit points, and I suppose that's only further boosting the amount he gets out of Soul Vortex, but that's insane. I think that's how he survived. He should have died 100 times there. Also, he's making weird movements. I think he caught dementia. No, he's just weakened and very confused. I would be too if I survived all of that. Well, thank you for relieving the siege on Camdonia. It looks like they took in quite a few extras. I can't believe that. That was not a fight he deserved to win, but he won. I keep saying he. Who was that? Ulala and Lord Panterno. Given that Lord Panterno has no fire resistance and Ulala has all of it, I'm willing to believe that the one standing at the end was actually Ulala. It looks a lot like Ulala. Good job. Bring the equipment, get the job done. Did they have anywhere to run to from there? Yeah, they could still run to Mudskipper Puddles, but there was still a lot of places they would die on retreat to, so that still did a lot of damage. Besaid is possible to crack immediately, but I think my goal here is just kill people, so maybe we should move on out like so. Corner these guys and destroy them. It's an idea. It's not even a bad idea. Could leave behind somebody maintaining the siege. Making me wish that I did have a surviving Wraith Lord for that. The Draconians could do that. Significant chance of Draconians all dying here. Could make it significantly less of a chance. Hey, Caleb. Didn't someone bring over reinforcements for you? No, I think Caleb is the reinforcements. Alright, I'm going to trust you, Caleb. What do you mean you can't lead magical units? Oh, Clubber Seal brought in some reinforcements for you. There we go. Here's how it goes then. Clubber Seal, get back for potential more reinforcements. Clubber Seal, team up with a handful of priests here. The priests know to do blessings. Units know to hold an attack. And yeah, I need mages for magical unit movement, and of course I went and sent all of my mages. Well, not reset lemongrass. Oh, but have leadership divided by 4. I wanted some summer lions to help me out here. Maybe it's for the better that I don't bring them in. I could bring in one of my summer lion summoners, but I prefer to summon lions with my summoners. I don't think you'll survive all that well in Lorule. Fire snakes, perbato. Hold on, I know what'll make this work for us. The cold will already take care of the heat aura. But I could also give Caleb a Staff of Storms. Alright, that looks good to me. Get into Lurul then. Bring them in, hold an attack. And I feel like just in case things get a little hairy, bring in some extra undead help. Of course, one might ask, what help will these undeads be? And then I'd say, I don't really know. But they'll be there. Attracting banishment that wouldn't otherwise do anything anyway. Alright, I'll take it. I just want to cut them off, just so that my enemies don't have a good way to retreat. They're going to end up somewhere that they can no longer run away from, and then that'll be their goose cooked. Part of that was the excellent work that Ulala did here. That was so good, I'm going to have you patrol around here, despite your weakened arm loss. Yeah, and of course you won't be able to fix that arm. I could copper arm you, but that's just ridiculous, so we're not doing that. Biwa is ours. Hang on, did we check everything here? I don't recall looking at this battle in Biwa. Sweet Orange saying, I took that siege defense formula listed earlier, calculated the summons. Cave grubs don't look like a good option. They're both an animal and undisciplined. Shade beasts and whites give some of the best defense of the lot. Whites are expensive, which is why I'm not super keen on that. But I was asking for options. I'm not going to reject them just because they seem expensive. Once again, Draconian Chief suiciding out there, but that's not a big deal. Otherwise, life is good. Biwa is now mine. And like I said, the more of these that I secure, the fewer options my enemy has of anything or anywhere to go and do. Ryu, you are limp. I'm sure they do with these guys just fine. Sneely, you are limp. Of course you are. Get over there. Take Timbuktu. Don't worry about the green path. Worry about the green path. Who's even there anyway? Yeah. They were attacking me with quite a bit. Not in a great place to counter that with anything. Don't like the idea of them taking any of this land back. Gives them any ways to slither their way out of all of this. And I doubt I can get there with my... Well, I know I can't get there with my main army in time. Draconians won't do it. Wraith Lords will probably not do it. Well... Well... Here's a consideration. Biwa has a laboratory. I'm going to give all of these Draconians this armor, this fire retardant armor. They're going to move into Timbuktu. Ryu and Sneely are going to move into Timbuktu. Chumro will wait around, and then the 3 Wraith Lords are going to try their luck at the Green Path to take it back. I would like to send the other Sneely over there, but the other Sneely is kind of useless. Well, they're all kind of useless in this state. You're just there to hold the fort. Ulala is there to help as well. Ulala can get there in one shot. Go over to Timbuktu for that reason. No, actually, remain on the patrol. That might be more useful to me if we end up with others coming over here. And that seems to be okay. Zoe, Tully, Vomer, get over to the Blood Kelp Zone. It's a nice place to be. Treasure Trove Cove is mine. Really putting the pressure on my foe over here. I'd put on more pressure if all this was full of temples, actually. And we can do that because we have a couple pills of air breathing. So go and chug those pills and get into the water and erect me some temples. You should be able to take Hudson Bay, although you could also take Loch Ness, which is also connected to Hudson Bay. If you know Paolo, we shouldn't need any more of those storm staffs currently, but you never know. Forge me one more. Also worth noting that there is the Tempest, which also does start of battle spell storm. But yeah, we're chasing down his big-ass army. Are they going to continue to run? They could go to Jolly Roger Bay. They could go to Sparse Reef. But maybe I just finally catch the bastards. I don't know how the game calculates who gets to move first in these kinds of situations. Big fight, though. Tempest is better than the Storm Staff for the same price, but you can only have one Tempest. It's a unique item. That's still a good reason to make it, but what if it gets stolen from me? Then I have an enemy casting Storm on themselves. Alright, where was that fight that we were trying to make happen? I have forgotten. Might be them coming into me at Rusty Bucket. No, I wasn't in Rusty Bucket. And I forgot to reinforce Rusty Bucket. Whoops. Ugh, and they sent Flagellants and Madmen. Madmen and their cods. Global Enchantment up. Camdonia. Oh boy, oh boy. Right, well, they went here then. I know where they're going to be for a big attack. So, we still do have Ulala the Wraithlord holding out with nothing but her fist. Can she somehow... Oh god, if you somehow make this, these units rout with nowhere to go. That's too good an outcome, so I don't think this is going to work to my favor. Although, she's got that Soul Vortex, she's got that Fear Aura. But she's also blind, weakened, chest wound, armless, and taking way too much damage. Ah, that is sad. Poor Alala dies. That would have been cool, but at least I get to fight these things, possibly. I've never seen the AI abandon a siege before. They're good units, but you don't get invincible units. Easy money. Hyrule. Counterattack in Hyrule, but I did not forget to put in Province Defense. Interesting. Sending in Kinnids. I don't know these units. Well, they all die like the same, mostly due to poison. And this is us once again on the War March. Oh, for the love of God, don't use gems against this. I do not understand why they thought that was worthy of gems. Weird AI. I'll need to check and make sure they still have enough gems, all things considered. Well, he generates gems, and I gave him a ton, so he'll be okay. Fat Slob generates gems as well. The formula is messed up. You have 2,000 units, he has 6 province defense, and it's triggering gem use. Yeah, it is messed up. Right, we have finally chased his units down to Camdonia. It's been a hell of a war march, but they are going to die now. Because I say so. I'm going to keep the siege on Besaid rather than attack further. Did I see how that battle in Lorule went? Expensively is the answer. God, and it was just against this? How is this expensive? Oh, right, I think the losses were on Long Dead. I read them as losses on my beloved Sacreds. Yeah, that's fine. The Long Deads were there to take hits for the rest of us. Yeah, the Righteous Followers are fine. The Long Dead's less fine. Staff of Flame Focus gain. Enemy dead. That's all good. It's all fairly good. I don't want to do the Storming of Besaid because there's a good chance they have enough to destroy my very small amount of units here. Which speaks to me backing it up with you. Well, those madmen aren't going to do anything. How about here? Okay, there's not much left of the poor green path. But my thought was, of course, yonder. Get the flame... Oh, God, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Lightless Lantern can cause horror marks, and there's no way to remove horror marks. Even if you die, the horror marks remain. Right, you guys see if you can't liberate the green path. When we kill these people, and we will kill these people, they have nowhere to retreat to. They all die. With that, the only real armies that they have left are the 320 sieging up the green path, whoever is remaining inside Besaid, and whoever is still holding Celadon City. Rusty Bucket just has madmen, right? And there's still Sparse Reef. I think I'm going to take Caleb and lay siege to Celadon. He's going to want some backup, though. And I'm not thrilled about not being in a position to take out Rusty Bucket Bay, but I can't get up to Sparse Reef. So I'm going to take a bunch of my... Well, a bunch of my... Why not just take all of the freaking guys? Except Biter. Biter is mute. Where is Biter? There we go. Biter from Brazil. Stay back. Alright. Chairs made of human skeletons. Got some ghosts, funnily enough, but although I've been making the ghosts, I can't think of a good use for the ghosts. Alright, you all should know what to do. It's hordes of skeletons all the way down. Just spread them out and get them knocked out. Some on the back to trigger any flyers. And one of you, who do we like most out of all these people? Nitro. Here you go, Nitro. Never forgotten all the stuff you've done for me. Well, maybe some of it. Get over there, destroy Sparse Reef. Ensure that there is nowhere left for my foes to run. And now we go on the grand offense. With this smushed... Even if this doesn't work, we should be able to nail down enough of them such that we can circle up and destroy them. Circle up? Yeah, it's a bit of a jaunt over there. And then we march all the way to the capital and destroy Perbaiote for good. That is, if their Dominion doesn't die first. Our Dominion is so strong, we have taken their capital through Dominion. Obviously, we don't physically hold it, but the people in Perbaiote's own capital are worshipping my god. That is to say, Grimsby. We've actually almost completely destroyed him through Dom. We might not need the War March, but I'll be damned if I'm denied my fight against his units. So we're having that. Argentina, get that temple up. Zoe, Tully, Vumer. You can't get to Green Path, but if that somehow doesn't work out, get to Biwa, put on some fire retardant stuff, and... save Green Path as best you can. Vina Paolo, not much for you to do. Alright, let's put him to sword. That's definitely the fight over in my former rival's capital. And I'm glad it's actually taking a while. I want them to suffer for everything they've done to me, and they've done a lot to me. A lot of entire armies wiped out. My prophet died, my leadership died. That said, John Shepherd is made for an excellent additional prophet. And there will be no retreating for their units. They have nowhere to retreat to. That was an 80-something round battle going on. Must have been Wraith Lord dependent. Alright, Thaumaturgy. We're even working on Blood Magic because we have nothing else to do. Summer Lions, Steam Shields, Cripples dying. The big fight. This is why we gemmed up, boosted up, brought in freaking everything. Because I don't want to have to deal with these nasty, nasty Abyssians, fire snakes, and God knows what else any longer. They've taken a bit of attrition on the march, so have I, but you wouldn't know because I have 1,000,000 skeletons. So there we go. First up was the storm to really destroy their heat aura, although it's cold here, so their heat aura is pretty much nothing anyway. Also help put out any fires. Although I don't know if that still applies to blizzards. So in cold places, the storm turns into a blizzard. A rainstorm will make it more difficult to use fire magic, but I don't know if the blizzard puts out fires. I assume so. Also up is foul vapors, so periodically you will see clouds of nauseous gas like that appear, and that shall poison friend and foe alike. The difference is they don't regenerate, we do. Also, my skeletons don't care about the poison. So yes, if you don't have enough skeletons, use more skeletons. What a horrible sight to see. Yeah, the skeletons are not flame resistant. At least not yet. Now they are. There we go. We were able to get the flame resistance up from our fat slob, the troll shaman. Still waiting on another battle global coming up from my god. If he gets it down. That was mass regeneration. Actually, might have already put it down. Draconians are regenerating? No? Is he going to put it down now? Maybe we ran out of death gems for rigor mortis. Yeah, they can banish as many skeletons as they like. We continue to generate more and more of them. No, really, where is my mass regeneration? Come on, God. Yeah, we fought, but they never stopped coming. If the skeleton dies, pick up the skeleton's rusty old spear and then use it for yourself. We can't afford spears for everyone. Draconians are in as well. This is actually not a good space for the Draconians to be. But it's not like they could fly in the back. The blizzard shut down flyers. Some of them are deciding to run. Hang on, are those my summer lions? The summer lions actually went round the back to attack rear, as they were ordered to do. Eating the enemy on retreat. Wow, that is just savage. You will become ethereal lion poop. I love it. I love it. I'm going to rewatch this battle again, but just keep it from fixed camera location. Yeah, get out of here, you bastards. They got their Abyssians, which are surprisingly hard to chew through with all of their protective gear and their heat aura. They got those nasty sacreds, those overcharged thunder weaponing, surprisingly good shamblers. Shamblers with nets to keep me down, and these damn fire snakes, again, heat auraing. Firepower, that's funny. Powerful in hot provinces, but because of the cold, it's actually making them weaker. And you might notice some green bars on them. They're also suffering from the poison. Somebody pointed out that poison lowers skills. Yeah, there we go. Looks like 11% reduction on skills due to existing poison. How much poison are my units taking? None and none because of poison resistance. 30 on the skeleton, 20 on you. Did I actually get poison resistance on my main units? I think I did. This is a good idea. Yeah, for some reason we didn't put up mass regeneration. Ask my god Grimsby why not. But we did get poison resistance on all of our units, so even our mage corps, which would normally suffer in such a situation, are doing fine. He's not even fatigued. What the hell has this guy been doing? Just chilling out. He's been making himself bigger. Oh, freaking Grimsby. Oh yeah, you're the biggest man in the world now, and you're covered in gold. Look closer, Wraith Lord. Beautiful. Alright. Took a lot for that to come together, but it did. What were the numbers? Well, we raided all of their stuff. Peter Molyneux grabbing a flame bow. A lot of long deads died, but again, we industrially print long deads. That's not of concern. The only real loss was 1 Draconian and 6 of my Summer Lions. And we summon a dozen Draconians a turn, and we create 10 Summer Lions a turn. So, didn't even lose a turn worth of production. They lost everything. Didn't look like we killed them all, but there was nowhere for the remaining 120 to retreat to. Unless they actually took a province around us since then. Nope. Mine, water, mine. He had nowhere to go. They all died on retreat. That's very tragic for them. Oh, my heart bleeds for them. That was so good I want to watch it again. Has the green giant of Grimsby been eating his peas or something? Hey, Euristo. Yeah, the green giant of Grimsby had his own ideas of what was useful for this battle. Now, we've had similar undead versus the enemy battles before, but they were able to banish the undead and strike them out with fire such that we couldn't deal with it. But our fire resistance is helping against the fire, the heat aura is dispelled by the blizzard, and the poison is sapping the enemy of their strength, but not our skeletons. So augmenting the strategy was key to victory. And that is a hell of a lot of skeletons. You can occasionally see there are the summer lions going through the skeletons there. Draconians are up here. Mage core. It's beautiful. And then you see the moment they break, the moment they realize there is no end to the skeletons. In fact, they fought through several dozen loads of skeletons just to find giant draconians waiting for them. And you might reasonably ask, why is all this happening? Well, why do all these people have to fight and die? It's because the green giant of Grimsby is doing all this so he can be declared the one true god. That smug face. He doesn't even use that giant maul, he uses a twig. He uses a thistle, actually. Should have called him Glasgow, not Grimsby. Ah, wonderful. Alright, what else happened this turn? That was not the only fight, but it was the fight. Bearing in mind we are about to dom kill our opponent. Anybody tired of skeletons yet? No, me neither. It was the main strategy, and I wanted to play Death Nation for exactly this. Wait, where is this? Green Path. I think this is the fort. Yeah, this is the fort that I was trying to hold. It's not cold here, so our enemies do get their heat aura, but of course I was brilliantly clever enough to give these guys heat resistance scale mails. Yeah, all of them do. The banishments are very hard to land on Wraith Lords because of their good magic resistance, so I don't worry about it too much, but it can still hurt. So we've got 3 of them stuck in there. Chumro, Ryu, and Sneely. Try not to lose sight of them. There's one, there's the t'other, and there's one more. Top to bottom, Sneely, Chumro, Ryu. Some of the fire snakes have already given up. They know how this goes. I did not even have to pay for these fireproof vests. The enemy made them and I just stole them off of them. Almost all of my goods, apart from my bags of wine, came to me that way. Come on. Chumro at least has his arm. Sneely also has an arm. Oh, but now Sneely has nothing. Sneely is dead. Alright. We've seen who the inferior Wraith Lord is. Who's the superior one? You might think that Chumro is taking all the fights, but Ryu is taking all of the banishments. Alright, there we go. They have completely snapped. Away they go. And that's great, because I was a little worried about this fort falling out of my hands and into the enemies. Whew. Alright, took a long time to just turn the entire fight around, but turn it has. These guys are too tired. They've actually fatigued out. Probably due to the heat. These guys are not heat resistant. They're actually susceptible to fire. So this poor guy here is trying to run away. He regenerates. So, oh, that's impressive. Normally, susceptible to fire units are not able to quench their flames, but he did. And this guy, they're running away so quickly. I think that's because I've got speed up on here. This guy's been hit with decay. Trolls can grow old. I think he'll survive the decay, though. They have to force the decay out before they leave, but no, he actually died to the decay. Poor show, and good job. That's another... Yeah, that was a 300 load. Those guys do have somewhere to retreat to, though, don't they? Don't they? Yeah, up to Great Britain. Well, I know you guys are mostly dead, but give chase. I don't want them getting away anywhere. We took the sparse reef with our bazillion skeletons. Take Rusty Bucket Bay as well, please. Celadon is under siege. If they run away from here, they'll have nowhere to go, but they will easily be able to take over Lorul. That said, I think we've already won. He only has these two provinces with Dominion. My Dominion is everywhere else. So he's just out of luck, I think. Storm that castle. You folks were here to go and put on some more of those fancy-looking red scale mail-y things. And given how this is going, go and take this and make your way over. Claim thrones. I actually think I can just pass turns and win. Yeah, his wimpy number of temples is not enough to beat out mine. How many temples do I have? 62, as well as some thrones. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And he probably still has Besaid. Yeah, he still has Besaid. Well, I could take that from him. It's a little risky storming this, but I could take it from him. If this fight works, continue the chase. How about my giant, glorious, successful army? Continue moving north. Actually, oh wow, you can get to Besaid in one shot. Alright, no point worrying about anything. Let's just win. I thought about making a backup save so I could reload this and play it out some more, but nah. Let's put a pin on this. Don't know why enchantments took so long. Yeah, there we go. He had no hope. More Summer Lions, a dire portent, STJ desperately trying to do stuff. So their god is trying to impact the world from a province that doesn't even believe in him. Summer Lions, cripples dying, some fights. Actually, might as well see some of these final fights. Parabiote trying once again to fight us here. And succeeding. Kind of. No, I backed up my army with the glorious Wraith Lords. Ryu is here for yet more killing. Or are we? Are we? Those thunder weapons, man. Come on, Ryu. Oh, God. They're tearing him apart. Yeah, for a blind man, he sure can fight. For a blind, limp, confused... Oh God, I think he got incinerated. How did that go down? So the Fire Mage there cast Incinerate, which burns you inside out. Your armor will not stop that. Brutal. Yeah, Incinerate is a great spell, and my enemy has had excellent fire access. Oh, wow, they actually erected a Juggernaut. They were so desperate to spread the word of their god that they made a giant golden idol of him. Flanked by giant siege golems. Somebody was talking about using these guys as defense. But they're terrible. They're good at attack, but their siege defense is crippled by their mindlessness. Maybe they didn't mean them. Clockwork horrors, you say? That's Caleb, still surviving, despite being attacked by midgets with swords for arms, and despite his army not actually being there to help him. He was able to hold out against those things. Good job. And the siege golems might be big and hard to destroy, but they do get destroyed. I think the Juggernaut just evaporated because there was no magical leadership to move it. Juggernauts are expensive astral summons, so good for our enemy to lose. Great for us to win with. Yeah, I can't believe you survived. All the priests' sons, one of them died, but Caleb has been through a whole lot. He single-handedly held a lot of the underground campaign, and this was his final test. And he even finds a bag of wine. You know what, laddie? You can keep that. Did that Wraith Lord go blind and died slamming into a tree? Yes, he was blind. Yes, he slammed into a tree. But what killed him was the incineration. There was a flame spirit casting Incinerate on him. We almost won the fight. just due to the Wraith Lord's tenacity. Speaking of tenacious Wraith Lords, in they go. And they secure yet another independent province for me. Imagine if you could have Wraith Lords on turn 1. Be overpowered, you could just take out all the Indies without even thinking about it. Okay, for once they didn't use the gem costing things here. Actually, no, they didn't have a choice. This was not my gem army. But I'm glad we got Rusty Bucket Bay away from all those madmen. Timbuktu. I'm not holding my breath on these fights going well. I just wanted to try my luck at securing them. But you know what? We secure them. Well, Timbuktu at least have it. Besaid. Oh, we do not take Besaid, no way. Our numbers are too low. Theirs are too high. Goodbye, my Draconians. You fought well. And I didn't have to pay you, so I'm not even killing you to save my coffers. Ryokan Hie? Wait, what? Ah, random event. Some very angry Woodhenge Druid, King DDD, has his own desires for Dreamland. And Kirby isn't here to save me, nor is Meta Knight. Alright, but it matters not, because there are many ways to win in this game. Although we disabled throne winning, Dominion winning is always possible, and that's exactly how we did it. STJ was permanently vanquished because his Dominion touched not a single area. There we go. His units are just leaderless, wiped out. We can just come and take whatever we want around here. And the whole world, as we know it, is covered in our Dominion. That's right, Rainy. Big smiles. Hang on, there's another plane available. What the hell is this? I have never seen the Nexus. How do you get here? Why is this here? What could it all mean? Did this appear because we won? I do not know. Yeah, that puts an end to your gates of horn and ivory. Anyway, victory! You reign supreme. You are the Pantocrator. That's you, Grimsby. Grimsby's enemies are cast down, broken, dead, enslaved, or imprisoned. You're the sole author of fate. Grimsby summons the tides. Grimsby dictates the seasons. Give or withhold fortune and life. At some unknowable time, there is change. Something stirs in the void. Grimsby perceives something. Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? Anyway, oh boy. That was a long and difficult fight against 3 mightier master, whatever the higher level AIs are. I was pinned down, I was ground down, some of my strategies fell completely flat. The whole turning point was deciding to Alpha Strike Bangashawar. We took it, we nailed ourselves down, and then we were able to concentrate a front and just push our way along here whilst holding some strategic areas. I think I'm understating the importance of the underground, though. Early on, I emerged from Coromandel into the caves of Mira. We tried to set up base here quickly, but we quickly got counter-raided. There was a lot of back and forth down here. But holding the underground, especially holding down places to have my temples spread my dominion and get the income, I think was instrumental. If we just let this go, it's not so much losing this land, but we'd also lose the protection of Coromandel. Enemies could pour out here and go right for my capital. Ultimately, though, all came together. Whew, exhausting. I am exhausted from that fight. I'm not done with Dominions, though. There's a lot more random nations I want to play as. But give it a couple weeks before I chew into this one once more. Dividing says, well played, Jake. Did this scratch the Dominion's itch, or will there be more in the future? Well, hopefully I just answered that. Yeah, there'll be more. Just like there'll be more Caesar when I finally get my hands on some more Caesar maps to play. I've got to go trounging around some old Caesar 3 upload pages for it. And I've not yet done that because, you know, I need to sit down and actually do it. That's effort. I didn't get it as a gig for effort. I got in here to laugh at Ernie Hecklerock, the corrupt leader of motorsport racing. I told him he could chill out in Coromandel, and that's exactly what he's done. All the while collecting my pay. I think I pay him more than my priests, so my priests actually do something. The bastard. God, that's exhausting. Anyway, all is well and all is done. But there is a little victory screen, isn't there? Yes, there is. You got to end turn for it, though. Score graphs. So let's take it from the top, shall we? Province number and... This is me. This is me, Övanhamn. So we definitely slacked early on. The AIs were able to punch out the gate and take provinces faster than me. We were top dog for a short while, but it looks like... whose bar is that? Oh yeah, Camdonia was actually top dog, so this is a bit grim. We had to fight Camdonia when Camdonia were at their strongest. And then we had to fight Perbaiote when Perbaiote were at their strongest. Grim, but yeah, you can really see where we started cannibalizing, yeah, these guys, Bango Shawar. Consuming them, we weren't the only ones, but we were able to get the ball rolling from there. Forts, I didn't underestimate forts in this run. Even so, we had the fewest forts until we consumed our Bango Shawar enemy. Income, come on, if there's one thing I can do in a game like this, it's win on income. This must have been getting Gift of Nature's Bounty up. This was losing Gift of Nature's Bounty. It's such a powerful income spell. Look at that. 2.5 times the income or so, I'd say. Very strong. Never leave home without it. Earthblood Deepwell is a cheaper version of it if you are a Earth nation. Doesn't do quite as well, but still does the ticket. Gem income. I did a lot of site searching and I got a lot of gems, but they weren't the gems I wanted or needed. I needed death gems, and until we got Well of Misery up, we did not find death gems. That was a cruel occurrence. But ultimately, we weren't hamstrung on gems, and I guess we did put the fire and the air ones to work. Air ones for Draconians, fire ones for Summer Lions, and I'm never underestimating Fire Lions again. My god, they're so good. If you have access to 3 fire and you need a bit of oomph, and especially you need something to utterly, unfairly take forts, hell yeah, I'm in love with the Summer Lions now. Otherwise, how about our foes here? Oh yeah, Criven's Perbaiote was doing really good on gems, better than me for a while as well. But securing enemy capitals and getting those globals down certainly helped. Nobody did a blood. Research. We were not top dog on research, even though I put into magic paths, or rather magical scales, and I was constantly chugging out my good mages. It's really hard to keep up with the AI on research because they have so many resources, they could chug out mages for days. And again, they like to fight with them as well, so even at the very end, Perbaiote had me beaten on research. Scary stuff. Dominion, yeah, we were strong on this. Who would have thought in a game called Dominions, Dominion is key, but our Dominion was important. It gave us growth, it gave us cold in a world that was full of heat. And eventually, yeah, once the other 2 guys were down, Perbaiote could not keep up, and I put this entirely down to my central raiding. Being able to take control of the center, and I suppose the underground, ensured that I had the ecumenical knowledge to pull ahead there. Army size is a bit unfair. We had tons and tons of skeletons. You can see the printing press of skeletons constantly shoving up my army size. Lose skeletons, make skeletons. Lose skeletons, make a lot more skeletons. Yeah, the losses are hardly catastrophic. I think this was one of the big wipes, though. How about ascension points? Irrelevant. We weren't going for thrones. There was one throne I wanted, and I didn't find it. Although this was longer, says Rainey, I think the Machatka game was the most frustrating one, because there was no way to do any forward progress for a long time. Was that the Machatka one where I was cornered by middle-aged Airmore? It was my first time finding them, and I just discovered that all of their lands were worthless. So I'd fight, I'd die, I'd take a province. There was no income, no resources, no anything. It was just dead. Machatka, I really like Machatka, middle-aged Machatka, as a nation. But they lag behind in so many ways. The only thing they really got going for them, I'd think, is recruiting any forest witch doctors. Whew. Alright, we can watch the history as well. Although, I don't think it lets you see the underground, does it? Oh, it does. Cool. Might look at that later then. So it's the spread of dominion, the spread of provinces. Wow, yeah, you can see how the Bull Nation really rocked ahead. They just scored the center massively. Parabiote had an incredibly safe location. Safer than mine, and I was also in the corner. Then again, it's kind of a shame that the bull people weren't also in a corner, but the map wasn't like that. I suppose I feel for them, because they sort of had a 3-front war, whilst everyone else had 2 fronts. Well, I had 3 fronts when I opened up my front. But yeah, you had a back and forth with Banga Shawar. Where's the critical moment where I came churning on in? Feels like it was around this point. Hard to see because it's purple on purple, but at some point we strike out to Johto. And that's where we make our mark. Because all the while there's just me getting beaten black and blue in all my other fronts. Losing Sardinia was a bullet. Yeah, there we go. Strike, strike, take the enemy capital, take everything else. The Draconians really helped with mobility. But this is also why I put snow movement on my bless. Might have seemed like a waste of points, but snow move around allowed my units to move around quite a bit faster despite my cold aura. And then this is just his Dominion dying. Nobody believes in USTJ. Done and done right. Okay, folks. I'll be back with a weekly one-shot tomorrow. Will I be on time? Probably not. I'm knackered. I'm hungry. I'm exhausted from all this Dominions, but it was a good fight. Scratched some real good strategic itches this game, and I couldn't recommend it enough. But until I am back with more streams,